I was trying to say in my mind that maybe it was the rain that kept people away.
Do you want your coffee?
I drank it.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm not playing.
You doing okay, buddy?
Oh, yes, ma'am, I'm fine. Okay.
Are you
Do I
gonna
look
be
that bad?
No, not
Okay.
at all. In fact, when I came out, I was like, "Whoa! Look at how perky Buddy is."
Hi guys,
What are we
we have a
doing?
live in
For the national, I
3,
guess.
2, lifting.
Scene 130,
Start us off,
take one, action.
Hey, everybody across the country, Fresno, all of our mission partners. Amy Lyon, New Life Mission in Melbourne, Florida.
And Buddy Morrow, Cedar Rescue Mission here in Melbourne, Florida.
Yeah, we're lucky. We have each other. I got say this a couple hours of sleep because
Not supposed to say that.
because Buddy sat on the bench overnight for a few hours. But we have been out here. We've had some great conversations. Buddy, tell me what you're seeing in general. What are we seeing out here?
Well, we're not seeing a lot of solution gathering. Could I say that?
Absolutely.
I've heard a lot of have patience. With
Yeah.
talking with people, it's slow. Have patience, and of course, neither one of us have patience.
Nope.
And we want to see the solution come and figure it out. But I've talked to some people that really, some of our providers, just listening to some of the things that got going on. I think this mapping is going to be great for
Asset
our area.
mapping,
Our
yep.
asset mapping is going to be great for our area. Talking with Tara and just listen to what they're doing up there, and some of the things we were talking about, how they're meeting together with the organizations, some of the churches, some of the government officials, and the providers up there, and they're meeting once a month, having about 20 or 25 every month, and it's not where you come and listen to a speaker. I mean, they're talking with each other.
Yeah.
And they don't go with an agenda, and so I think that's something that we need to see here, and we've been talking about that a lot. As people say, we got to put action in. I think it was Kenny, Councilman Kenny said, we got to put action into what we're doing.
Yeah.
I think it's time we start putting action in what we're doing.
Yeah.
So
To-dos.
when are you going to start that? No.
Accountability. I'm going to take a nap after this, and then
We'll
I'm going to
start
work
next
the
day.
weekend and get it going.
There you go. There you go.
Because time is of the essence. I think about it. We had some pretty good rain out here coming sideways at us. It's Florida, so you never know which way the rain's going to come. And I think everybody who was out here kind of had a little deeper wake-up call of the people sleeping outside and what they might be experiencing. But we go home to nice homes and to nice beds.
We go home. We've had tents that are over us or canopies that are over us. And, there were people last night that were sleeping out in the open or maybe just on a lean-to.
Yep.
Something like that. They were getting wet.
Yeah.
And we did get a little bit wet here and there, things like that. But you're right, man. We go home. We take a shower. We get cleaned up. We have a good meal. And then we get some rest later on today. But, I don't think we really understand what it is like being on the streets. And, one of our ladies, Beth, that was in our program, she was homeless, 60 years old, in her 60s,
Yeah.
homeless, and talked about living on the streets and not having any money to go in a place and buy something so she could use the bathroom, but having to carry everything around with her, unable to get employment because you can't take all what you have, to your job every day. You
Yeah.
can't get there, and just the fear of what was going to happen. And I thought really the camps were something that was just a lot of people, and they were like a big family. And she said people think that, but really everybody at that camp's about themselves.
Yeah.
And just the fear that she had. I sat here and literally had tears in my eyes just listening to her story.
Yeah.
And I don't think we really even grasp of what it's like to be out there on the streets, homeless for a while. And not having the places to go. Curtis sitting here talking about 6.5 weeks to get to CETA.
Oh, man. And during that time, 6.5 weeks feels like a year.
Oh,
And hope. We've heard a lot about hope. You know, keep hope. Hope is the most important thing. But when you're down, you're at rock bottom, how do you find hope? And people who don't have Jesus in their heart,
That's
they
it.
don't know, and they're actually pretty mad at God because of their situation.
That's true.
And so, meeting people where they're at, we heard about kindness, just making eye contact with people. Like, what can the everyday person do when they see someone who's homeless? And there's a fear, I think, in not
There is.
knowing what to do.
One of the things Beth said was, that she felt like everybody that looked at her judged her as being just a bad person, probably having an addiction or something like that. She didn't have an addiction. She just ran in some bad luck.
Yeah.
And, today, if I was out of work for 2-4 weeks, we've been able to save a little bit and we could make it through. But for some families, you lose your job in 2 weeks or 4 weeks, that puts you out of your house.
Yeah.
And so I'm hearing that from people. And, we just got to find a better way to work together.
Yeah.
And you said it,
absolutely.
we're
Better
better
together,
together.
better
And
together,
You said that
better.
more than, and so we've just got to figure that out. And I think getting and doing some of the things that we've talked about earlier, I think that's going to help us be better. I really do. I think it's going to bring our providers together, and we really know what the needs are, really know what's out there to be offered, and we won't start reproducing things that somebody else is already doing.
Yes.
Tracy was just sharing with us that they had a 62 or 63-year-old lady that could hardly walk, dealing with mental illness, and the only place they could find was in Orlando for her to go, and she was scared to go to Orlando.
Oh,
So
yeah.
they rented her a place at Wickham Park and got her a tent.
The stories don't, the stories are everywhere.
People falling through the cracks.
Yep, falling through the cracks. And what I think I gathered today, we only had 2 people from our local city show up, but I think what I took away from that is the city's not going to solve it. The city, we don't know even their participation level. They've got a lot going on too. I'm kind of making excuses, but
Don't get me started.
don't get.
You know my prayer when we started.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave that one alone.
Is it we're in it day to day. We're so passionate about this, and we almost have an expectation that people will come here and feel the same kind of passion, or they hear that we're going to be on the bench and they're going to be like, oh, we got to get down there, we got to be on the bench too. But it's not that. There's causes. There's a million causes out there.
And I think what you said a moment ago, the fear of the homeless, we in our area there on US 1, we see a lot of people that'll be on the curbs. And I'm not necessarily saying panhandle, but across the street, they'll be in the little cubby hole and things like that. And you can watch people literally cross the street and walk by. And it may be fear. I really don't know. That's something with it. But I think we have too much within our church that are crossing the street. Like the Bible parable talks about, they're crossing the street and not helping take care of the problem. And Jesus said to love everybody just like he loved us.
Yep.
And I think the church is missing a little bit this day and time.
Right.
I really do.
They're maybe staying within their walls, within their comfort zones. And something you mentioned, and I don't think I've said it enough, is when you see someone panhandling,
Ooh.
the solution is not giving money. The solution is directing them, if you're comfortable and safe, directing them to resources.
Brandon is very strong in outreach, and he's going out all the time. He'll go to the camps, he'll go to the corners and all that. And we were coming in the other day, and there's a gentleman that is down at 192 and US 1 there. He's sitting in a wheelchair.
Yeah, I've seen him.
You've seen him?
Yep.
Okay. Well, yesterday morning when I was coming in, he was almost to Sarno pushing his wheelchair. And so I said something because he was out there when Brandon and I came by. And Brandon said, oh, yeah. And he called him by name. He said, yeah, I've talked to him 2 or 3 times. He tells me he's going to go. They need you. We're trying to
Okay.
figure this out right now. Do you know what they're saying?
No, but let's have a sing along. No. Actually, what we're going to do now is Buddy and I are going to bring Anne Conroy
Okay, yeah.
Bader from the Melbourne Chamber of Commerce to share with us. We've got all kinds of questions for you, Anne. Are you ready? Have you had coffee? Have a seat. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming so early in the morning.
My pleasure. It's
Wow.
chamber
It's
hours, no worries.
Chamber hours.
Well, you're here for the sunrise with us. We've been out here 16, 17
Oh, no.
hours.
Wow. I'm going to give that to you.
Buddy's
Okay.
trying to give over the microphone.
I tuned in a couple of times over the past hours, and yeah, you're doing a good job. And the weather's been a little bit challenging.
It has been challenging, but you know,
We're better off than a lot of people.
Absolutely,
that we're talking
and
about today.
that was the thinking too.
Go
It's
for it.
it's a microcosm of what so many people are doing on the daily, and yeah, thank you for your service.
well, tell us, Anne, what is your role with the chamber? And for people who don't know, what is the purpose of the Chamber of Commerce?
Sure. I am, as of last October 1st, I am president and CEO of the Melbourne Regional Chamber of Florida's Space Coast. And while most people think about a chamber and they think about the business community, what a chamber really does is unifies the voice for the community. And in relation to this topic, I am very interested in workforce. I spent the previous decade working at Junior Achievement of the Space Coast, and we worked with young people on financial literacy, entrepreneurship, and workforce readiness. And for me personally, that came down to making sure that people are set up for life with the skills that they can stand on their own 2 feet and never be vulnerable. And vulnerability is a terrible thing to feel in life. And so many people don't. It's not due to lack of planning. Sometimes it's just life happens. And so when you translate that into chamber, what that means is, again, workforce. And I have a wide umbrella for how we define workforce. And part of that is affordable workforce housing, as well as affordable childcare, a lot of the things that keep people out of the workforce and unable to be have houses and have shelter and safety.
All right. So where should we start? Do we start talking about? Let's talk about the business community. And I
Okay.
know that's not all you do, but how do you feel like the business community is handling homelessness, being a part of the solution,
Mhm.
and what is their role?
That's a loaded question, as we all know. It's such an extremely complicated issue. But I've lived many places in the country over my life, and this place, the Space Coast, is the most publicly philanthropic and mission-oriented place I've ever lived.
Wow.
So I think that there's a lot of potential on what we can do and where we are going. We live in contentious times, so there's a lot of
We sure do.
discussion around how to do that. In terms of the business community, I think just bringing people together and for a positive force. I mean, it's interesting when we bring the chamber together. I've had people who've never been, have never experienced, and they think it's just going to be, stodgy business people sitting around. But what it actually is a lot of people who are invested not only in their own business, but they realize that for a healthy community and for their business to survive, we all have to rise together, and that relates back to the
Yeah.
subject at hand.
So what are you as a chamber doing to help people rise together?
First of all, we support small businesses. So many of the businesses in the community are mom and pop. It's interesting when I took this position, people are like, oh my gosh, I do ribbon cuttings. Like all you do is ribbon cuttings. And I was like, oh, here we go. And I have to tell you, ribbon cuttings are like the most distilled form of optimism that I've seen in my entire career, that people are throwing everything they have into a livelihood and take care of their families and themselves. And so we take care of those small businesses. We are making sure that they are thriving, that they have the tools and the education to thrive. Because as we know, the precariousness of modern life and the expenses of modern life make everybody way closer to the edge that we can be.
Absolutely.
And I think, especially in that small business community, they are closer to the edge than the average people. So we take care of them. The other thing is that because I have a mission focused background, working in nonprofit sector for my entire career, we are forming a 501c3 adjacent to the chamber.
Okay.
It'll be called ChamberWorks. It'll be focused on education and workforce. But as I mentioned, that workforce umbrella, I view it very holistically. And it's not just the education pipeline, which is extremely valuable to make sure that people have the livelihood and the capabilities of earning a living. But we are going to be looking at affordable workforce housing and eventually affordable childcare. If you look at the initiatives of the Florida Chamber and the U.S. Chamber, those two things are on their list also.
Okay.
I think there's a much wider understanding of socioeconomic inequities in the disparities that we have in modern society that we're right back to vulnerability again, that people are on the edge.
Yeah.
And we've got to make sure that we prevent. The prevention side is just as important as the service side. In looking at this.
I agree. We've talked a lot about how close people are, 1, 2 paychecks away.
Yep.
And what you're saying is that it's the business owners too who are just hanging on by a thread in many cases. So I hear two sides of the story about downtown Melbourne.
Mm-hmm.
I hear some people saying, well, businesses are wanting to close, Daily Bread shut down and there's a huge homeless problem. And then I hear other people saying it's not that bad. It's just that their business is struggling and they want someone to blame. So
yes,
both.
yes. Yeah, it is. I mean, there is no right solution here, and there's no right. I mean, absolutely, there's been some loud, angry voices, right? But there always are. And we have to look at both sides of the what is the best solution, but also how do we support the businesses so that they can move forward and have that keep themselves safe and keep their businesses safe.
Right.
Yep.
So you recently had a leadership conference down in
Jupiter.
I say Fort Pierce. I say Vero. It's
down.
Jupiter. Keep going.
South
keep
of
going.
here.
Tell me about that. How many years has that been going on, and what was this year like? Was homelessness a topic of conversation?
Let's see. I don't know how many years it's been happening. I'm thinking 7 or so. Actually, Stacy probably knows better than I do. But the idea was that most organizations, nonprofits, have a board retreat. And at some point, I think about 7 years ago, I think when Michael Ayers, my predecessor, and they decided to change it from a board retreat to a community leadership retreat, to turn it from an internal conversation to an external conversation. And how do we move the needle on the Space Coast? How do we move there are everything, all the topics that are related to living on the Space Coast. How do we address them with all the right people in the room? And I was an elected board member for the chamber through my role at JA because of workforce. And so I've been attending it for many years, and it was so odd this year that I was actually running it. So,
I heard you did a great job.
Well, thank you very much. And when people like Teresa Gremison and Janet and the community leaders and Tara Pagliarini are in the room, and we can have those discussions, it makes the conversation more powerful. We're moving it forward. We had a panel on workforce, but we did have the topic. It was the educational pipeline. But the previous month we have monthly breakfasts, Good Morning Space Coast. They're around 125, 150 people attend every month, and it's higher level conversations. So the previous month I had one on affordable housing, workforce housing. I'm trying to, when you think about affordable housing, it's the old not in my backyard. But when you talk about workforce housing, it changes the paradigm, changes the focus within that business community. Because when people are talking about workforce housing, then they start thinking, oh wait, it's the first responders, it's the teachers, it's the nonprofit leaders.
For anyone who maybe doesn't know that terminology, what is workforce housing?
So workforce housing is the same thing as affordable affordable housing. So much of our community, so many of the sectors that serve our community are right on the edge. And we are talking about our educators, our first responders, our nonprofit leaders, our church leaders, our mission leaders that are making, there's a societal belief that those sectors either don't or shouldn't make as much as a for profit business. It's a fallacy. They are businesses, but however, it still sticks. But even if you look at our school district, and Matt Susan, school board member, and Dr. Rendell will tell you the same thing, that they are constantly working on trying to get those teacher salaries elevated, because right now they are not enough to support a family. They aren't. So when life happens and somebody is suddenly single with children, oh my goodness, they are right on the edge. I personally have been right on the edge when my marriage
Been
fell
on
apart.
the edge.
Yeah. And came uncomfortably close to being unhoused.
Yeah.
And so when you look at leaders in the nonprofit sector who are facing that, it changes the conversation. It changes the paradigm of how people view the issue, because the vast majority of people who become unhomed aren't they are people who are just it's accidentally. It's the federal shutdown. It is the one paycheck away from losing everything you have, or going into major debt, and it is extraordinarily difficult to not have enough salary in the U.S. It just is. It's a full-time job in itself.
And then healthcare. You throw healthcare in there.
They're about to queue. I don't want to cut anybody off. Yeah, you can stay there, but please. But the national feed is about to let us. I mean, we're already in the room. When they give me a cue, I pre-recorded the sunrise.
Okay.
So if you want to start, hey, this is Amy Middle Mission and Bobby from CETA Mission.
Or
Bob here today in downtown Melbourne. I have a 15-second sunrise already from here. So
you want me to just do an intro?
15 seconds.
Okay. Yep.
Correct. And then to be safe.
And point at me when I should talk.
The audio, if we can have the Facebook Live open, that way whatever's being transmitted, and she can hear the questions and stuff like that. That way you can see what's
Oh, they're gonna talk to us?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Let me confirm this instead of probably.
Do you want me to get something?
Hey, Chris.
I think that's the close of my segment. I know, right?
This is gonna be like
No, not at all. I got to talk a lot.
Oh, you're not done.
You guys just gonna use
If we don't have anybody here, we'll ask more questions.
No, I think you're going to the live. I mean, I think you're going to the national
I know
feed.
you're going to be with us.
Perfect. So on your cue,
We're gonna let you
we
answer
kinda
the
gotta
questions
reset
for us, 'cause we
the
have no idea
sunrise and
what
stuff
we're
like
talking
about.
that.
I don't know
Carry
anything.
on if you want.
We don't actually know what we're doing.
You think I do?
Right?
It's a dirty secret of being an adult. We're all just making it up.
As we go, I mean, none of us are equipped.
Roger that. Stand by. All right, I'm gonna mute. Can you confirm you can listen to us?
Test.
All right, stand by. We're doing the sunrise. So, introduction.
That's why we're here, right? We're having the hard conversations. We're asking for solutions. We're getting a lot of, I don't know, we're getting a lot of, we just need to keep hope. But what we're thinking is we need to get people out there doing. What's your to-do list? What's the next step? Keep going. Accountability. It's the same thing we have with the clients in our programs. So, hard conversations, right, buddy? What do you want to share? I see him grabbing for the microphone.
I'm trying to pay attention to that and pay attention
I
to
know.
you, and
We
I'm
got all
lost.
kinds of stuff going
What
on.
are we doing right now? We've been up a long time, but we are out here looking for solutions, and wanted some of those just real heartfelt conversations, and I don't think we're really seeing a lot of that.
Yeah.
And it's, the only reason we're not here raising money or anything like that. We're just trying to find a solution to help our homeless neighbors, and it gets a little worse every year. And one of the things I like is asset mapping. I'm going to go back to that.
Yeah.
I like that club that started off that Tara's done. She's done a great job there. And I think we get started in something like that we will be able to do a better job at what we're already doing. I mean, we have great organizations in our county that are doing wonderful jobs helping meet the needs of the homeless population. But I think the more that we find out about each other and the more that we're collaborating together that once a month, I think we'll find that we can do a better job and fill some of those cracks that they're falling through, like Tracy was sharing with the lady
And
just a little while ago.
not duplicating
Not
services.
duplicating, not
And we had a
duplicating.
council member who said a great thing. He said if everybody can just take their egos out of it,
Oh yeah.
which
Yeah.
was really great to hear from a city official,
Mm-hmm.
and the cities being able to work together would be fantastic. So, well, what do you see from a Chamber of Commerce standpoint? Do you feel, is there a responsibility for chambers to work together?
Oh, absolutely. Brevard County, for the national audience, is 72 miles long. For perspective, outer space is 62 miles away. So outer space is easier to get to than the bottom of Brevard County to the top of Brevard County.
Wow.
So
That's a fun fact.
yeah, I know it's weird, isn't it? I love it because it's space oriented on the space coast of Florida. But so geographically, what happens when communities spring up is different chambers of commerce form. So we are blessed to have 4 chambers across Brevard County: Titusville, Accelerate Brevard, which was formerly Cocoa Beach Chamber, Melbourne Chamber, and Greater Palm Bay. So yeah, the chambers absolutely do. And it's interesting because we talked about both the services for homelessness, but I guess I view my role as much on the prevention side. How do we prevent people from getting in that precarious situation? And I think it's an important part of the conversation as well.
Yeah, and we've been talking about workforce housing, defining what that is so that people understand. And why don't you, again, just for everybody, what is workforce housing?
Workforce housing is a reframing of affordable housing. It is using language that business people and politicians can relate to. And when there are certain connotations to certain words, and words are so powerful, and we've seen this especially in recent years, certain words become forbidden. So how do we speak the same language? I have a background in arts, and there was always this classic discussion in the arts: is it arts for art's sake or arts for economic development? And depending on who you talk to, you use different language. And it's the same thing with housing.
Yeah.
Is speak the language to who are listening and who you're trying to move.
Okay.
Yep.
So affordable housing isn't really, is that just, are people tired of hearing affordable housing, or is it just a different group that you're?
I think it's who you're talking to. I think it's the demographic of who you are trying to move the needle with. And if you are trying to move the needle with the business community and politicians, you start talking the language of workforce housing, and all of a sudden the people that they're envisioning and taking advantage of that are the first responders, they're the educators, they're the nonprofit leaders, they are the very worthy people who are trying to make a living. And unfortunately, we live in a dual income society these days, and if one of those incomes goes away, you are in a very precarious situation. So workforce housing changes the dynamic of what you're talking about, that people who are working and making paychecks and raising children and going, contributing to society have access to safe, dignified housing options.
Yeah, that's one of the challenges we see. I mean, it's huge. We serve a lot of single individuals and women with children. And so if you've got 3, 4, 5, 6 children, one of them is sick, one of that, how do you find affordable daycare? What if you don't have a vehicle?
Yes.
Or your vehicle's something happens, you get in an accident.
Happened to me last week. I am a single mom of 3 kids and my car broke down. I do not have a backup vehicle, and instantly you're thinking through all the options, and instantly you're thinking, if I can't get to work, what happens? And I'm now, because of my career trajectory, I'm more insulated now, but a while back I was not.
Yeah.
And so when you look at the people, when you think about affordable housing, I think the way, when you picture those people, it's a lot broader than what you're picturing.
Yeah.
It's a lot broader of the people who are affected by this.
Right. And the situations for
Mhm.
people, it may be a lot of people think that, drugs or alcohol. And while that is the case,
Absolutely.
a huge piece of it is mental health.
Mm-hmm.
We've, divorce.
Divorce is a major cause
Yeah.
of flipping a life upside down and putting them into a precarious situation.
Yeah.
I started a program at Junior Achievement called Women in STEM, and the first thing I said to them, I walked them through the history of women in work and women in finances. When you talk to young people and you say, even up to 1988, you wouldn't be able to walk into a bank and say, I would like a credit card or a line of credit. They would say, where's your daddy? Or where's your husband? Or where's your brother even? So it's very recent that women have come this far. However, when we talk to those young women, the reason you pursue careers, the reason you pursue financial independence is so that you never become vulnerable in your life, that you can always stand on your own 2 feet, that if you choose to get married or choose to have kids, that you're never at any point in your life having to make those decisions about eating, about shelter, about healthcare. It's a huge conversation. It's extremely complicated.
Right. Absolutely is complicated.
And what you're saying is true, because I watched that with my mother. When my mother and father divorced, my mother had a government job,
Yep.
and a good paying job with computer science, contracted to NASA.
Mhm.
And when they divorced, she couldn't even get a credit card. I'm serious. Couldn't borrow money to buy a car.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's and how many people have you? I took no, I had no choice on my divorce, and there was somebody who said to one of my daughters, "Well, you come from a broken home,"
Oh,
and so
talking about language. The
yes,
language that
is
you use.
powerful.
Yes.
And here I was running an esteemed nonprofit in Brevard County, and I was just labeled. It's just so interesting. It goes back very deep into society. I mean, we're trying to turn around millennia of history,
Right.
and attitudes and the way we treat people of all levels. Pope Leo put out a statement yesterday, and I'm not a practicing Catholic, but I do pay attention to what's happening. And he put his first statement from the Vatican in his new role was about poverty, and it was about this is a worldwide crisis that we need to treat every human being equally.
Right. Yeah. So the chamber has a nonprofit council.
Yes.
Tell us about the nonprofit council.
So the nonprofit council was formed during Michael Ayers' time at the chamber. Also, I was about to say reign of terror, but sometimes my humor.
It's all about words.
I love my predecessor.
That's the theme.
So anyway, a nonprofit council, Jeanette Krar, who now works with We Venture, entrepreneurial support for small businesses, women and men, out of Florida Tech. Jeanette Krar pulled this group together, and the purpose of it was to pull nonprofit leaders from across the entire county together to have the conversations about how do you make your nonprofit successful, thrive, and serve the people you're trying to serve. We do a lot of business training. I think a lot of people think that nonprofits aren't businesses. They are indeed
Have
businesses.
to run like a business.
Absolutely. So we do a lot of business training. We're the chamber, as well as networking, expanding networks. Training them how to fundraise, training them how to present their nonprofit, training them how to become successful. We have new leadership coming into that council for next year. I'm very excited about. Emma Reynolds from Bowen Aquarium in the Zoo, and Akili from Family Promise have been running it for the past couple years.
Yep.
Next year we have Chris Myers coming in from Cypress Bank and Trust. She not only comes from the funding side, but she actually worked for Habitat for a little bit, and she has
Oh,
served on
yes.
countless nonprofits supporting everybody. And then the vice chair will be Candace Hodge, who's my former ride or die at JA. She's a VP of Education, so you're talking about somebody who has direct experience in that workforce education pipeline, as well as nonprofit management for
Wow.
14, 15 years now.
That sounds great.
Yeah, it's going to be good. We're also bringing in Dottie Allen. She's a past chair of the chamber, and she now does nonprofit consulting, and she's going to be helping them form their curriculum for next year. Another change I've made is I brought in all the leaders of all the councils across the chamber, so that we look at the vision of the chamber and make sure our programming is holistic. It's not siloed, and they're together supporting each other as we plan out 2026.
Right.
Yep.
I know Chris was in my office. She was really excited.
Oh, good. She's just the best.
She was pumping us up. Been in many of those meetings in the past, and we began talking about it, and she shared she really was excited.
I get a kick out of the potential. The Space Coast has such potential. We are at this tipping point. There is a lot of change coming at us. and
Absolutely.
I view part of what the chamber does is really look at the change, how it affects everybody. How do we navigate through this and serve every single person on the Space Coast so that we are all receiving the benefits of the change that's happening. We launch rockets. We can do anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we sure do.
Yeah.
If we come together, better together. One thing I have thought about, and maybe you can speak to this, is we've got Space Coast, we've got all of these businesses. Are you hearing anything about opportunities for maybe the women we serve or the men that Buddy serves? Programs that they can come alongside us and maybe do some training with our people and bring them in maybe very entry level jobs, and then get them training so that they can get into those jobs and potentially workforce housing.
Actually, that's a gigantic conversation that's happening.
Okay, great.
So
We want to be in the room.
It was when I first moved to the Space Coast 12 years ago. I went to a chamber breakfast, and Linda Weatherman was speaking, and she was speaking about this new program they were launching called the CPT program.
Yes.
So the CPT program is a foundational course sponsored at the EDC. I think they are moving it to EFSE. I'm fairly sure they are. But they launched this program where anybody can get this certification that makes them eminently hireable by manufacturing.
Certified Production Technician, right?
You got it.
CPT.
Yep. CPT. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I need a little more coffee.
That's all right. I got you.
So that was the beginning of my thinking at JA, where for a long time, and actually for decades, and this we're talking education wise, nationally, you go to high school and then you go to college.
Mm.
Go to high school, you go to college, and if you don't go to college, forget it. You're not going to have a career. You will not be able to make a living. And that, I remember sitting in there listening to Linda. I'm like, oh, JA can play a role with that. So we changed our language immediately. Like you go to high school, and then you look at your skill set and you look at the available career opportunities. And on the Space Coast, there's manufacturing and STEM manufacturing, both of which, the trades also, all three of which can make you a really good living. Not only that, entrepreneurial opportunities where you can start your own company and really increase your socioeconomic level. So that conversation has just gotten bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
So it started with encouraging high schools and parents to let their kids pursue non-college pathways. And now it's CareerSource and EFSE and Florida Tech are all very interested in mid-career transitions, in counseling high school students. The CTE program, Career and Technical Education, from Brevard Public Schools is tops of their highly rated, because our high school students have a variety of directions they can go in within high school. It used to be called, in New York, it was called BOCES. Yeah. But, the kids would get on a bus and they go to a center. I think most people our age know about this. Here in Brevard County, there are those trades programs are housed right in the schools. I can't remember the number of pathways you can have, but you can study welding in high school. At Palm Bay, you can study firefighting.
My son is at Bayside High School,
Yeah.
and he is in the TV production program
Yeah.
4 years. So he's coming out with Adobe certifications,
all the
and other
things.
things.
Yeah, and he can choose to go to Full Sail,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Or go right into the workforce. And so I think those options are broadening, and I think they're becoming more respected. I think, especially with the AI coming in, also, I think people are starting to think, do I want to go that way, the traditional 4-year, and go into that kind of career, or I actually told one of my daughters, I have 3 daughters, and she wanted to be president. I'm like, hey, I had a meeting with 2 of the general contractors in town, Mike Williams, MH Williams,
Yes.
and Adam Broadway, certified general contractors. And I had a lunch with them. We had a beer. That's not the right thing. We had a beer. It was later in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Anyway, I
Jesus
came
turned
home.
water into wine. There we go.
There we go. Thank you. We had a beer, and I went home, and I was like, hey, Rowan, forget president. Here's the new plan. Let's get you into being an electrician. And she's like, what? And I said, let's get you certified and then go to work for a small business and learn that trade really well and do it really well. Do all the soft skills to, show up on time and meet your budget and all the things. And then buy them out or start your own, and you will be able to retire as a millionaire by the time you're whatever. And she just looked at me. She was like, you're crazy. But I meant it, though. There's so many optional different pathways that people can take. And mid-career, you don't have to be a high schooler. There's lots of options these days. EFSC is an amazing resource for changing pathways. Career Source is an amazing resource that we have, and hopefully ChamberWorks from the Melbourne Chamber will be part of that resource chain as well.
Yeah. Our families can go to Eastern Florida. They have the program for, if you have no income, poverty, homelessness, they welcome the students in at no cost.
I love that.
So
See, it's such a complicated problem, but so many people have ideas. This kind of convening is really important.
It really is.
And the chamber is really good at convening, so we're trying to look along those lines to help.
I would love for our, and maybe you have this, for our aerospace programs to come together and share those opportunities that they have for entry level and how they can come alongside our students, our people who are homeless, and change their trajectory. And by not bringing in, of course, there's the higher level education. They need that, and they're bringing people in from all over the country. But it's my whole idea that what can we do to serve our people right here?
So if the other challenge of workforce, and the one you hear most often about, especially within the business community, is we need the workforce. We need the workforce. But there's a disconnect with what they need and what the community is setting them up to be. Back to the EDC, Economic Development Commission, they commissioned a workforce study this year that went to most of those major aerospace companies and said, no, really, what do you need?
Yeah.
And the report is just being published. Linda is sharing it out at the board meetings. They're having community meetings about it. And so for the first time, we have a list of all the career pathways at those aerospace companies with the accompanying skills, and they're creating the curriculum at EFSC to get people on that pathway.
Yes.
So there it is.
Yep.
Like it's happening.
Yep.
And that is because that's because of the business community. That has become because of the EDC working together and getting the ear of those companies. Fact is, those companies are competitors, so it's hard to get them to come together, right, in one room, like you were mentioning. But the EDC did it in a manner that was non-competitive, confidential, so that they were able to share that information and get it out to the public.
Yeah. Oh, that's so valuable for us. And if we weren't together in a setting like this, we might not know that something's being done.
Yeah.
Things are being done behind the scenes all the time. So if we can get people talking about it, sharing what they're doing. I mean, we've learned so much from you about what's happening out here.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, that actually goes back to, and this is actually something for the nonprofit leaders.
Mhm.
Is that after my first year at JA, I had a fantastic board, and they still are. JA is a fantastic organization. And at the end of the first year, they said, "What can we do for you?" And I said, "What you can do," I said, I'm a big believer in being in the room, having a seat at the table. I said, I would like a seat on the Melbourne Chamber Board, and I'd like a seat on the EDC board.
Mhm.
And they made that happen.
Nice.
And because being in the room, hearing those messages is really important. So I highly encourage nonprofit leaders, people in this sector, to go to the chamber meetings, to take advantage of the EDC when they are open to visitors. I think they do an annual meeting. I could get you more information. But to be in the room where the information is shared, because I think on a totally different subject, I think we are bombarded with information these days. There's so much noise. There's so many emails. How do we keep up? I mean, I think you put the word out for this thinking that your slots would be filled right away, and it took, even I had to send an email like, I am so sorry, I just saw this, it was a week later and all the slots were almost taken.
Yeah.
But I'm sure there are sectors you're like, why didn't they get back to us? And I
Oh,
don't think it's lack of intent. I think it's noise. I think
Okay.
it's
And
people.
so, how do we break through the noise?
Ooh.
How do nonprofits break through the noise?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
If anybody in the chat knows how
Break through the noise.
nonprofits break through the noise,
Be at the chamber meetings. But honestly, be in the room. I'm a big believer in being in the room,
Yeah.
being part of the conversation.
and we heard really not giving up, just saying the same thing over and over and over.
On message.
Yeah.
On message all the time. Anybody who knows me, if anybody's listening to this, will hear some things that came out of my mouth this morning that I have been saying consistently for many years, because being on message is really important. And then being really cognizant of not only who you're trying to reach, but also, like you just said, you wouldn't have known some of these things on who you should be listening to.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
hard.
this has been
It's
so good. No, don't apologize. Everything you said is helpful. It may help people listening, and it may spark. I'm mixing my metaphors here, but like spark something that creates a ripple effect.
Absolutely.
And I mean, that's how we move forward.
And the noise. I missed an asset mapping meeting last week. You said it. I'm like, oh,
I mean, we
we're all
could
trying, but there's
we
just
could
so much. Yeah.
meeting ourselves to the end of time.
Yeah.
So it's really about picking, like you said, the rooms to be in.
Mhm.
And then having the connections to say, hey, buddy, I missed that meeting. Is there anything that we need to know?
Yeah.
Buddy and I are I've said this a few times, two independent missions. But our mission is, number one, to serve God
Mhm.
and to serve people the way Jesus served people. And we're both doing it. Sure, we could be competing for donor dollars, but
Plenty of money out there.
there's plenty of money out there, and God's already walked it all before us. I wish that sometimes he'd be like, oh, Amy, here, I'm going to just put it in writing for
Here's
you.
your pathway. I lit it up for you.
Yes, thank you. Because that's what I need. I need, like, hit me this way, hit me that way. Oh, okay, I hear you.
The
So,
nudges.
but keeping that conversation going and keeping it open, that's what we have to do.
Absolutely.
And encourage each other.
Absolutely.
When
You
it's
and I
hard.
have talked about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
we have to keep saying you're doing a thing. Today might feel hard, but we keep doing the thing.
Just keep getting after it.
Get after
Step at
it.
a time,
Yep.
The sunrises are
with
important.
patience, With patience.
Whew.
And grace.
That
Something I have very, very
that
well.
patience.
That actually serves to your benefit too.
Yeah. We surround ourselves with the people. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for coming
My
out.
pleasure.
We appreciate you.
Thanks for having me.
All right.
Yeah.
Been a blessing.
Ann Conroy Bader from Melbourne Chamber of Commerce.
I think we
All
need to.
right.
He's signaling us to keep going.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
we're gonna keep on talking.
we'll keep talking.
Talk about the beautiful space coast.
Okay.
Because Chris and Fresno is waiting for a shuttle video that I'm about to post to close this.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Are you doing shuttle or are you doing
Yes.
something?
we are ready for the shuttle video.
All right, we'll talk about the space. I can talk about the Space Coast all day long. I know.
Well, here's the interesting thing is we see rocket launches almost every day.
I still
Something's
think
going
about
up.
it. It's still like unicorns to me. I come from the Northeast, so we didn't have rockets.
Brandon, talk about the beautiful Space Coast.
Okay.
You'll let me know soon.
Okay,
when,
we can talk
and then
Space Coast.
You say, now enjoy this shuttle video or something like
Is
that.
it? Which one are you? Which one are you? Is it actually shuttle or is it?
CGI, but it looks so real.
Oh,
Okay. Okay.
that's hilarious. So, I moved here 12 years ago, and
We're ready for it.
oh, great, here we go.
All right, guys, we are going to share for you a shuttle launch live from the Space Coast of Florida. I'm like, yep.
Here it
Here we
comes,
go. Here
the
we go.
rumble.
I'm running outside and
Where do you live?
Southeast Palm Bay.
Okay.
Thanks, Chris.
I live Cocoa Beach. My house shakes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I bet your house shakes.
Mhm. It's awesome.
There was-
They're happy. That was a great transition there.
Okay.
You guys do whatever you want.
Okay.
Need a break?
Yes, please.
Bro,
All right. We'll be right back.
I'm going to go change clothes.
I just brushed my teeth a little bit
My,
ago.
my pants are almost dry, though.
There we go. Oh my
You
God, I
never
cannot
change.
believe.
I remember the fear in Julia's eyes the day I met her in 2006. She was having an asthma attack on the sidewalk in front of my house holding her 15-month-old baby girl. When I took her to her apartment, I found very rough living conditions. Despite her apartment being only 3 blocks away from my home, it felt like a world away. I was shocked to find a hole in the wall where stray cats were freely coming in and out. Black mold was on the ceiling and partially eaten food was out on the counter. I wanted to fix those problems, but I believed God was telling me to just be her friend. I soon learned about all the traumatic events that led her to her circumstances and the cycle of abuse, trauma, and poverty that had trapped her. As I was about to complete seminary in 2008, I heard God say to me, "Now do for others what I taught you to do for Julia." After mentoring and walking with Julia for 2 years, she became self-sufficient. And that is what birthed New Life Mission.
Back in 2007, we were visiting a church for the very first time, and our founder, Stacia Glavis, happened to be speaking that day. And she told about an experience that she had had with a homeless woman, and how she and several other people got together and helped this woman go from being homeless to self-sufficient. During that service, she really felt like God had been calling her to do for others what she had done for this one person.
I looked at Meredith and I saw that smile, and I knew that meant she's in. So I was in also and wanted to be involved. Glenn Outlaw and I got involved because we'd been playing tennis. We met each other and started talking about different things. And I mentioned to Glenn that we were looking for a multifamily building that we could be involved with helping women with children. And Glenn told me, this may be a divine conversation we're having, because my mother-in-law, she'd recently passed, and Glenn's goal was to help find a multifamily building so they could use it for women with children. They wanted to name it Casa Carol after her mother. And so basically we found the location, which is the building we're in now.
I remember Fred coming home one night, and he asked me to get in the car, and we came to this building right here. And when we pulled up to this property, it just felt like home. It felt like a place that women could have a home. And I remember standing out front and calling Stacia and saying, "I'm standing in front of our new building." It was an exciting day.
Joy's Place, named after my daughter, is located within a block of the Casa Carol, second building of many that we have now. As far as the future is concerned, New Life Mission has approximately 20 acres of excess land where the future could be there.
For 15 years, we've had graduates integrating in our community, and they have stable housing and stable jobs, and their children are seeing that. This is the way that you can not only just survive, but thrive in Brevard County.
As a board member, it really has given me the opportunity to have an in-depth, inside look at the organization, how we utilize our resources. And for our family personally, you know, we sow to many different ministries, and we've always wondered, you know, are they doing the best they possibly could? And so I can say without a shadow of a doubt that we have extreme confidence in New Life Mission and how we allocate the resources and the people we serve. And so for us, it has become our #1 ministry where we give, and we're super honored and thankful to be a part of that. I'd say one of the greatest impacts on me personally is just the people that I get to be around, that I get to learn from, that I get to serve with, from the board to the staff to the volunteers, all the way to the moms. You know, it's been amazing for me to be able to reflect on how to be a better person. You know, it makes me want to elevate my game, my level of excellence, and that's a pretty awesome blessing in return. I would say that throughout the last 5 or 6 years, some of the most amazing moments in the mission, obviously the acquisition of the village, right? So this beautiful, massive property where we can keep mothers and children safe and allow them to grow and to thrive has been a huge one. The daycare facility, the opportunity where we can help with childcare while the moms learn skills and work and go to school and get degrees and just become, you know, firefighters and nurses and, you know, you name it. It's so exciting to see so many great milestones, and the beautiful part is we're just getting started, which is so super exciting.
When I see these women, their story is my story. We're just trying to make it. We're trying to make our children happy, give them security. And that's why I like Bible study, because I think that strengthens us. And I know that's what it did for me. I think what has actually drawn me to these women, to these families, is because I too was a single mom, and I know that I could not have made it without God. So I was homeless once with my children, and I moved into a motel room, and the motel room, because that's all I had, the motel room was so filthy. You know, I just didn't want to touch anything, didn't want my kids to touch anything. But that's all we had at the time, so you make do. And so when I think of New Life and what these ladies get, I try to encourage them also to be grateful for what they have. So I compare mine to theirs and let them know it could be worse, could be a lot worse, and how blessed they are. So I encourage them in that way, because that's what I've had to do. I felt like I needed a little bit more of something. I didn't know what it was. Once I went to New Life, and once I went into the nursery there, actually, I saw the babies and I was drawn. I just wanted to hold some babies, and I just wanted to sit in a rocking chair and rock the little infants. That's actually the first draw, was just working with the children, because my children were so far away and I didn't have any family here. It was only my husband and myself. So I had a void that I needed to fill. And New Life did that for me.
Before New Life, I also lived in the woods on Lake Drive in Cocoa. I was pregnant with Ava, 7 months. Deep down, I felt worthless. Not a good parent. I didn't feel like I was responsible enough for anything, and I didn't want to continue going forward in that path. So I tried to find help. Eventually, I felt confident enough in myself to come here to get a grasp on my reality and my life and bettering the future for me and my children. I was awarded the Habitat home by putting in effort, going to an information center and doing the meeting with them. I applied for it, volunteered hours with New Life, and showed that I needed stable housing, someplace for me and my children to actually build a family and grow old and have a stable home, our forever home as we called it. I still go there every week, and I show them that I'm not who I used to be, but rather a better form of what I was in the beginning before it all started. Now I go to school at EFSC. I'm almost done with my AA degree. I still work full-time, go to school full-time. Once I finish AA, I'm gonna go to the paralegal program and kind of help others who can't help themselves rather than just sit on the sidelines. I wanna be in the action, doing something for others that I wish was done for me, and how I'm being treated in New Life kind of made me wanna pursue that even more. I got more confidence in myself, and I don't see myself as someone who's worthless, but someone who can use their past experience to better themselves and better other people's lives by showing them there is a way out of it.
Time on the Space Coast. Amy Lyon here from New Life Mission, and I've got John Rivera here from Regions Bank. He's been a supporter of our missions. And tell us a little bit about you, your background. Are you from this area? And I'm going to eat.
Yeah,
Do you mind if I eat?
Well, I'll drink coffee.
Well,
and
drink
you
coffee and
eat.
we'll eat.
Yeah, I grew up in Orlando.
Okay.
And went to high school at Evans High School in Orlando. And then after that, I went down to Miami and went to the college down there in Miami and got my AA. And then I went back to Orlando, went to UCF, and got my bachelor degree at UCF in finance. And then right after that, I went to work for Charles Schwab. I'm now with Regions Bank in Titusville, and I've been a financial advisor for 30 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Financial coaching is a huge piece of what we do with families when they come to New Life Mission. So tell us about what are you seeing related to homelessness, or what?
Yeah.
Why don't you share some of your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's a serious problem everywhere in the country, especially in Florida. We have so many homeless people that come down from up north to not be up there during the winters. And so it's a huge issue for the entire country. And, we see the homeless people at the traffic lights, on the street corners, and you think about, what can I do? Right. What can I do? I can give them money, but, we shouldn't. The temptation is to give them money, but we shouldn't, because obviously that's not going to solve the problem of homelessness. So, through places like New Life Mission, when I came across an ad in the Brevard Business News about New Life Mission for the CARES event last, was it April?
Community
CARES, was that last April?
Fundraiser,
Yeah, and I decided to reserve a table, and I invited about 9 of my peers.
Oh, wonderful.
And we showed up, and it was one of the most inspirational events I've ever been to.
Yeah.
Yeah, listening to the testimony of the people who have gone through the program and came out on the other side of independence and financial freedom, and getting jobs, and being able to get off alcohol, get off drugs, and turn their lives around for Christ. It's an amazing story that inspired me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. What do you think the business community's role is in helping homelessness. There are people who say this is up to the nonprofits. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, the business leaders definitely can make a huge impact. As a business, we don't just want to make money. We want to give back to those who help us make money, give back to the communities, but also give back to those who can't do business with us, because that helps everyone. When we help people get off the streets, we help people become independent, we help people get jobs. Well, guess what? They can now open bank accounts with Regions. So it's a win-win.
Pay taxes.
They can pay taxes. Right. They can become volunteers.
Right.
And that's something that happens a lot to the folks that come out the other side and become independent. Is they have a passion for becoming volunteers because of the help and recovery that they received.
Yeah,
they want to give back. Yeah.
We have many graduates of our program who come back and they kind of mentor new moms coming into the program. They'll share their story to give inspiration because someone may not have hope. And so we call ourselves hope dealers. I love that term. And I think it's about educating. So if you've got business people watching right now, what would you say to them? What is a small step that they can take?
Yeah, I mean, a very small step is, I'm a normal, common person. There's nothing fancy or special about me. And
well, we think there's a lot of special things about you.
Anybody can make a positive difference. And for business people, Regions believes in volunteering. They give us time off to volunteer. So
I think that's great.
I would encourage everyone at Regions and other companies to take advantage of those volunteer days that we have. And volunteer any way you can, whatever your passion is. If it's homeless people, great. If it's children aging out of foster care, that's great. If it's the homeless that just need food, that's great. But if we all make a little difference, it will become a huge difference based on the multitudes.
Yeah.
Just making a small difference equals huge differences for the better.
Yeah, I think what you're saying about businesses, I think this is such a great idea, and I've seen it with some other organizations like Christian Care Ministry. They're big supporters of us, and they'll have a group of people come because they have those hours. So this is something that a business could do and make it a team building activity. We've had Above Group has come out and as a team, we're going to go, we're going to do this together. So it's a win-win. You're helping nonprofits. You're helping your staff see something maybe they haven't seen or an opportunity. And then it often sparks something in them. And they find their area of interest. And some people might say, well, I just took 15 staff away from my business for 8 hours and that bottom line. But I'm telling you, if people have, you're gonna see it in your retention. You're gonna see it in team building. I love it. I would challenge all businesses. Even start with a half day once a year.
I totally agree. The camaraderie, the morale, the sense of being on a team that does good things. They did a study on what makes people the happiest, and at the top of the list was being a volunteer. That was on the top of the list. I just heard that last week.
Wow.
So being a volunteer, the teaching from Christ about it's better to give than to receive is so true. It's so true. And it doesn't cost anything to give. And you get back so much when you give. And Christ gives you that desire to give more than anything else in the world. People may have peace for a temporary amount of time, but if you want permanent peace, You have to accept Christ into your heart for permanent peace, and that will change your heart for the better to want to give back and expect nothing in return. But you will get tenfold back when you give, just on how it makes you feel better as a human being.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It's in us. We don't always know how to access that or feel that calling. I think what we see a lot with volunteers is they come thinking that, well, I'm going and I'm going to help this mission.
Yeah.
And some will leave in tears because they've been behind the scenes now.
Right.
And they feel maybe there's something a mom shared with them, or they spent time with the kids, and their cup got filled.
Oh, absolutely.
By being
cup overfloweth.
Yeah.
When you give.
Yep. And if you love animals, I mean, there's countless places you can volunteer, and I think just trying it out, you know.
Yeah. Give it a shot.
Yeah.
And see what happens. It's a life changer.
Yeah.
For the better. And you know, and plus you want to be a role model for your children as well. You want to be a role model for your peers at work. When they see you doing volunteer type stuff, they also are affected in a positive way. Yeah. And Regions does a good job, and I'm not trying to do a pitch for Regions, but Regions does a great job of promoting volunteerism. That's one of the core values of our company and our culture, is to give back as much as we can, and we will help out with Habitat for Humanity a lot. And if you can't during the week, we'll do it on a Saturday.
Right.
And so there's always time to do it.
And do you feel like people are willing to come out on a weekend?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They're willing to come out on a Saturday, but it takes the top person to promote it. Because the top person is going to get traction.
Yep. Well, and they're setting the culture.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like a parent, what you're modeling for your children.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's great. I think one of the main takeaways that I got from you is how can we encourage businesses to give their staff, 4 hours, 8 hours, team building activities. I love that. Thank you so much for sharing.
You're very welcome, Amy.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, off we go. We're going to do big things, John, and thank you for what you do with our mission.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just on the outside looking in. You guys are the foot soldiers doing the real work. Any way I can help is just a blessing to me.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
All right. Are we on commercial?
For a long time, they saw me not happy, and I refused for them to see that anymore. Hi, my name is Serena, and I've been in the program for about 4 months now. So a lot of chaos, a lot of, abuse, that type of thing. I have 4 kids. Time goes on, you get tired. So one day I finally packed up and left. Originally went to Serene Harbor, and then they have a time frame on the time that you can stay there. So I started looking for other options. And so I found New Life. When I finally got the call, it was just a state of relief. I didn't have to worry about that time frame for Serene Harbor, and I didn't have to scramble about where I was going to go lay my head. There's a huge difference in my kids' behavior being here just because there's no chaos. There's none of that. And then since being here, I got the new car. I was selling insurance before, but yeah, I've been wanting to get back into insurance, and New Life helped me with that as well. As I got older, especially probably within the last 2 years or so, I've really been wanting to seek out my relationship with God. I battled religion a long time, and just my faith. And so New Life brought that back to life. It's been a lot of changes, and they're all for the good. It's been great. Just to live comfortably, I don't have to worry about things all the time like I was before. But I just want to be able to just kind of get on my own, whether it's an apartment just to start off at, but ultimately I want to buy a house. I also, at some given moment, I'm thinking open my own agency for my kids. Well, I want them to behave. My goal for them right now, it's more of a selfish goal, I guess, but I just want them to see me happy. them seeing me happy plays a big part on them as a whole. And my kids love me more than anybody's ever loved me. I just don't want to let them down. And yeah, I want to see my kids be just the best version of them. And I want to see them grow, and just, I want to be able to support them. Everything you guys are all doing, I mean, we wouldn't be where we're at. I hope that, everybody can continue to believe in us, believe in the program, to, continue to support us. And I think it's safe to speak on everybody, but we're all really grateful for everybody that's helped this program.
I couldn't really think about the future at all, like further than what we're gonna eat for dinner.
I didn't really see a future before I got here.
Join us on October 23rd at the American Muscle Car Museum for Opening Doors for Women, a red carpet fundraiser dedicated to helping homeless women with children find stability and hope. Hosted by New Life Mission, this event raises critical funds to help families move from dependency to self-sufficiency, all in a Christ-centered environment. It's a night of inspiring stories and meaningful connections. As an attendee, you'll be part of a caring community committed to making a difference. Together, we can open the doors that transform homeless families for generations.
If I tell you the many doors that it has opened, we'll be here all day. It's the village that we need. If you're facing homelessness, if you're facing abusiveness, whatever you're facing, it's hope. And you're going to find it here at New Life Mission.
At Retreat Restrooms, we believe everyone deserves a clean and healthy environment, no matter where they are. As a Marine veteran, I built this company on the values of excellence, reliability, and care, bringing high standards and comfortable restrooms to every mission, event, and emergency.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful girl who lived in a castle.
I was a heroin addict and was living on the couches of people that I would do drugs with.
The little girl lived with her mom and dad, who loved her very much.
So I was 7 when my parents had divorced. The cops came and arrested my dad, and my mom went to a women's shelter, and she sent me to live with my grandfather, who wasn't physically able to care for me. So I pretty much raised myself.
The little girl loved to spend time with her family and friends. She also likes coloring and chasing butterflies.
When I was 11, my uncle molested my best friend, and then he tried to come for me. I basically fought for my life.
One day, the little girl packed a picnic lunch for 2 and went on her way to grandmother's house.
As a young girl, I battled eating disorders, and I was very unhealthy. I just didn't know how to make good choices for myself.
As the little girl made her way to grandmother's house, she came across a lonely giant. He looked sad, so she stopped to see if he needed help.
So I met my husband when I was 19 at a party. He sold drugs as a side job, and that's how my addiction started. By the age of, I'd say about 23, I was pregnant with my daughter. I stayed clean during that time, started to live a normal life. The first time I used with my father, I was 22.
The little girl noticed that the giant was injured and hungry, so she shared her lunch with him and helped him find his way home.
My husband basically was ready to get sober, and I was not. So he left me at that time, and I was left homeless. I was in and out of jail.
After the little girl said goodbye to the giant, she continued to grandmother's house, but soon realized she'd strayed off the path along the way.
Eventually, I met someone that was a nurse, and he wanted to take care of me and help me with my daughter, and we got married shortly after. He never wanted me to work or leave the house. I noticed as time went on. He seemed very helpful, but I was pretty confused. I knew he loved me, but I knew something wasn't right about it. He sabotaged friendships, and he tried to get in the way of some of my family relationships.
Looking around the woods, she tried to find something that looked familiar to help her remember her way back. Every which way she turned, she felt more lost than before.
I was pregnant with my son and gave birth. At that time, my daughter was still living with her dad, part-time, and my ex-husband relapsed. So this was a turning point for me. I saw myself in my daughter, and I remembered my childhood when I was her age. That's when I knew something had to change, and I needed to get her out of that situation.
When the little girl realized she was lost, she felt scared and alone.
So I was able to get full custody of my daughter, but things got worse from there. He was mentally abusive to my daughter. I think he was jealous of my children spending time with me and wanted me all to himself. So after being married for him for 10 plus years, I finally decided to leave. He died suddenly of a heart attack. So, even though our life together was very unhealthy, I was somewhat stable and clean with him. I was clean and stable. And so he helped me do all that. And then he was gone.
The lost girl heard her grandmother's voice in her head, saying, "Courage isn't the absence of fear, but the action you take despite feeling afraid." So the little girl chose courage.
After my husband passed, we had nowhere to go. It was a very scary time for me, and I was a widow, and I was basically going into homelessness, and that's when I called New Life Mission.
The little girl picked up a long, sturdy stick she found on the ground and suddenly remembered a friend of her grandmother's who lived nearby. He was a carpenter, and she knew he would be able to show her the way home.
For the first time in that time frame, I just knew I wasn't alone. I had someone to walk with me and help me figure this out.
The little girl was able to find the carpenter, and he was able to put her back on the right path.
I knew that I couldn't fix me. I knew that people couldn't fix me. I had to give it all to God and let Him fix this situation and walk with me through this journey. He is the only one that could have walked beside me. In some turmoil, we had just lost my husband, and my kids weren't doing well when I had first come to New Life. They were broken. We were all broken. And God just walked alongside me and healed me through that journey. My daughter was, going through some mental health crisis of her own at that time, and I was given advice and resources in the community that helped me so much, and I just had support. I really just needed someone to walk with me alongside. God, they helped me so much, so much. And she lived
happily ever after.
Unfortunately, due to some financial challenges, we're going to have to lay you off.
Your application's been rejected. You're going to have to raise your rent.
We're going to have to evict you.
I want you out of here in 10 days.
Can't bring your son here tomorrow unless your card is on the card. I'm so
I want
sorry.
you out of here. You can't park here in 10 days.
Hey, this is New Life Mission. I have good news. I'm calling to let you know we have a place for you.
For 15 years, New Life Mission has been opening its doors to homeless single mothers and their children. We equip homeless mothers to transform their families for generations. Through education, accountability, and goal advancement, our program equips and empowers them to self-sufficiency. We believe accountability is the key to achieving long-term success. We walk alongside our families and are committed to compassionately providing educational opportunities, job training, and life skills necessary for success. Above all, we believe in the transformative power of a relationship with Jesus Christ and are committed to sharing this message of hope to all of the people we serve. We know the program works, but we need your help. We're asking our community to help us open doors for more families. You're invited to join us for a fundraiser hosted by the American Muscle Car Museum. Learn more about New Life Mission and how you can help us open doors for homeless mothers and their.
I remember the fear in Julia's eyes the day I met her in 2006. She was having an asthma attack on the sidewalk in front of my house holding her 15-month-old baby girl. When I took her to her apartment, I found very rough living conditions. Despite her apartment being only 3 blocks away from my home, it felt like a world away. I was shocked to find a hole in the wall where stray cats were freely coming in and out. Black mold was on the ceiling, and partially eaten food was out on the counter. I wanted to fix those problems, but I believed God was telling me to just be her friend. I soon learned about all the traumatic events that led her to her circumstances and the cycle of abuse, trauma, and poverty that had trapped her. As I was about to complete seminary in 2008, I heard God say to me, "Now do for others what I taught you to do for Julia." After mentoring and walking with Julia for 2 years, she became self-sufficient. And that is what birthed New Life Mission.
Back in 2007, we were visiting a church for the very first time, and our founder, Stacia Glavis, happened to be speaking that day. And she told about an experience that she had had with a homeless woman, and how she and several other people got together and helped this woman go from being homeless to self-sufficient. During that service, she really felt like God had been calling her to do for others what she had done for this one person.
I looked at Meredith and I saw that smile, and I knew that meant she's in. So I was in also and wanted to be involved. Glenn Outlaw and I got involved because we'd been playing tennis. We met each other and started talking about different things. And I mentioned to Glenn that we were looking for a multifamily building that we could be involved with helping women with children. And Glenn told me, this may be a divine conversation we're having because my mother-in-law, she'd recently passed, and Glenn's goal was to help find a multifamily building so they could use it for women with children. They wanted to name it Casa Carol after her mother. And so basically we found the location, which is the building we're in now.
I remember Fred coming home one night and he asked me to get in the car, and we came to this building right here. And when we pulled up to this property, it just felt like home. It felt like a place that women could have a home. And I remember standing out front and calling Stacia and saying, I'm standing in front of our new building. It was an exciting day.
Joy's Place, named after my daughter, is located within a block of the Casa Carol second building of many that we have now. As far as the future is concerned, New Life Mission has approximately 20 acres of excess land where the future could be there.
For 15 years, we've had graduates integrating in our community, and they have stable housing and stable jobs, and their children are seeing that. This is the way that you can not only just survive, but thrive in Brevard County.
As a board member, it really has given me the opportunity to have an in-depth, inside look at the organization, how we utilize our resources. And for our family personally, you know, we sow to many different ministries, and we've always wondered, you know, are they doing the best they possibly could? And so I can say without a shadow of a doubt that we have extreme confidence in New Life Mission and how we allocate the resources and the people we serve. And so for us, it has become our #1 ministry where we give, and we're super honored and thankful to be a part of that. I'd say one of the greatest impacts on me personally is just the people that I get to be around, that I get to learn from, that I get to serve with, from the board to the staff to the volunteers, all the way to the moms. You know, it's been amazing for me to be able to reflect on how to be a better person. You know, it makes me want to elevate my game, my level of excellence, and that's a pretty awesome blessing in return. I would say that throughout the last 5 or 6 years, some of the most amazing moments in the mission, obviously the acquisition of the village, right? So this beautiful, massive property where we can keep mothers and children safe and allow them to grow and to thrive has been a huge one. The daycare facility, the opportunity where we can help with childcare while the moms learn skills and work and go to school and get degrees and just become, you know, firefighters and nurses and, you know, you name it. It's so exciting to see so many great milestones, and the beautiful part is we're just getting started, which is so super exciting.
When I see these women, their story is my story. We're just trying to make it. We're trying to make our children happy, give them security. And that's why I like Bible study, because I think that strengthens us. And I know that's what it did for me. I think what has actually drawn me to these women, to these families, is because I too was a single mom, and I know that I could not have made it without God. So I was homeless once with my children, and I moved into a motel room. In the motel room, because that's all I had, the motel room was so filthy. You know, I just didn't want to touch anything, didn't want my kids to touch anything. But that's all we had at the time, so you make do. And so when I think of New Life and what these ladies get, I try to encourage them also to be grateful for what they have, So I compare mine to theirs and let them know it could be worse, could be a lot worse, and how blessed they are. So I encourage them in that way because that's what I've had to do. I felt like I needed a little bit more of something. I didn't know what it was. Once I went to New Life, and once I went into the nursery there, actually, I saw the babies and I was drawn. I just wanted to hold some babies and I just wanted to sit in a rocking chair and rock the little infants. That's actually the first draw was just working with the children because my children were so far away and I didn't have any family here. It was only my husband and myself. So I had a void that I needed to fill. And New Life did that for me.
Before New Life, I also lived in the woods on Lake Drive in Cocoa. I was pregnant with Ava, 7 months. Deep down, I felt worthless. Not a good parent. I didn't feel like I was responsible enough for anything, and I didn't want to continue going forward in that path. So I tried to find help. Eventually, I felt confident enough in myself to come here to get a grasp on my reality and my life and bettering the future for me and my children. I was awarded the Habitat Home by putting in effort, going to an information center and doing the meeting with them. I applied for it, volunteered hours with New Life, and showed that I needed stable housing, someplace for me and my children to actually build a family and grow old and have a stable home, our forever home as we called it. I still go there every week, and I show them that I'm not who I used to be, but rather a better form of what I was in the beginning before it all started. Now I go to school at EFSC. I'm almost done with my AA degree. I still work full-time, go to school full-time. Once I finish AA, I'm gonna go to the paralegal program and kind of help others who can't help themselves rather than just sit on the sidelines. I wanna be in the action, doing something for others that I wish was done for me, and how I'm being treated in New Life kind of made me wanna pursue that even more. I got more confidence in myself, and I don't see myself as someone who's worthless, but someone who can use their past experience to better themselves and better other people's lives by showing them there is a way out of it.
Good morning, everyone. Amy Lyon from New Life Mission, and we are out on the bench. We've been out here maybe 17 hours now, having great conversations in our community. And right now we have Roseanne Cryer with us, and she's going to share a little bit. She's a volunteer for New Life Mission and also has a pretty incredible story of foster care, foster parenting.
Yeah.
I'm not going to give it all away. So, Roseanne, why don't you take it away and tell us a little bit about who you are?
Well, I'm a mom of 4. I've been married to my husband for 20 years now. And I was born and raised on Guam. And my birth mom, she passed when I was younger. And that is why I was in the foster care system. So I had multiple foster parents. I have foster parents that, as an adult, they adopted me. But I did age out of the foster care system in North Carolina.
Okay.
And
how was that for you?
I would say it made me grow up very fast.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, it made me grow up really fast and be responsible and take control of my life. Now, you know, people, I don't know. It was, I don't know. Nobody's ever asked me that.
Well, leave it to me to ask the question. So,
I mean, it was hard.
yeah, the reason I ask is many women who've come to our program, where we are now used to be Hacienda Girls Ranch, and that was for girls in foster care. So we've actually had some moms come to our program now many years later with children who were in that program. And, you know, there's some beautiful stories of adoption and, you know, foster families stepping in. And then there's the hard stories of, you know, not great care or bouncing from foster family to foster family.
For sure.
So, do you have siblings?
Yes, I do. There was 8 of us. I do have a brother who had a very similar situation where he went from home to home. He was in a home where he wasn't cared for. There wasn't food. The woman was just doing it for the money.
Right.
And this was in Oklahoma, but he had mentor parents. And those mentor parents essentially adopted him. Like I still know them. You know, his kids call them, you know, grandma and papa or whatever.
That's
so
wonderful.
You know, there's those other people sometimes, you know, don't want to give foster parents a bad rap, right? A lot of them do great things.
Absolutely.
And like you said, there's some amazing stories and there's some really sad ones. But you just never know. But the community and the people you surround yourself with are huge.
Yeah. Were your siblings able to stay together?
Not really.
Okay.
We were kind of split up. Some of us were together for a short period of time.
Okay.
But on Guam, there's not really foster parents because it's so small, and you just ended up with people that you know. So my parents, when I say my parents, they adopted me in my 30s. They were my foster parents for not even a year. But they were friends of our family. My mom was actually there when I was born. She was my birth mom's friend.
Wow.
So, you know.
Yeah.
You just never know. So there's not really official foster families because it's just so small. And a lot of time the community cares for the children that need it.
Come together, right?
Yeah.
It takes a village.
It takes a village.
Takes a
For sure.
village. So do you do foster parenting now?
No, me and my husband did become certified when we lived in Virginia, and then when we moved here to Florida, we decided to adopt. So we have 2 that we adopt and 2 that are biological.
Wonderful.
And the 2 we adopted were biological siblings. That was kind of a rule. When we adopted, we wanted a sibling, biological siblings.
Okay. I love that.
Yeah.
So the importance of foster care too, and I don't know if you know statistics in Florida, but there aren't enough
No, there's not.
foster. So from your knowledge, and then I would like to go into volunteering and all the wonderful things you've done, but if somebody's thinking that they might like to get into foster care and they're nervous, what is the first step for them?
Well, for them here in Florida, it's contacting your local office. So for us, we contacted the Brevard office. It's in Florida, not all states are like this, but it's privately run by different organizations. So when we did it, it was called Empower, but it's different. And so we went through our local, we got our home study and all those things done. They have tons of training. You have to go, before you even get your home study, you have to do a federal training that is required, that no matter what state you live in, it's the same training. So we did that training in Virginia, but when we moved here, we did it again because it had been so long.
Okay.
So they definitely give you a lot of resources, and they really do. I felt very supported in that process of adopting.
Yeah. And I think foster parents have a network
For
too,
sure.
helping each other going through difficult times. I mean, that's what we really need, right? In anything is a network.
Yes.
And for us, volunteers are a great network at New Life Mission. How did you learn about us?
Actually, I met Stacy.
Okay.
She goes to the church we attend, And I met her because I have teenagers, and there's not a lot of people at church that have teenagers.
Yeah.
So, you know, we were in a similar life stage, and we became friends, and I found out what she was doing, and I was like, I want to do this too.
Yeah.
Like, I want to serve in this way. In our community, I definitely feel like we need to serve in our community, not just in those things that we like.
Right. Right. So what roles have you served in at New Life Mission?
I provided meals twice. I'm new at the volunteer, so I haven't done much, but I have brought meals 2 times with a friend. She helped me cook them, and then last week I taught a cooking class to the ladies, and that was super fun.
So the meals, on Tuesday nights, we have Bible study for the moms, and the children are in our Kids Academy. And then Thursday nights, we're now doing parenting classes for our moms. And the great thing that we love to do for the moms is that when they're coming to these life skills classes, they don't have to make dinner because we have someone from the community. So it's one night that they're not cooking or thinking about what they're gonna, you know, if they're working, rushing home and getting dinner ready for their kids. So that is a really cool opportunity to be able. So normally on a day-to-day basis, they're learning the life skill of making their own meals.
Yeah.
So you came and you taught cooking. What did you guys make? And we're in the splash zone.
They wanted a baking class.
Okay.
So I brought cupcakes and we decorated them together. But I did very detailed on how to measure things, because a lot of people mess up baking because they don't know how to measure.
Okay.
Like flour is measured different than oil, in a different kind of cup and in a different way. And then brown sugar is packed and not fluffed like flour, those kinds of things. And they were blown away. They're like, why did nobody teach us this?
Right.
So they were very excited to go home and try them. I brought some recipes, and then we just chatted and we asked questions. What do you like to make? What do you want to make? What are your questions? And it was so fun.
Yeah.
It was really fun.
So spending time with them, did any of them share their stories? Any of them share?
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, a few of them. I mean, I had been there before, and we had dinner with them one of the nights, and that was, you know, a little harder. They weren't as open, right? Felt like I was interviewing them, like, how many kids do you have? What do you do? Do you have siblings? You know, all these things.
Yeah.
But this time it was a lot more natural.
I think there's a trust factor.
For sure.
So they know you, you're now safe.
I've been there 3 times. They've seen my face. Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
So it was really cool to see them talk about their jobs or their struggles with their kids or those different things that you would tell a friend but not a stranger.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. So people who are interested in volunteering anywhere, not just New Life Mission or Cedar Rescue Mission, what do you recommend? How do they get out there and find something?
I felt like New Life Missions, it was just like I went online.
Yeah.
I mean, the websites, a lot of places have the website, or reach out, call them and just say, hey, what can you do? I feel like there's so many opportunities to serve in the community, and you think, oh, I just have an hour or 2 a month. You know what? You can make a meal an hour or 2 a month.
Right.
Like, you don't have to volunteer for 5 hours a week or something crazy.
Exactly.
You can do what you can do. And maybe some places they do have a requirement, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
But even like, you know, animal shelters, I've seen, you know, a lot of them, we rescued our dog from an animal shelter, but they say, oh, we need, you know, volunteers, but you have to work a minimum of so many hours a week.
Right.
New Life Mission doesn't have that.
No. And Cedar Rescue Mission too, we're like, come on, come all.
Yeah.
And there's so many different areas.
Yeah.
So I really recommend that people, you know, if they have a specific area, otherwise our volunteer coordinator, Jessica, she takes people on a tour. You probably had a tour.
I did.
There's opportunities in facilities, Kids Academy, working one-on-one with the moms. We have a Transform Shop Sewing Center. Did you get to
Yes.
go in there?
It was closed the day I came. but
Okay. So
I'm
we're
very excited to see that.
yeah, where our moms repurpose denim, and they're getting crafty, and there's a therapy in that.
For sure. Oh, for sure.
So, yeah. Anything else you want to share for the people watching? We're so grateful
Yeah.
for you volunteering. Sometimes we think when we volunteer that we are going to the place and we're helping them.
Yeah.
But what we get in return, what
It's
do you
huge.
get in return from
It's huge.
volunteering?
The joy and just the connection I feel that I've gotten, because they're real people too.
Absolutely.
You know? And they're in the community. They're becoming nurses and they're becoming social workers. Like the one lady told me, "Oh, I'm going to be a social worker." She's so excited. And it's like, she could have been my social worker for my kids,
Yeah.
right? You don't know. And they're part of our community as well. And so it's just integrating in that is huge.
We have, nursing is very much needed in
Yes.
this community. So we have many people going to nursing school. We actually have someone who graduated our program that's an EMT.
Oh, that's awesome.
So tough little lady. And, legal, paralegal, insurance. These
They're in the
people are
community.
scattered throughout our community.
Yeah.
And the difference between you and me and them may be that they have a support system that could catch them when they fall.
Yeah.
Or, how many of us haven't been one paycheck away
Yeah.
from losing everything?
All of us.
All
you
of
know?
us. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's the thing. I think we all need that support. We all need that community. And for me, when I was aging out of the foster care system, I was losing my living situation. I was living with one of my older sisters at the time, and they were moving. Her and her husband were moving away. He was in the military. And if I didn't have that community support, I would have been homeless.
Yeah.
I was trying to go to college. I was trying to work a job, and I had nowhere.
Right.
And I had a roommate set up, and she didn't show up
Yeah.
and said, "I'm not going to do it now."
So life happened.
Yeah, life happened, and you just don't know. So having those friends, I moved in with some friends, and it was huge. And it was only for a short time, but that got me back on my feet.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, that support system is huge, because them being nurses, whatever they are in the community, they can also become my support system.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for coming out and everything you do for the mission and for the community.
Thank you. It was nice
All right.
meeting you.
Nice to meet you too. So, John, I'm going to sing to you. All right, let's just, you know what? I'm going to share for people a little bit about New Life Mission. We serve homeless women with children, residential setting for up to 2 years. And while they're with us, they're learning life skills like cooking, and they are learning financial coaching. I think most of the world could use a little financial coaching, how to budget. Our moms are budgeting, they're saving the amount of money our moms are able to save once they realize that how much Starbucks costs and how much all those things cost. That's really a focus of our program. So
For sure, because that's their safety net.
Yeah.
It's the community and what they have in the bank.
Yep. So parenting life skills, they tell us a lot of times too what they need. And we have one-on-one case management. Mental health is huge.
For sure.
Yeah, mental health counseling and And then we have Cedar Rescue Mission out here with us today, serving the men in the community. They also serve women with children, and they focus on addiction, where our program doesn't take anyone in active domestic violence or active addiction. So we're partnering with all of the agencies in the area. What you were saying, community, connection.
Yes.
We're better together. We're not meant to do this alone.
Yeah. And if you can't serve them, somebody else can. And because you have that resource to point them in those directions, those connections. This is the person you need to talk to.
Yeah.
That's huge. It gives them that hope.
Yeah, exactly. And if someone can't donate their time, if they can't volunteer, there's always ways to donate financially.
Yeah.
Yep. So, all right. Well, we're going to take a short break and we'll be back with you.
I remember the fear in Julia's eyes the day I met her in 2006. She was having an asthma attack on the sidewalk in front of my house holding her 15-month-old baby girl. When I took her to her apartment, I found very rough living conditions. Despite her apartment being only 3 blocks away from my home, it felt like a world away. I was shocked to find a hole in the wall where stray cats were freely coming in and out. Black mold was on the ceiling and partially eaten food was out on the counter. I wanted to fix those problems, but I believed God was telling me to just be her friend. I soon learned about all the traumatic events that led her to her circumstances and the cycle of abuse, trauma, and poverty that had trapped her. As I was about to complete seminary in 2008, I heard God say to me, "Now do for others what I taught you to do for Julia." After mentoring and walking with Julia for 2 years, she became self-sufficient. And that is what birthed New Life Mission.
Back in 2007, we were visiting a church for the very first time, and our founder, Stacia Glavis, happened to be speaking that day. And she told about an experience that she had had with a homeless woman, and how she and several other people got together and helped this woman go from being homeless to self-sufficient. During that service, she really felt like God had been calling her to do for others what she had done for this one person.
I looked at Meredith and I saw that smile, and I knew that meant she's in. So I was in also and wanted to be involved. Glenn Outlaw and I got involved because we'd been playing tennis. We met each other and started talking about different things. And I mentioned to Glenn that we were looking for a multifamily building that we could be involved with helping women with children. And Glenn told me, this may be a divine conversation we're having, because my mother-in-law, she'd recently passed, and Glenn's goal was to help find a multifamily building so they could use it for women with children. They wanted to name it Casa Carol after her mother. And so basically we found the location, which is the building we're in now.
I remember Fred coming home one night, and he asked me to get in the car, and we came to this building right here. And when we pulled up to this property, it just felt like home. It felt like a place that women could have a home. And I remember standing out front and calling Stacia and saying, "I'm standing in front of our new building." It was an exciting day.
Joy's Place, named after my daughter, is located within a block of the Casa Carol second building of many that we have now. As far as the future is concerned, New Life Mission has approximately 20 acres of excess land where the future could be there.
For 15 years, we've had graduates integrating in our community, and they have stable housing and stable jobs, and their children are seeing that. This is the way that you can not only just survive, but thrive in Brevard County.
As a board member, it really has given me the opportunity to have an in-depth, inside look at the organization, how we utilize our resources. And for our family personally, we sow to many different ministries, and we've always wondered, are they doing the best they possibly could? And so I can say without a shadow of a doubt that we have extreme confidence in New Life Mission and how we allocate the resources and the people we serve. And so for us, it has become our #1 ministry where we give, and we're super honored and thankful to be a part of that. I'd say one of the greatest impacts on me personally It's just the people that I get to be around, that I get to learn from, that I get to serve with, from the board to the staff to the volunteers, all the way to the moms. You know, it's been amazing for me to be able to reflect on how to be a better person. You know, it makes me want to elevate my game, my level of excellence, and that's a pretty awesome blessing in return. I would say that throughout the last 5 or 6 years, some of the most amazing moments in the mission, obviously the acquisition of the village, right? So this beautiful, massive property where we can keep mothers and children safe and allow them to grow and to thrive has been a huge one. The daycare facility, the opportunity where we can help with childcare while the moms learn skills and work and go to school and get degrees and just become, you know, firefighters and nurses and, you know, you name it. It's so exciting to see so many great milestones, and the beautiful part is we're just getting started, which is so super exciting.
When I see these women, their story is my story. We're just trying to make it. We're trying to make our children happy, give them security. And that's why I like Bible study, because I think that strengthens us. And I know that's what it did for me. I think what has actually drawn me to these women, to these families, is because I too was a single mom, and I know that I could not have made it without God. So I was homeless once with my children, and I moved into a motel room, in the motel room because that's all I had. The motel room was so filthy. You know, I just didn't want to touch anything, didn't want my kids to touch anything. But that's all we had at the time, so you make do. And so when I think of New Life and what these ladies get, I try to encourage them also to be grateful for what they have. So I compare mine to theirs and let them know it could be worse, could be a lot worse, and how blessed they are. So I encourage them in that way because that's what I've had to do. I felt like I needed a little bit more of something. I didn't know what it was. Once I went to New Life, and once I went into the nursery there, actually, I saw the babies and I was drawn. I just wanted to hold some babies, and I just wanted to sit in a rocking chair and rock the little infants. That's actually the first draw, was just working with the children, because my children were so far away and I didn't have any family here. It was only my husband and myself. So I had a void that I needed to fill. And New Life did that for me.
Before New Life, I also lived in the woods on Lake Drive in Cocoa. I was pregnant with Ava, 7 months. Deep down, I felt worthless. Not a good parent. I didn't feel like I was responsible enough for anything, and I didn't want to continue going forward in that path. So I tried to find help. Eventually, I felt confident enough in myself to come here to get a grasp on my reality and my life and bettering the future for me and my children. I was awarded the Habitat home by putting in effort, going to an information center, and doing the meeting with them. I applied for it, volunteered hours with New Life, and showed that I needed stable housing, someplace for me and my children to actually build a family and grow old and have a stable home, our forever home as we called it. I still go there every week, and I show them that I'm not who I used to be, but rather a better form of what I was in the beginning before it all started. Now I go to school at EFSC. I'm almost done with my AA degree. I still work full-time, go to school full-time. Once I finish AA, I'm gonna go to the paralegal program and kind of help others who can't help themselves rather than just sit on the sidelines. I wanna be in the action, doing something for others that I wish was done for me, and how I'm being treated in New Life kind of made me wanna pursue that even more. I got more confidence in myself, and I don't see myself as someone who's worthless, but someone who can use their past experience to better themselves and better other people's lives by showing them there is a way out of it.
I'm going to give you a microphone.
Thank you.
Amy Lyon, clearing off the bench because we have had a lot of rain here in Melbourne, but that's okay. We can handle things.
That's right.
It's going to be a little bit wet.
That's right.
So we are out here on the bench, downtown Melbourne, talking about homelessness, having the hard conversations, and looking for solutions. So we've got the Space Coast Health Foundation. Lisa has joined us, and we're going to talk about all the things. We're going to talk about whatever comes up. First, can you tell us a little bit about you and Space Coast Health Foundation?
Of course. So, firstly, I'd like to say I'm a night owl, so I've been watching you all night.
Aw, that's wonderful.
And so I brought you some sunshine because I know it's been raining, cats
you.
and dogs. You're very welcome.
Nobody else brought me flowers. No, this is fantastic. I'm going to put them right here.
You're welcome. Yes, because
thank you.
Thank you to everyone that's been out here in the rain, putting up the tents in the soaking rain, and bringing awareness to this. So thank you. So I am Lisa Hickman. I am the executive assistant to Janet Gindling, who is the president, CEO of the Space Coast Health Foundation.
Yeah.
So the Space Coast Health Foundation is located in Rockledge. We operate 3 programs. Probably the one that you're most familiar with is the Center for Collaboration, which is there on US 1 by Space Coast Credit Union and Arby's there. A lot of people know it because they've been there for meetings. We also operate the Children's Advocacy Center of Brevard and Lifetime Counseling Center.
Okay.
So those are our big programs.
Okay. And how long has the Space Coast Health Foundation been around?
I'm so glad you asked that.
Yes.
October 1st was our 15th year anniversary.
Okay. So you're about the same age as us. We're teenagers. In the community.
Yes.
We've been around 16 years.
Wonderful.
So, oh my gosh, so many
So we're just getting
questions.
beginning, right? We're just
getting started. And you're well known in the community. So how do you feel like the Space Coast Health Foundation wraps around the issue of homelessness? What role do you see yourself playing in a solution?
Well, a little background. You know, the Lord gives us talents, right? And it's our job to utilize those talents for good. So I've been very fortunate, and I found this position at the Space Coast Health Foundation. I'm able to utilize my talents, which is supporting people. So that's my job. I support all the leaders and anybody that's out in events or anything that they're doing. And when I first started, I found out all the amazing things that the Space Coast Health Foundation was doing. And I said to our COO, Donna Bishop, I said, why aren't we promoting this? Why aren't we pushing this out even more and more, sharing all the good that we're doing? And she said, well, because that's not who we are. We're here to support all of the people that are the boots on the ground, the heavy lifters. So we're here to help them. So that's what everyone in our organization does. We utilize our talents to help everybody that has talents that are out in the community.
So how do you think you help?
So one of the things that we do, every 3 years, we put out a community health needs assessment.
Yes.
And so that is something that we don't collect the data. We have PRC who goes out and collects the data for us. So they collect data throughout the Brevard County, and they very scientifically figure out North, Central, and South Brevard and get the same amount of people to answer these survey questions. And then we collect all that data, and then they put it into all these charts and things like that, and then we share that out to the community.
And what kind of data are they collecting?
So that data collects all kinds of health. And actually, I brought my papers. I've been protecting them because I didn't want them to get wet because then I wouldn't have my numbers.
So it's a community needs health assessment.
Right, community health needs assessment.
Okay.
And it collects all kinds of data. And I have the one paper
And
I didn't
for the
but-
2022 one, I read all how many pages?
Yes,
a
there's
lot of pages.
So there's a lot for everybody, and it's funny because I'll talk to people and they're like, "Oh my gosh, we look at your community health needs assessment all the time for data." But one of the things that we do have in here is called housing, and so when they surveyed people, our Brevardians, let's see.
Let me hold this so that
thank
you can.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, so the frequency of worrying or stress over paying rent. So when they surveyed Brevard, 40% of people have the stress of paying their rent or mortgage. 40%. And then in the United States, it's 45. So you can kind of see where Brevard County's at, right?
Yep.
And that's kind of scary. So that kind of plays into the homelessness, right? Because once you're stressed about that, because
So
you think-
you're likely living paycheck to paycheck.
Exactly, which brings me to another question that we ask is, if you would have an emergency and you would have to pay $400, would you be able to do it in cash? And Brevard County said 29.6% would not be able to pay. And then versus the US is 34%.
Okay.
So Brevard County numbers are high.
Yeah, they
So we've got
absolutely
some
are.
stressed out people that, they're struggling financially and worried about their mortgage and rent. And then we also asked about unsafe housing conditions. 18.3% of Brevard County say that they are, and compared to a 16% in Florida.
Okay. So when you get this information, when you get this data, how are you putting it out there, and then how are you using it?
So it is out on our website for anyone to view. You just go to spacecoasthealthfoundation.org, and you'll see a tab there, and you can click it to get the most recent data. And there's a lot of data, I
Yeah.
will tell you, very useful. And then what we do is we use it when we get the data, before we publicize it, we share it to our board of directors. And our board of directors gets a chance to look at it in a presentation. And then they get to rank the things that are brought up in this survey. And so they're ranking projects almost. And of course, the homelessness is the first one that came up.
Okay.
Mental health was the second or third, I believe. And then we bring it to our Foundation Advisory Council, who is a healthcare, people that are in healthcare. They come to a meeting at our facility once a quarter, and we get together and discuss these things. And they also looked at it and ranked their priorities as far as what they feel is Brevard County needs. And homelessness, again, came up together.
And there's the things underlying that lead to homelessness.
That's correct.
Right. And so what we've seen is just the mental health crisis.
That is correct. And so that's another thing that we track on this healthcare, the community healthcare needs assessment.
This is why I read the whole thing, because it is really fascinating.
Yeah, it really is. So one of the things that I thought was interesting is that the percentage of people that have been diagnosed with just depression, depression, for Brevard County was 30%.
Yeah.
Compared to the U.S. is 30.8.
Right.
Wow.
So it's pretty.
So our community's hurting. And then we have the people that are experiencing symptoms of chronic depression is 44%.
44%.
44%.
And these are people that are self-aware.
Right.
Of
That's correct.
What they're feeling. Some people might not even fully understand what they're experiencing.
So this is symptoms of chronic depression is 44%, which is self-awareness, right? This isn't diagnosed. But we do have the number of diagnosed anxiety disorder. This is diagnosed.
Yeah.
33%. So where does that 11% that's in between there, what happens to them?
Right.
If they haven't been diagnosed, but they know they have depression.
Yeah.
So another number we have is receiving mental health treatment. Only 24% are receiving it.
And what we're hearing is there's just not enough providers out there, which
correct.
is part of the reason that we have just started pouring a lot of money into mental health. And all of the women and children in our program get free services. We evaluate everyone.
That's amazing.
And my statistic is 100% of the women who come into our program either experience depression or anxiety, and even the experience of being homeless. You know, there's anxiety in that, and they're in survival mode.
Yeah.
And so to help them take a breath and take a beat.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That is amazing. And one of the other numbers that we have here is unable to get mental health is 15% in Brevard County.
And do you think it's health insurance? Do you think it's finding availability?
Availability, unable to get there. So transportation. Even simple as transportation, they can't get there. And financial. And I know that Lifetime Counseling Center during COVID had a waiting list that was very, very long, and even after COVID. So I know that there was a lot of people out there that needed help, right? Or need somebody to talk to. And I know that another thing that a lot of the mental health professions they struggle with is the reimbursement rate for Medicare. I don't know the numbers, but let's just say if your visit's $100, well, you're only going to get reimbursed $80. So
there's some out-of-pocket expense, and if you're living day to day, if you're just surviving, that might be.
Well, that extra $20 though gets passed on to the Lifetime Counseling Center. So we would cover that because it's a Medicaid.
Gotcha.
Or Medicare.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So, and that hurts a little bit, right?
Right.
So the bottom line, anyway. And of course, we're always happy to help people, and that's what we're here for. And the Space Coast Health Foundation, that was one of the reasons why they brought Lifetime Counseling Center onto their programs, because they wanted to keep this program going because they knew out of all the numbers of the community health needs assessment that something that we needed.
Right. And what is their capacity for serving? How many people are part of Lifetime Counseling? I just put you on the spot with that question.
You did, and we just recently did a video for our 15-year anniversary, and I'm trying to remember the number because Lori talked about it. Was it 15,000 people? Oh, Wayne is here. Wayne Price. He's back there trying to give me messages.
Yeah.
I think it was about, I believe, 15,000 people they've served since they've been with the foundation.
Okay.
So, and I think that was, they've only been with us maybe 10 years.
10 years. Yeah. And
So
there's
they've done
so
a lot
much
of good.
need
Right.
out there. So how do you see the Space Coast Health Foundation coming alongside nonprofits?
So we are, the Space Coast Health Foundation, that is one of our main things. We believe in helping the nonprofits, and one of the ways that we do that is the Center for Collaboration. We have community rooms there, and we do offer that space to our nonprofits at a discounted rate, so that they can get together and collaborate.
Right.
Hence the name Centers for Collaboration.
Yeah.
And then Janet Gindling, our president, CEO, she is on a lot of the different boards and is always there to lend a hand. And we also do offer grants to for the betterment of Brevard, for the health of Brevard, to
Right.
Brevard a healthier place.
Yes, absolutely. And we need that. And the theme has been better together.
Better together. Isn't that amazing? That's great.
Yeah.
I love it.
Anything else you want to share about the Space Coast Health Foundation?
I really don't, because once again, we are there to help and support everybody in Brevard County, and I've been watching all night, like I said, and so many great people that you've had on and all the great things that they're doing. It's just amazing. So
Yeah.
we're happy to be a part of it and there to lend a hand. And once again, if you wanted to get any of the numbers, you can get it off our website. If there's anything that I spoke about and you need clarification, please feel free to reach out to us. Once again, I'm not the normal person that would come out and talk, so but I'm very happy to be here.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate you being here, and education is a huge piece.
It is.
People educating themselves about what the community needs. Education is power.
That's right.
So,
you know, and one of the other things I think we recently, with the Rockbridge Hospital closing, you know,
Yes.
that has hurt the community. Even with the numbers in the community health needs assessment, people that go to the ER. I was looking at it this morning. It was 13% just in the north and central. 13% of the people had visited the ER twice in 1 year.
Wow.
So now we're down a hospital that had 298 beds. So that's another thing that the Space Coast Health Foundation, we are very passionate about and trying to help find access to health care for our Bermudians.
Well, that's great. All right. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you
welcome.
being out here in the rain and
right.
taking time with us.
Thank you very much.
All right. Off we go, John. Up.
I remember the fear in Julia's eyes the day I met her in 2006. She was having an asthma attack on the sidewalk in front of my house holding her 15-month-old baby girl. When I took her to her apartment, I found very rough living conditions. Despite her apartment being only 3 blocks away from my home, it felt like a world away. I was shocked to find a hole in the wall where stray cats were freely coming in and out. Black mold was on the ceiling and partially eaten food was out on the counter. I wanted to fix those problems, but I believed God was telling me to just be her friend. I soon learned about all the traumatic events that led her to her circumstances and the cycle of abuse, trauma, and poverty that had trapped her. As I was about to complete seminary in 2008, I heard God say to me, "Now do for others what I taught you to do for Julia." After mentoring and walking with Julia for 2 years, she became self-sufficient. And that is what birthed New Life Mission.
Back in 2007, we were visiting a church for the very first time, and our founder, Stacia Glavis, happened to be speaking that day. And she told about an experience that she had had with a homeless woman, and how she and several other people got together and helped this woman go from being homeless to self-sufficient. During that service, she really felt like God had been calling her to do for others what she had done for this one person.
I looked at Meredith and I saw that smile, and I knew that meant she's in. So I was in also and wanted to be involved. Glenn Outlaw and I got involved because we'd been playing tennis. We met each other and started talking about different things. And I mentioned to Glenn that we were looking for a multifamily building that we could be involved with helping women with children. And Glenn told me, this may be a divine conversation we're having, because my mother-in-law, she'd recently passed, and Glenn's goal was to help find a multifamily building so they could use it for women with children. They wanted to name it Casa Carol after her mother. And so basically we found the location, which is the building we're in now.
I remember Fred coming home one night, and he asked me to get in the car, and we came to this building right here. And when we pulled up to this property, it just felt like home. It felt like a place that women could have a home. And I remember standing out front and calling Stacia and saying, "I'm standing in front of our new building." It was an exciting day.
Joy's Place, named after my daughter, is located within a block of the Casa Carol second building of many that we have now. As far as the future is concerned, New Life Mission has approximately 20 acres of excess land where the future could be there.
For 15 years, we've had graduates integrating in our community, and they have stable housing and stable jobs, and their children are seeing that this is the way that you can not only just survive, but thrive in Brevard County.
As a board member, it really has given me the opportunity to have an in-depth, inside look at the organization, how we utilize our resources. And for our family personally, we sow to many different ministries, and we've always wondered, are they doing the best they possibly could? And so I can say without a shadow of a doubt that we have extreme confidence in New Life Mission and how we allocate the resources and the people we serve. And so for us, it has become our #1 ministry where we give, and we're super honored and thankful to be a part of that. I'd say one of the greatest impacts on me personally is just the people that I get to be around, that I get to learn from, that I get to serve with, from the board to the staff to the volunteers, all the way to the moms. It's been amazing for me to be able to reflect on how to be a better person. It makes me want to elevate my game, my level of excellence, and that's a pretty awesome blessing in return. I would say that throughout the last 5 or 6 years, some of the most amazing moments in the mission, obviously the acquisition of the village, right? So this beautiful, massive property where we can keep mothers and children safe and allow them to grow and to thrive has been a huge one. The daycare facility, the opportunity where we can help with childcare while the moms learn skills and work and go to school and get degrees and just become, firefighters and nurses and, you name it. It's so exciting to see so many great milestones and the beautiful.
Can you speak into your mic?
All right, we're on the bench here, 24 hours. We only have about 6 or 7 hours left. The rain started back up, but praise the Lord, we've got a canopy over us. And I'm Buddy with CITA, CETA Rescue Mission, and we're here with Amy. The founder of the Recovery Fest. And not this past year before last, we were able to get involved, and I tell you what, it just amazed me of what's going on. So Laura, tell us a little bit about yourself, and also tell us about the ministry you've got.
Thanks, Buddy. It's so good to be here with you guys this morning. Good morning, everybody. So Brevard Recovery Fest was launched as a task from the Brevard Opioid Misuse Task Force back in 2021 when Marion County Heroin Task Force came over and said, "What's wrong with you people in Brevard? Why don't you have a recovery fest?" And we all looked at each other and went, I don't know. Why don't we have a recovery fest? So in 2022, we launched the very first Brevard Recovery Fest, ending the stigma of addictions and mental health. We are a 501c nonprofit charitable organization, and we're the largest community collaborative effort in Brevard County to end the stigma of addictions and mental health, bringing treatment and recovery resources, which Buddy and CETA Mission is one of over 100 vendor sponsors and donors that come to the table to share their resources for people in the county that are struggling with addiction. My husband and I also started Recovery Church Space Coast Palm Bay that meets every Monday night at 6:30. It's a support group for people that are dealing with any type of addiction that would need help, and we just help come alongside them and point them to organizations like yourself and, New Life Mission, as well as many other organizations. We recently had breakfast with Ways of Life, and we're partnering with them to help them get treatment and recovery resources for their aging out youth, for the foster care and the brand new 24-bed units that they have, those apartments. Have you been over there to tour that, Buddy?
Well, I haven't gotten a tour, but I passed by.
Capernaum Place?
Yes,
Oh my gosh.
I actually was sick when they had the tours.
The open house,
the open house.
Well, he's over there all the time now.
He told me that. I saw
Yeah.
him at the Recovery Fest. Said, "Look, I'm sorry, I was
Yeah.
sick, couldn't get over there."
Yeah,
And he
Dwight
said,
Bell,
"Come
Wings
by."
of
Yeah,
Grace,
Dwight,
awesome ministry to these kids and young
Yes,
people, young
yes.
adults. So we're really helping to not only end stigma, but get people connected with treatment and recovery. We know that addiction plays a big role in homelessness.
Yes.
And we don't want anybody to suffer. One of our other large partners is Circles of Care, and with the CORE initiative in the state of Florida, now there's guaranteed entrance at any time. No one should be struggling today. If they need detox or they need rehab, we can get them help. They can get them help right away.
I know it. That's marvelous. It really is. That is great. I didn't know that until you just told me that. I need to be more involved in places. I was
Well,
told
you
that
have
this
me.
morning.
You have me,
there
buddy.
You go. There you go. I just need
Just
to
give me
come
a call,
visit.
give me the update.
I need to come visit with you once or twice a week.
Yeah,
but anyway.
the other thing we were talking about too is the asset mapping that's happening from Titusville all the way down to the South County. So right now, Christy Stewart over at Love in the Name of Christ is spearheading the asset mapping for Melbourne, and Susan Conley with the Prosperity Initiative is heading that asset mapping up for Palm Bay. So everyone is familiar with what the assets are in our county to get help.
And explain it a little bit better to those that are watching this on the live stream and everything. Sort of give them some tidbits of what all is going to be done there and how it is going to help us come together and better serve.
So they are literally creating a map of every asset for people struggling with homelessness, addiction, mental health. And so the maps will be laid out in zip code areas, and they're trying to become more relational with all of those assets. So they're going out into the community and literally walking neighborhoods to find out who's in the neighborhood, who's supportive on these topics, who needs more information about homelessness. We know we have a lot of businesses that struggle with homeless people that kind of hang out on the bench outside of their business, and they don't know what to do. So really getting out into the community and letting these businesses know that there are resources available, there's help available, there's support available, and the maps will show where these various assets are to be published for the community.
One of the things when I was talking to Tara came out real early in the morning, like 4 o'clock, 4:30, something like that. And something that really got my attention on that, and I was explaining to her, I was in a meeting just a few weeks ago, Brandon and myself, and there were about 5 or 6 other providers, a pastor of a church. Since Daily Bread is, closed down, they're experiencing some of those coming over. They feed their congregation every Sunday after services, and so people were showing up there inviting them in. And, people were giving them some of them were giving them a hard time, saying, well, I want to take 5 or 6 and want to eat off. And they said, the city's already been over here, said we cannot have people taking food out and all that kind of stuff. We're not a feeding ministry. And he just brought us in to maybe, gain a little bit of information and see how he could better serve and better help the homeless population. And so when we were there, we were sat around a table, and the first thing the pastor said, he said, I don't have an agenda. I don't have an agenda at all. He said, I just want us to talk. I'm going to share with you what we're experiencing, and we want to see how we can help you guys and how you guys can help us and how we can help each other. And we go to the meetings and we have a main speaker or a couple of main speakers and all that. I gleaned more information in that meeting sitting around, and I found out more about the providers than I thought I knew everything about them. But I found out a lot more information. And so that's one of the things Amy and I have been talking about for a couple of months. We start getting together. But
That's called collaboration,
that's
buddy.
collaboration,
That's
yes.
what we do.
We're better together.
We're better together. That's right.
She started me on that. Yeah. I'm remembering it now.
Uh-huh.
You said it enough. But anyway.
Yeah, and our hashtag is we recover together.
And we recover together.
Yes, so good.
I think what's going on with the mapping and everything is that that's going to bring these organizations together, and we're going to have some of that now. And so I'm excited to get involved. I wasn't going to attend because Tanya was going to be the person over there, but I've been convinced that I probably need to go and do that. So that's what we're going to do.
Well, good.
So anyway.
Well, God bless you, buddy. Thank you for all your hard work in the county. Thank you.
Let me ask you, how's the Recovery Church doing? I was really impressed when I went over there.
Yeah, so we're a shepherding church. And so what that means is we've got them coming nice and slow, and we just kind of mentor and shepherd them in the direction they need to go. We love on them, right? Yeah. Let them know that they're not bad people who need to get good. They've got a disease and they can get well. Yes. I mean, I've got 40 years of continuous recovery, and I think I look pretty well today. We do get well. We do recover. It is possible, right? But we really need to do it in community. Yeah. This disease of addiction loves to isolate people and get them all alone.
Just
so when we bring them into community and we can support them and encourage them and help them any way we can, love on them, like you said. That's right.
Love on them like Jesus loved on us.
That's right.
And I tell you what really I like, and if you're needing a recovery program and some people to love you, I just tell you, I would go visit out there, and we'll give you the address and all that here in just a minute, because there's different ages out there. There were people as old as me. There were people as young as probably you are. They were men, they were women, and they were couples. And I'm going to tell you something. It was one of the best recovery meetings that I've been in around here, to be honest with you. Y'all are doing a wonderful job out
Thank
there.
you, buddy.
Tell us when you meet and where you're
so
meeting
we
at.
meet on Monday, every Monday night at 6:30. We meet at Life Point Church in their Freedom Hall.
Yep.
That's 1420 Sportsman Lane, Northeast Palm Bay, right next to the Harley Davidson dealer at Palm Bay Road 995. Every Monday night at 6:30. Anyone struggling with an addiction, come on out. We'll just love on you and share what we did, and hopefully you can join us in doing it too.
You will find the love, and you'll find the people that really truly care about you, and will work with you and love you and support you and be there for you when you need to reach out to someone. It was a great time. Matter of fact, I think after we opened Helen's House, our first girls that were baptized were actually baptized over there at the Recovery Church.
Yes, it was
and
very
that was
exciting.
a blessing to be over there. I think it was 3 of them that night, wasn't it?
Yes.
Something like that.
Yes.
And so they're doing a great work out there. Get involved. Laura, thank you for stopping by. I know we're in the rain, but you know something? We're looking for solutions. And if I could ask you one question, we're fortunate. We have a canopy over us. But I thought last night as we were having these storms come in and out, the ones that were sitting up under a ledge somewhere.
Yes, I had
that
the
weren't
same
covered.
thought. Yes.
And if I could ask you one question, where do you think, as far as, you know, we have a lot of wonderful programs, a lot of wonderful nonprofits, you know, faith-based programs that are working in our city, in our county. But is there anything that you can that'll come to your mind that we're missing somewhere, or we have people that are falling through the cracks that we're not addressing? Can you think of anything like that? I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Yeah, I think that it's a difficult conversation. I would say probably our law enforcement right now are in the greatest need of having people come alongside them to help them get these people placed, because they are our first responders. And I know when I talked to the commander over at the Melbourne Police Department, and also Jeremy Gonzalez, Major Gonzalez up at the Titusville Police Department, you know, one of the things he said is, you know, when he started to become a law enforcement officer, he thought he was just going to go capture bad guys.
Yeah.
But he said now he's putting together teams that are going out to minister to these homeless people and help them get off the street.
Yeah.
There's a fantastic program. In fact, I just shared it with the commander over at the Melbourne Police Department called HEART, which is Homeless Advocacy Response Team, which Winter Park has put together, a 2-man law enforcement team that is literally going out and making contact with homeless people in Winter Park and intentionally one-on-one getting them into the resources in the community that they need. It's been a very powerful bridge from law enforcement into, because they're on the streets. I mean, they're the ones that are doing the work.
Yeah.
So I would say, you know, reaching out to our police departments and making sure they have resources, know about resources, know where people can go, is probably one of the most vital links that we could make.
The wisdom that you have, I learn something fresh every time you come. I'd not heard about that program, but I will check into it here in a little while.
Yeah, Winter Park.
Winter Park.
Police officers,
Park
yeah.
program.
They have 2 of them. It's awesome.
Wow. That is great. That's
Yes.
wonderful. I thank you for coming and stopping by. It's slacking off a little bit, so you won't get too wet going, you know, getting out of here.
It's all worth
But thank you, and thank you for all that you do for our community.
Oh, God
and for
bless you.
those that are hurting and needing help.
Yes.
I know they have someone like you to turn to.
And you.
And show the kids that you can become someone no one expected you to be.
My name's Mariah. I have a 6-year-old daughter and a 16-year-old son. And I got here August in 2021 and graduated in 2023. Being in New Life gave me the chance to save money, to put my motivation towards work and stability. I held my job for 3 years. I have a Habitat home that I am purchasing. In order to be a recipient, you had to have financial stability, show that you held a job for over a year. They wanted to see that you actually can sustain your financial situation and you can hold responsibilities properly. You also couldn't have any debt. I cleared my debt the first year that I was in the program, and then the rest of the money that I had, I saved. Going and seeing the house kind of was a reality check that it is real. It's not just a fabrication of my mind. Last year they started building and recently they put up all the walls and the roof and the windows. So seeing the house built so far is exciting. I'm hoping it'll be ready by Thanksgiving or Christmas. Kind of a fun idea to think of God blessing me with a gift that I never thought I'd receive. It just kind of made me feel like there's a home and there is an ending and I have some place of my own now rather than being on the streets or doing cow topping. And
So, ya está. Your life. Sí, le cambió los ángulos y si la quieren mover, se mueve suavecito.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Stacey Donovan. I'm the Director of Development for New Life Mission. And I want to introduce you to Mr. John Lopez.
Hello, hello.
John Lopez is with Full Real Kingdom Media, and he has been our tech guy throughout this whole 24-hour Conversations on a Bench. The work really started a long time before we started recording, and we are just so grateful. So I wanted to introduce you to him. And hello.
Hey, ma'am.
How are you?
I seen her before somewhere. Have you been? Hey, it's been a great, I don't know how long now. We got coffee, Starbucks. This is a unpaid commercial. Starbucks, thank you.
Dunkin'.
Dunkin' Donuts.
We're running on Dunkin'.
Appreciate y'all. You guys didn't actually supply that, but hey, thank you. You made us survive.
Twisted Biscuit, thank you for breakfast this morning.
Yes.
Melbourne Main Street Pub. Those roast beef sandwiches.
Oh, last night for
the
dinner.
Buns, the seeds.
Yummy, 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 yummy.
So good.
It was delicious.
Okay, so John, tell us a little bit about you.
About me. A little bit.
A little bit. How much time? You know, how much time do we have?
How much time do we have, man?
I guess we're waiting for our next guest.
We got another 5 hours to go. So
yeah, we've got Loving coming up on the bench next. So when Christy shows up, so you have that long.
So a little bit about myself. I'm retired Army Staff Sergeant. Been doing videos and multimedia music since I was 15 years old. And I was doing that as when I was in service, I was doing that more like a hobby on weekends and stuff like that. And when I retired, I went full blown into it. And I'm super passionate about this stuff. If you see cameras, electronics, microphones, stuff like that, you probably find me. If you see me in the mall and I think I see, is that John? Just go to a Best Buy or something like that. You're going to find me there too. Guitar Center, stuff like that. I'm passionate about this stuff. I love what I do. And that's it. I'm super happy.
Veteran?
I'm a veteran. Retired Army Staff Sergeant.
Thank
MP.
you for your service.
Thank you, ma'am. What else I can say? She said a little bit. I think that's more than enough right there. Let's talk about this event.
What's a big takeaway for you so far?
So the whole purpose of Conversations on a Bench, it was to raise awareness about homelessness and humanizing homelessness, right? And politics aside, I'm going to express my opinion here. Politics aside, it is an issue, nationwide issue. Politics aside, we need to do something about it, right? There's a lot of people that mention the problem, right? But they don't do anything about it. It's like, it's pointless. It's like you say, I can find a job, but you don't submit your resume, right? If like you're in school and you say, I don't know why my grades are low, but you're not studying, you're not putting the time or asking for help. It's kind of the same concept. So a politician that is listening out there, and now I'm talking to you, any leaders out there, is the time of complaining about an issue is over. You know, these organizations that are giving the extra mile to reach where you don't want to reach, you either join or do something, but we need you guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a time for a change, and we need legislation. We need support from the federal government, for the local, state, county. You know, it's the time that you guys join these organizations and start taking action. If you don't want to do it yourself, then help those organizations that are actually doing something about it. And so next time I see on the news or in the media something about this, I hope it comes along with a solution, right? I'm a firm believer in solutions. If I'm just complaining about a situation, I'm not doing something about it, I'm wasting my time, right? So don't waste your time, leader that is listening out there, all right? And I just, my personal venting time. I think, hope you enjoy it. Anything else?
Yeah, I just
Was that too strong, straight? I'm sorry, guys.
No, I'm grateful for everybody who's come out to have the conversation. New Life Mission and CETA are both faith-based rescue missions that don't accept any government funding. New Life Mission has a 90% success rate. So the women that graduate our program, 90% of them don't return to homelessness. That's such an amazing statistic.
Can you repeat that number? What percentage?
90%
90,
of the women
guys,
that graduate New Life Mission don't return to homelessness. So we know that how we're doing it is working, and we just need our community to rally around the organizations that are working. There are so many wonderful providers in the community that are helping families, women, men, children. And we can't do this alone. And I think that's really why we're here having these conversations, so everybody can hear about the organizations that are already, in the trenches, and why we need your support, because there are a lot of people complaining about the issues, but they're not really stepping up to get
Correct.
involved. And churches, we need you. There's 300 churches in Brevard County. And
I think there's
the
more than that
percentage-
organizations.
There may be more. It's hard to count with all the home churches and the churches that share spaces. There is a surprisingly low percentage of churches that are supporting New Life Mission right now. And we know that, that those are our people. They are aligned with our values. They know that they believe that Jesus is the answer, that Jesus is the answer to our crisis.
To
And
add to that,
if that is the truth,
it is.
then the church
Need to be part of it.
needs to be there.
So I think anyone listening out there, I don't know how far, because we're gonna have this live stream, but also we're gonna have the pieces of recorded so we can share later on as well. But if you're complaining about something and you don't do something, you're part of the problem. Number two, I promise you one thing, guys. Listen, and I'm gonna say this part with a lot of love. If you visit New Life Mission campus and you ask for a tour, they're gonna have someone there will guide you. When you see the impact, when you see what they do, you will ask. Nobody needs to tell you anything, or ask you anything. You will ask, how can I get involved? How can I help? Because the impact, the way they, talking about from housing, from programs, education programs, you get someone that comes with nothing and end up being a successful person. So I think it's a really important thing what they're doing. And if you don't know about them, go to their website, schedule a tour, and I promise you, you're gonna be the one asking, how can I help? Thank you.
Yeah, I would just volunteer. We really thrive on volunteering, and there's so many things that you guys can help us with as a volunteer. We encourage people to always take a tour of the mission to get involved, to see how you can help out. So I think we might be ready for our next conversation on a bench, but thank you,
So,
John.
you're welcome.
And
Thank you.
also a shout out to Retreat Restrooms.
Yes. Yeah,
Those guys parked here yesterday. They've been here overnight.
that
Reach out to
bathroom
them.
is a luxury bathroom, and they parked the trailer right next to our tent. And I'm talking about bathrooms, restrooms with AC, running water, the whole 9 yards. Looks better than most houses out there. Yes, I'm
Retreat
talking about yours.
Restrooms for your next event.
Absolutely. And that's the owner is a veteran as well. He's a Marine vet, SAC. So contact them. Number is 321-497-3215. Check them out, Retreat Restroom. And I'm gonna
think we're
stand
gonna
up.
take a little
I'm gonna
break.
get the next person. I think you can stand by here.
Yep.
Let me see. Hey, we're on live, 24-hour streaming. Let's go. All right, who's next? This is a 24 hours live transmission. All right,
We've
so
got
stay
Buddy with
tuned.
Sita coming back.
And wait for this gentleman right
with
here.
Christy Stewart from Loving.
Let me, which side is best for her to sit over here, maybe? I don't know. You got to sit up close, okay? Because it's running down the
Okay,
back,
sure,
all right?
sure, sure.
All right,
Yeah.
sit up close.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming.
Oh, my pleasure.
They'll probably tell us, give us a few minutes and say, we're going to come in. What I'm going to do is are we on? We're on? Okay, all right. This is Buddy again from Cedar Rescue Mission. And Amy's over there taking care of some business over there with New Life Mission. And we're so fortunate to have Christy Stewart with Love Inc. here with us today. And Christy, most people in this area know who you are. They really do. But tell us a little bit about you and then get into the ministry that y'all have there at Love Inc.
Sure. So, Christy Stewart. I work for Love in the Name of Christ, and I have been here in Brevard County since 1994. And actually, I was brought here supernaturally. I did not know a person in Brevard County. And I will tell you, I meet somebody every month that God has brought to Brevard County, and they usually do not know a soul. So it's really fascinating to me that God is gathering a lot of believers here in our community.
Amen.
So I've been with Love Inc., Love in the Name of Christ, for 13 years. And really, we provide a transformational pipeline to help people in need. And we're a hand up, not a handout. So we really get to the root of why that person's in need. And that happens through relationships, right?
Yeah.
And so we walk with people spiritually, physically, emotionally, and relationally. And then we wrap resources from our business partners, our community partners, other organizations. CETA, you guys are one of our partners. We wrap those resources around our clients so that they can reach sustainability and be set free.
We've used you guys. You guys have sent people our way.
That's right.
And, as Amy sort of, I guess, coined this and as we started, we're better together.
Amen. We can't do it without collaboration. And
That's
I
it.
love that about Brevard County.
Yeah.
I feel like we're strong with collaboration.
I think we're as strong as any county there is in our state, really,
Yes.
to be honest with
Yes.
you. And I know you guys are a big part of that,
Oh,
bringing
thank
that
you.
together. And you've been doing a wonderful job over there.
Thank you.
It's great.
All glory to God, right?
That's it. But we've got to stay community.
That's
It's
right.
community.
That's right.
And
That's right.
of course, I'm sure that you probably have heard me say this. I know people on the feed has. In the United States of America, just a little over 70% of the overnight shelter beds in America now are provided by faith-based organizations.
Yes.
And
Awesome.
the church is doing it. The church
Amen.
is doing it.
Amen.
And so, as you're looking at the homeless situation that we have, we hear sometimes there's a lot going on downtown. We hear from others it's not as bad as people say and all. What are you finding out that's really going on downtown?
Well, I wouldn't say that I have a great knowledge specifically about downtown, but we've worked with Brevard Homeless Coalition. In 3 years, we started the Cold Night Shelter. And so we have gotten to know our neighbors here in Melbourne at the Cold Night Shelter. And what I do know is it's a problem. I know it's a nationwide problem. That really attainable housing is one of the biggest issues. And so, yes, you have people that are chronically homeless that want to live that way. That's a percentage of it. There are lots of seniors now who are becoming homeless. There's folks that are displaced. And so it is a problem. Again, I feel like we're coming together. The different.
Jesus said, "Love everyone."
Amen.
He
Amen.
didn't pick
Yeah.
and choose. He loved us
Yeah.
all, and told us that we're supposed to love just like He loved.
That's right.
And that's one of the things that you do see the people out, the reach out there at the Cold Night Shelter. We're fortunate y'all allow us the opportunity to feed some.
I know that's
And,
been amazing. Yeah, it's a key part is having people come in and provide dinners, and you guys have done an amazing job with
well,
that.
We counted a great privilege to even be able to do that.
Yeah.
And because at one time we were thinking about how can we do Cold Night Shelter? It wasn't going to happen. Really, I'm serious. We were talking about taking all of our stuff out of our chapel, putting pallets on the floor,
Oh, my goodness.
taking our rec room and all this kind of stuff. And
Yeah.
we just didn't know what we were going to do. And then all of a
Yeah.
sudden someone calls and said, "Hey, we're going to have Cold Night Shelter. Christy and them are organizing this." That's great. How can we
Thank you,
help?
Lord.
That's it, really. Thank you, Lord. But
We've been
anyway.
really fortunate because the city of Melbourne has just been wonderful. They have said whatever community center that we have that's not being rented when it's 45 degrees or below, you guys can come in. And we've worked hard to put together a plug and play manual. So it's been done with excellence. So, but you can't do it without city support. So
Well,
it's
that's right.
wonderful to have the city of Melbourne right there by our side.
That was one of the things. We had Councilman Marcus Smith with us. We had Brother. I call him Brother Kenny. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't mean to disrespect him.
He's a
Brother
brother.
Kenny. He's a brother. He really is. He calls me pastor, and I'm not a pastor. But anyway, we had both of them with us last night.
Awesome.
Yesterday afternoon,
Awesome.
last night, and we were looking at them and said, what do you think the government's job is, or input into helping the homeless situations that we have. And to their credit, Amy hammered them a little bit. She was pretty strong about it.
Yeah.
And I wanted to get up and walk away. No, I'm just kidding. I want to hear this fun. But, bounced around a lot and everything. And we specifically talked about them about, there's not really any collaboration with our cities around here, in our area.
Yeah.
And so I asked myself, what would it take for us to get the cities together and our counties together?
Yeah, we need to do that.
And so I said, is it going to take us nonprofits, coming together and bringing all of y'all to the table? Do you think we could do that and get that started right there? And I think we sort of got a yes from both of them.
Good.
So I think that's something that we need to work
Yeah,
on, really do.
that's
Actually, I
great.
would have called you about it. I
That's
forgot
great.
you were even coming today, to be honest with you.
Oh, hey.
I've been up since 4:45 yesterday morning.
It does not matter. I don't need to have any kudos for sure.
But anyway, 2 minutes? All right. In ending right now, have you got any thoughts that you could leave with us, or do you see some places to where we're missing the boat? Like we had Tracy from CAF
Yes.
with us,
Yes.
and she was talking about they had a 64-year-old lady that came in, no place to go. She could hardly walk, had mental health issues. They did find a place in Orlando that would take her, but she was scared to go there and didn't want to leave. And so they ended up with a tent, went to a place out at Wickham Park. And, so that wasn't what we were going to do over at Helen's House, but we changed everything since we started Helen's House.
Yes.
And so, first thing I wanted to say, well, Friday afternoon, we're going to change this. So I
Yeah,
don't know.
you guys are wonderful at pivoting and really trying to meet the need. We're grateful for Helen's House.
Had her first baby born last week.
Oh my gosh!
First baby
Congratulations!
born. And we had another lady come in with a 6-year-old Saturday. And yesterday we found out that she is 3 months pregnant.
Oh, wow.
So anyway, we
Yeah.
got to get out of
So
here.
get involved. That's what I
involved.
would say.
That's
It's all
it.
about relationships. Get to know your neighbors in need.
Thank you, Christy. Really appreciate it.
Thank
Lord bless
you.
you.
You too.
Appreciate the great job you're doing.
Push it 30 seconds, let them know that we're about to go into the national feed.
Okay. All right. Hey, listen, it's been great. The rain has come. Our people have shown up. We've had great people come in right in the middle of the rain and sit down, and we're looking for those solutions. We're looking for those great conversations to help us do a better job in tackling the homeless situation that we have in our community. And so here we're fixing to go into the national feed. You pay attention, listen, and we'll be back with you here in a few minutes. Lord bless you.
Amen.
Woo! We're still live.
Oh, we're still live.
We're still live, we hear. So, yeah.
Waiting for the national feed.
And Amy is
Waiting
gonna.
for the
Amy's
national
fixing to bring her
feed.
tambourine and dance and sing.
I've been rain dancing. I've been rain dancing. Now it's rain, go away. Come back
Another day. Where were you at last night? No.
Hey, it brings life. We got to have that rain, right?
We've had a lot.
I know.
We've had a lot.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
we've had a lot. For weeks and weeks.
And we have homeless friends
Yes.
out here.
Yes.
We've talked about
We
that a lot.
need a shelter. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And here.
Who's gonna bring it?
So I actually know the organization that can bring it, buy the land, pay for it, run it. We just need a city to say yes. We need a city to say
Is
yes.
this Melbourne or Palm Bay?
Anywhere in Brevard. They're looking for anywhere in Brevard County for a county to say yes.
Is this emergency shelter?
This is emergency shelter. Basically, the way it will work is folks will come in, have dinner, spend the night, and then the next morning be on their way. come back that afternoon, eat dinner, spend the night. Yes.
And then while
Just
they're
overnight.
there, we can be connecting them to resources.
Absolutely. Yeah.
We can spend time
Yeah.
with them. We can get them out of the elements.
Yes.
I mean, it's Florida, but it gets hot. It gets rainy.
Yes.
It's hard. You want a bed to sleep in, right?
Yeah. Of course.
And the dignity.
Like, how can
of-
you function without proper sleep? You
Yeah.
cannot.
And if you don't have mental health issues already from your trauma in your past, the experience of being being in homelessness, takes its toll.
It does. It does. Absolutely.
But we can create a safe place,
yes,
where people can trust and they can come there.
Yeah.
Oh, cities! I challenge you.
Yes.
How about we have some cities come together?
Yes.
We need to get in touch with Councilman Newman. Really good.
Councilman Newman, how much
Okay.
space do they need?
I don't know. I mean, those details can all be worked out. This has been done successfully by this organization in Miami and all over the nation, really. They are ready and willing to come to Brevard County.
I have some ideas.
Buy the land, run the shelter. I'd love to hear those ideas. But hey, let's get the people that we need to at the table to say
Yep.
yes.
Yep.
Because I will tell you that they're not interested in being put out in a place that's totally disconnected to society.
Right.
That is their one caveat.
Like maybe being close to the bus line, being close to
Yes.
those resources,
Yes.
because a lot of people in homelessness don't have transportation.
Yes. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Oh, big things are coming out of this. Conversations on a bench, everybody.
Yes. Yes. Thank you guys so much for doing this.
Yes.
This is awesome.
Thank you for coming out.
Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you for being you. And thank you,
There's
buddy,
a lot of
for
things
being
going
you.
on here.
We're so thankful.
It's getting deep in here. I got my boots on.
I don't. I'm so
And I mean
wet.
with rain.
So we're gonna finish up with a little kumbaya.
Yeah.
Kumbaya,
my lord.
Is that what the word? Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my lord.
Kumbaya.
Buddy's mouthing the words. For the record, Buddy's just mouthing the words.
Oh, you sang that at camp. I know you did.
But no one wanted me to, and they heard it.
Hey, you just heard me. I can't
The
sing
Lord
well.
is the only one that takes
That's
the joyful
right.
noise.
That's
He
right.
thinks our
Joyful
voices
noise.
are
I
beautiful.
think he scratches his head when he hears me.
Hey, that just wasn't the gift he gave you, but
You
me
have
neither.
a lot of gifts.
That's right.
We are thankful for you, buddy.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So
If I
we're
told y'all I used to lead music at a church, you wouldn't believe me if you heard me sing. Most time I just mouth words. I'd
You
start
know I'm not putting this down until you sing into it. So better now. How about a little Jesus
them. Are we
Loves
leaving?
Me?
Are we leaving at 3:00?
If you sing.
Ooh.
I'm leaving
Ooh.
at 3:00. No.
Put it in the chat, everybody. Do you want to hear Buddy sing? Who will
can't
give
sing
us?
I gotta leave, ladies. I'm feeling sick.
Oh, he's feeling. Get it out, buddy. Get it all out. So
Are we still live?
we're still live.
Yeah, I
think
think so.
Yeah,
What
we're
happened
out.
to- What happened to Fresco or whatever it is?
Fresno. Fresno. So we've been up, what? Well, I mean, some of us were up way before 3 p.m. yesterday. Was that just yesterday?
Yeah, so you guys are getting a little giddy here in the
Oh,
morning because
yeah.
you've been up for a long time.
Not really that bad.
It's
Yeah.
not that bad.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
We've had good company.
Good.
When you're talking about something you're passionate about,
Yeah.
the time goes and those connections. One good idea that I heard, and I know some businesses have done this, is they give their staff a certain number of hours a quarter to go out in the community and volunteer.
Oh, yeah, lots
so
of
they're
organizations do
paying
that. Yeah.
them, and then also team building activities with the staff.
Yeah.
So I think that's a great idea to introduce people to volunteering.
Yes. Wonderful.
And the many
Absolutely.
opportunities in that. It could be an hour, it could be 5 hours.
Yeah.
There's so much in our community.
And there's so many ways to give back, right?
right.
Yeah. And I honestly think that people want to give back and they want to serve, but they don't know how or where. So I think that we are all doing a pretty good job of getting that word out on where people can serve.
Yeah.
and it has an impact that a lot of people don't realize. Like we have a thrift store. So, dialing up for
I
people.
love your thrift store.
Thank you. So dialing up for people, like when you are sorting clothes, because these clothes are beautiful and people are buying them, those funds are going right back into our organization to help people in need.
Right.
So it's, helping people make that connection that, you might not be called to go out and dig a ditch, but you can sort some clothes.
Yep.
Or you can come and, tutor one of the kids at your program, or come and, do a devotion with your guys. Or there's lots of different ways. You have a thrift store as well. So lots of different ways that people can get involved and give back. I mean, and God's a creative God, right?
Right.
Like, come
Very.
to us with ideas. I mean, what you guys have done with the jeans.
Yeah,
you
our
know,
Transform
and,
Shop
Yeah,
Sewing
your
Center.
Transform Shop. I mean, that is an out-of-the-box idea of how to engage the folks that you're serving, but also bring funds into the ministry and get people, involved with and understanding what you're doing. It's so
And
creative.
people who are interested in sewing and crafting, they're
Yes.
able to come. They're actually sitting one-on-one with their moms, hearing their stories. And so we've got generations of people passing down their sewing knowledge, things like that.
beautiful.
And that's
Yeah.
what I think happens when we can get creative.
Yeah.
And we can think outside the box, and when we work together.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
we're better
together. Yeah, like I know we save jeans and pass them on to you guys
Exactly.
for your shop.
Yep.
So collaboration.
Yeah. We have a lot of jeans. We have a massive
Yeah, in fact,
jean
yeah, they stopped taking them at the moment.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're jeaned out.
Although we love colored jeans.
Oh, that's
because
good.
we're making
Oh,
some
that's real good.
cool denim
Yeah.
beads out of.
That's like from the 70s right there.
telling
Colored jeans.
Yep, any color you can imagine.
There you go.
See, I'm a lot older than y'all. I wore those things in the 70s.
I bet you did.
Do you still have some of them?
And I bet they had really big bell bottoms.
It's coming back,
It
buddy.
is coming back.
Yes, I'm embarrassed when I see some of the pictures in the albums, in the high school albums.
Hey, don't be embarrassed. I mean, each generation has its own little
grandchildren say,
crazy
"You
style.
So let's talk about the 80s and bangs.
Oh yeah, hey, bangs.
No, I'm talking about bangs.
Oh, like the big curl. Hey,
Yeah.
I loved the 80s. I was in high school in the 80s. Yeah,
You can't
it was fun.
replicate it. We can
Yeah.
try.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Big hair.
bigger the better. Yep. So are we going to the national feed? Do we have...
No, they never figured out.
Oh, technical difficulties.
Hey.
So this morning we were able. I forgot. Wait. We don't follow the other. Now they're doing the same mistake.
Okay.
So I don't know if you've had a chance to chat with her, but I invited my friend Beverly Squire from Still Waters and Wholeness to Freedom. So she works directly with women in need that are homeless.
Well, if she doesn't want to...
Beverly, come talk.
Come on, Beverly. Beverly.
Beverly.
Beverly.
We are literally putting her on the spot.
We are putting her on the spot. She's coming in. She didn't want to,
Awesome.
but
Beverly,
she's going
here.
to.
Good morning. Hi, everyone. Hello there.
Well,
Hi.
hello.
Hi. We haven't really met, you and I,
Yeah.
have we?
Well, I would love to know more about you.
Okay, so I'm Beverly Squire Wiggins, and I'm with Wholeness to Freedom Ministries, but I'm actually the program director for Still Waters.
Okay.
And similar to you, we work with women who really have experienced trauma, hurt, and they're in fear.
Yeah.
And they're at a season of their life where they're ready to make a transformation.
Yeah.
All centered in Christ, all wraparound care that supports them, similar to you.
Yeah.
And so for our ministry, we're not the first entry ministry. We're not the ministry that if they're homeless, they're coming straight into,
Yeah.
unless there are key features that link to that. And so from my seat, thinking about homelessness and the challenge that women face, anybody that's homeless that faces, is the fact that people, it can happen to anybody.
Yes.
One, don't think that you could be in a situation where it couldn't happen to you. And life happens, and when that happens, sometimes people aren't able to figure out what to do next, and they go into trauma mode.
Yep.
There could be situations that they've experienced in their past that has come back, has caused them to freeze. And in that freezing, it could be finance, it could be relationships, it could be family situations, it could be anything that causes them to have a situation where they end up homeless. And so a lot of the calls that we receive from the community is mainly around homelessness in itself. We do have women that call who are actually working, but they're homeless.
Yes. They can't afford
They
rent.
can't afford the rent. Or they were living with somebody, or they were in a relationship, it ends, and they're the ones that end up leaving with nothing. And so then we have those women that have had trauma. And because of that trauma and the behaviors that they exhibit, they end up homeless.
Yeah.
And in that situation, they need more than just housing. They need more than just a bed and a roof over their head. They need counseling. They need love. They need nurturing. They need to be in a safe place where they can be their true, authentic self again and rediscover themselves. And that's where Still Waters comes in, and that's where your program comes in, because we provide that safe place. We provide that sanctuary.
And sometimes that means discovering themselves for the first time.
Yes, amen.
Amen. We have people who come from generational homelessness. So this was their grandmother, their mother, and they haven't learned the life skills.
Right.
And they don't know a different life.
Yes.
And so they continue on. But when they can, see for themselves and see for their children that there's a better way. And how do you think people see that?
Yeah.
I mean, it's very brave to reach out to one of our organizations and say, what I'm doing isn't working.
Yes.
Is there another way?
Yes, it is. And you hit on a point there, which is that it's behaviors, it's generational. Because when it's generational and when you're used to living a certain way, it's comfortable. So to live differently can be daunting. The responsibility of having to pay rent, the responsibility of having to pay utilities, the responsibility of renting and all that it entails is daunting to them. So for them, that uncomfortable space leads them sometimes to stay in their comfort of homelessness.
And
Yes.
people may say, well, why don't they just get out? Why don't they just get a job? Why don't they just, I think that we sometimes come from our vantage point where we had maybe a different upbringing, an opportunity for education, all of these different luxuries afforded to us. And so it's a bigger conversation. And part of this out here is educating everybody on there's so much more to it.
It really is. And I was in conversation with somebody last week about young people in homelessness and young people in education and homeless. And so when we think about homelessness, don't think of your adult. You've got to think about those young people that are in education, that for whatever reason, they found themselves sleeping on somebody's couch, trying to find shelter at some friend's house because they've become homeless. And that cycle is the norm for them. So how do you break that? And what do you do? And this is where Still Waters comes in, because we have a 5-team strong biblical counseling team that is trauma-based counseling. Because what I'm finding as a program manager director is that we're bringing people in, they get comfortable, but they go back to what's comfortable for them in terms of their behaviors. So having to address the triggers that causes them to act and say things and do things that for them is the norm, but it actually leads them to stay stuck. And that's the hard conversations that we're having with our residents, our women that come into our program, is that how is that working for you? Let's explore a new way of thinking, behaving, and reacting so that you can change the pattern and break the cycle that has led you here. That's what Still Waters does in a wraparound way, through biblical counseling, through Bible study, through a range of phenomenal classes, through a counselor that they're assigned to on campus, case management, and a life coach. All of those elements enable the women that we work with to, for the first time in their lives, discover or work towards becoming their true, authentic self, that identity that was created in them through Christ Jesus.
Amen.
That's what we do at Still Waters. That's why we're here. I know that's what you do. And is it hard? It is. And so, yes, within our campus on a Thursday, yesterday, we have something that I love, which is unity in the body. We have our food pantry, but we open our campus to partners. And this is what Christy was talking about with Love Inc., is that our campus becomes a haven and a place where people that are homeless or those that are struggling financially can come to our food pantry. We've got street side showers on campus, John Adams. We've got Street Foods, Daily Bread, which is now Providence Connect. We've got other partners that all come on campus to serve. And our one goal is to serve with dignity, give compassion and kindness to those that need help. And the majority are the homeless. And they all have, they all have a story.
Absolutely.
And there are lots of veterans that are homeless. And I'm going to say it. I'm from England and I just don't get it. Because when you talk about veterans that have served in our community and they come back and many of them experience trauma, they have PTSD. And so the behaviors that the person that left this country and that is now coming back to this country to receive healing, that needs support, do you know they're homeless? Do you know there are thousands of veterans that are homeless in our county? What are we doing about it? And this is not speaking just to women in what we do. I'm talking about a community because that's what we do, isn't it?
Yeah.
We serve our communities because the men and women that serve have families.
Absolutely.
And whatever traumas they've experienced will impact their families.
And it'll impact our community.
Amen.
Absolutely.
Amen. So does it make me emotional? It does, because we can't help everybody. Can we?
No, we can't.
We can't help everybody, and sometimes we have to say no. And we have to, and this is where we then draw strength from our partners. And we will phone each other and we will say, can you take this person? Can you help? And that's what we try to do, is share resources in this community. But we need the community's help. Because I'm telling you now, when you're driving in Brevard County, Melbourne, Palm Bay, and you're seeing people who are at the traffic lights, holding up those cards, asking for help, many of them we know.
Yeah.
Many of them have their regular spots that they go to. But what that's saying is, you are all saying this: we don't want it in our community. We don't want them on our streets. We don't want the shelters here. Well, where are they going to go?
Right. Right.
And so for us, this awareness today is not just about you listening. The question is, what are we going to do in our communities, and how can you support the organizations like CETA, like a New Life Mission, like ours, yes, to provide the services that are desperately needed, because the scripture says, the word says, the poor will always be with us, which means there's an opportunity for you to serve. Yes? You know, a church is a building, but a church are the people. And so take away the walls, and what do you have? We're right there before you.
We're church.
We're church. We are the hands and feet of Christ. Yes? And so you can be too. So,
and if you don't know what to do, there's no, you don't have to go out and approach those people holding the signs. You let us know if you're seeing someone. Support our organizations and let us be the professionals to go out and meet one-on-one with these people and direct them to resources, because we're always having conversations with each other.
Yes, we are. And we're always signposting people to other resources in our community. And it's pretty strong, but it could be even better with more support. Yes, do you agree, Amy?
Absolutely. Better together.
Better together.
That's my thing. Thank you so much for coming on. I know you didn't
Thank you for dragging me on.
You didn't plan it,
but God.
But God,
But
right?
God. But
Yeah.
God. But God. Thank you.
Thank you.
Blessings.
And
I couldn't really think about the future at all, like further than what we're going to eat for dinner.
I didn't really see a future before I got here.
Join us on October 23rd at the American Muscle Car Museum for Opening Doors for Women, a red carpet fundraiser dedicated to helping homeless women with children find stability and hope. Hosted by New Life Mission, this event raises critical funds to help families move from dependency to self-sufficiency, all in a Christ-centered environment. It's a night of inspiring stories and meaningful connections. As an attendee, you'll be part of a caring community committed to making a difference. Together, we can open the doors that transform homeless families for generations.
If I tell you the many doors that it has opened, we'll be here all day. It's the village that we need. If you're facing homelessness, if you're facing abusiveness, whatever you're facing, it's hope. And you're going to find it here at New Life Mission.
At Retreat Restrooms, we believe everyone deserves a clean and healthy environment no matter where they are. As a Marine veteran, I built this company on the values of excellence, reliability, and care, bringing high standards and comfortable restrooms to every mission, event, and emergency.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful girl who lived in a castle.
I was a heroin addict and was living on the couches of people that I would do drugs with.
The little girl lived with her mom and dad, who loved her very much.
So I was 7 when my parents had divorced. The cops came and arrested my dad, and my mom went to a woman's shelter, and she sent me to live with my grandfather, who wasn't physically able to care for me. So I pretty much raised myself.
The little girl loved to spend time with her family and friends. She also likes coloring and chasing butterflies.
When I was 11, my uncle molested my best friend, and then he tried to come for me. I basically fought for my life.
One day, the little girl packed a picnic lunch for 2 and went on her way to grandmother's house.
As a young girl, I battled eating disorders, and I was very unhealthy. I just didn't know how to make good choices for myself.
As the little girl made her way to grandmother's house, she came across a lonely giant. He looked sad, so she stopped to see if he needed help.
So I met my husband when I was 19 at a party. He sold drugs as a side job, and that's how my addiction started. By the age of, I'd say about 23, I was pregnant with my daughter. I stayed clean during that time, started to live a normal life. The first time I used with my father,
Hey everybody, Amy Lyon from New Life Mission, and we're so grateful to have Commander Fischbach out here with us, taking some time. They are all so busy. As we know, our law enforcement is out patrolling, right? They're keeping us safe. And so if you can just share a little bit about, my goal is to dispel myths about homelessness. Sometimes people hear that, oh, that guy was homeless and they arrested him. Sometimes that's going to happen if there's disorderly conduct, if there's a mental health crisis. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. That's as you know, because you're more heavily involved specifically with the homeless population. There is no single solution that's going to solve it. There just isn't, because everybody is unique and everybody has a different set of circumstances that led to them being homeless. For some people you touched on, there might be a mental health component that is causing them to not make sound decisions. There might be an addiction issue that causes them to behave a particular way. It might be somebody who's just antisocial. I know that I personally have spoken to people in the past and tried to get them into shelters and whatnot, especially on like cold nights. And I can think of at least 2 guys that didn't want to go because they had animals, they had small pets.
Oh, yeah.
And they said, I was talking to them, they sounded rational, but they said, thank you, but I can't go because they won't let my dog come in, and that's my family. Absolutely. So it's not just the humans, it's everything associated with being a human and having they have their wants and desires. You've dealt with it, so there's some people that they don't like the restrictions of going to a shelter, because every shelter that I'm aware of, if they're drinking or on drugs or causing any kind of a problem whatsoever, the shelter doesn't really want them. They want them there, they're trying to help them out, and some people just make bad decisions, bad personal decisions, and and they remain homeless.
Right. And for our organizations that are helping individuals experiencing homelessness, a big piece of that is maybe not being equipped to restrain someone who might be acting out. How and the Brevard County Sheriff's Office try to work with the homeless providers in our community?
I think we work pretty well with them. We're big supporters of, we have a local agency here, NVHS, you may be aware of them, National Veterans Homeless Support. I know I attended a fundraiser for them last Friday night with the sheriff and a bunch of the other constitutional officers here in Brevard County, and they focus kind of on homeless veterans and helping them out. But that's just an example of one of the things that we do. We're supportive of going back to the mental health component. We're supportive of we have mental health court here in Brevard County, where if somebody's issue is, are they a criminal or is it somebody that's got a mental health issue? Because it could be 2 separate things. So if they're a mental health issue, they get diverted into the mental health court, and they get a different, more rehabilitative type resolution to their case.
Who's determining that? Is there a case manager or someone with the sheriff's office?
I believe the county has the state attorney's office and the public defender's office. I believe that they get together and they, we help them identify, because we do have a forensics unit at the jail that does the mental health screening. So I think that we help them along with that. You're in the system, so sometimes it doesn't take an expert to figure out there's something wrong with this person.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's something wrong with this person.
Maybe not taking their medication if they have medication, or they haven't been able to get to a mental health person to help them.
Correct. So, you know, we try and help them with that. Again, there is a limit to how much you can do to help somebody. I don't want to use an animal comparison, but the old saying, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
It's very true.
You know, you can provide or offer all the services that you want, and if they don't avail themselves of the services, or if it's a drug-related thing, if the addiction is calling their name louder than, you know, than what you're offering, you're going to lose.
Yeah.
So I think that we work well with the other agencies in the county on the on interacting with homeless people. You mentioned people getting arrested. You know, the reality is sometimes these people are, you know, if you own a business and you've got somebody there that is intoxicated or impaired or maybe got a mental health issue and they're causing a problem for your business, you really don't care if that person's homeless or not. You just
Right.
want the person that's causing a problem at your business out of there.
Yeah.
And hopefully, you know, we try and warn people and shoo them away as much as we can. And, you know, sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. So,
And there's a cost to taxpayers as part of homelessness, right? It would benefit all of us. It really is something that affects every taxpayer because of the resources that go out. Like anybody, if a homeless individual is put in jail, and there have been instances of when it's cold, people getting arrested to go into the jails. Have you heard about this?
I missed your question. What is...
So when we have cold weather or something, you know, if
Okay.
somebody doesn't have a place to go, they may purposely get arrested, or they may go to the ER. They may...
I think that, yes, I think when you have a community that does not have a stable place to live, a dry place like today, it's raining like crazy out here today, as everybody can see. When you have that population just out in the woods, under a bridge, under a boardwalk, wherever they're at, you know, they may get tired of that and they may decide, you know, I can go over there and steal something and get myself arrested, and then I'm going to go to the jail. It's not ideal, but it's dry. I'll get fed. I'll get a shower, whatever. For somebody, you know, somebody might make that choice. So I think that's the question. Or they might, again, it's, you know, healthcare is a totally different issue. But yeah, if you don't have access to healthcare, you're going to end up in the emergency room because they have to take you.
Yeah.
So
They
yeah,
do.
there's a tremendous, I don't even want to say it's a hidden cost, but there's a subcurrent there that's a big cost to try and maintain these folks to the extent you can do it. Like I said a minute ago, I'll go back to it. You know, people have to want to get help, and they have to accept it. And if they don't, then a lot of the people that you interact with, I'm sure, are going to fall into this category of they're kind of recidivist homeless people. You do everything you can
Generational,
do,
too.
and there's nothing you can do for them because that's their lifestyle.
Yeah.
So
What we've talked about several times in the last 20 or so hours is, you know, offering these services to people if they don't want them and they make a choice to leave. You know, at least we're trying, right? At least we're trying to provide the services. What do you think is missing in our community that would help Brevard County Sheriff's Office?
Well, I think there's probably a shortage of affordable, low-cost shelters for people that they can afford to live in. We have cases where there's people living in utility sheds behind somebody else's mobile home, or they're living in a camper trailer in somebody's backyard because everything is just so expensive. I don't know what the solution is to that, but that is an issue of just because even the people who want help, they they want help, but they don't want to go into maybe a communal setting. They don't want to go into a barrack situation. Yeah, it's clean, it's dry, there's food, there's showers, whatever. But they're in there with 20 other people. They may not like that. There's a lot of people that are just kind of solitary, and they want their own place. So that's a problem, is finding affordable stuff. Again, going back to the National Veterans Homeless Support Group, that's one of the things that they're working on is getting, identifying those types of locations, helping people out financially, because there is not a one-size-fits-all solution, and everybody's issues may be different. Somebody might just need some assistance to get a car to get back and forth to work so they can be gainfully employed. I think that's probably about it. So just everybody's got to put the effort in. Appreciate you guys doing it.
Yeah. What can the public do? What would you say to the public to help support your efforts, to support our efforts?
I think that they should. This may ruffle some feathers, but I think if you're a citizen and you want to contribute, you want to help, I think that your money would best be directed to a legitimate group, New Life Mission, CETA, whoever it may be, as opposed to handing somebody on the side of the road money.
We've talked about this.
I don't know that helps anything, because you don't have any control over what they're going to do with that money. And then the other thing that we've seen at the sheriff's office, I know for sure, is people coming in from out of the area, going to the busy intersections and panhandling money.
Absolutely.
They don't live here. It doesn't appear that they even need the money, because they're coming in from out of the county or whatever. And just understand, if you're wanting to give somebody money, please donate your money, but donate it to a charity that's going to have some accountability attached to it. They're not going to spend it on alcohol or cigarettes or fast food or whatever. They're going to actually try and help people. So I would tell people, do your due diligence, find an organization whose mission supports your ideals, and support that mission.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for saying that. Yeah, we've talked about panhandling a few times. And is it illegal for people to stand at the intersections with their signs and ask for money?
If you're in the unincorporated area of Brevard County, we have a safe streets ordinance. It's illegal to reach out into the street and take money from somebody in a car.
Okay.
So I'm not going to,
How about for the person handing the money?
In the county area, it depends on where you're at.
Okay.
In the unincorporated area of the county, we're focusing on the person who's soliciting that. And again, it's through the Safe Streets Ordinance. You can access that and get all the specific details of it. Yeah. I think in the city of Melbourne, I'm not sure on this, I probably shouldn't even say it, but I believe that they handle the driver and the recipient of the money the same way.
Yeah.
That's what I've heard. I don't know if that's accurate. So,
well, as you mentioned, just best to find an organization that is professional and knows how to handle these situations.
Yes, I think that it is not an easy thing to do. And, to deal with an adult that has any of the issues that we talked about, mental health issues,
addiction,
substance abuse issues, personality issues, it is very difficult for those to deal with those folks. So the idea that, why is this such a problem? Go try and deal with some of these people. You'll find out.
Yeah.
You'll find out.
And thank you to you and all of the people out doing it, and all of our partners that are on the front lines, not giving up, who are coming out in the rain and offering solutions and just saying, you know what, we stand by you and we know you stand by us. So thank you.
Well, we appreciate it. And again, for your organization and for all the other organizations that are out there trying to make a difference, we applaud that, and we absolutely support it and wish you the best, because again, there is no one size fits all solution. Everybody's different. So we need as many, we need as many pans on the fire as we can get to try and resolve some of these issues.
Yep.
And the last thing I'm going to say for anybody that's listening, this has always been a problem, and it's probably, unfortunately, always going to be a problem. So I think what we're talking about right now is the scale of the problem and helping those people that we can help that want the help.
Yep.
Because there's always going to be somebody that wants to live in the woods, that wants to live off grid, that wants to be whatever. So we need to identify, and this is what we try and put our focus on. Let's try and identify the people that we can help, that want help, and put our resources there, because the pile of resources is not big enough to cure everything.
Right. And safety, keeping our community safe.
Correct. And you mentioned earlier about just people having the misconception that we just go out and arrest people. We don't just go out and arrest people. But I'll use my analogy I used a minute ago with the store owner. If you're a store owner, you got somebody that's, hurting your business, you want them out of there. If you're a property owner and you own a piece of property that doesn't have anything on it, and you've got a big homeless camp out there, if I'm the property owner, I want them off my property, because I'm going to ask myself, am I liable for whatever they do on my property? If they start a fight, am I liable? If there's a fire out there and they burn down my next door neighbor's house, am I going to be liable because I let them out there? So most of the time when we're dealing with homeless people, we're responding to a citizen complaint. Hey, I own the property at this location and they are urinating on my building, they're sleeping in my screened in area, they're doing something.
Right.
And that's what we're trying to address. And as you have experienced, sometimes when you go and get them out in the field, they're a little bit, some of them are not as nice as could be. So
Yeah.
anyway,
So you're dealing with all the challenges.
yes, it's kind of like when you see people go into court and they're all cleaned up, they're wearing their nicest clothes. That's not what we deal with.
Yeah.
We're dealing with people that are under a palmetto bush or on a cardboard box. God bless them. But we're getting them at their worst,
Yeah.
not at their best.
That's
So-
a good point. Very good point.
Anyway,
Thank you for making
I appreciate
the time.
you inviting me to come out here today. I hope I've shed some light on something and
You've
been
been great.
helpful, and I think that's it.
All right.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amy.
Come on out.
All righty.
Come on out of the rain or in the rain or something.
I couldn't really think about the future at all, like further than what we're going to eat for dinner.
I didn't really see a future before I got here.
Join us on October 23rd at the American Muscle Car Museum for Opening Doors for Women, a red carpet fundraiser dedicated to helping homeless women with children find stability and hope. Hosted by New Life Mission, this event raises critical funds to help families move from dependency to self-sufficiency, all in a Christ-centered environment. It's a night of inspiring stories and meaningful connections. As an attendee, you'll be part of a caring community committed to making a difference. Together, we can open the doors that transform homeless families for generations.
If I tell you the many doors that it has opened, we'll be here all day. It's the village that we need. If you're facing homelessness, if you're facing abusiveness, whatever you're facing, it's hope. And you're going to find it here at New Life Mission.
At Retreat Restrooms, we believe everyone deserves a clean and healthy environment, no matter where they are. As a Marine veteran, I built this company on the values of excellence, reliability, and care, bringing high standards and comfortable restrooms to every mission, event, and emergency.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful girl who lived in a castle.
I was a heroin addict and was living on the couches of people that I would do drugs with.
The little girl lived with her mom and dad, who loved her very much.
So I was 7 when my parents had divorced. The cops came and arrested my dad, and my mom went to a women's shelter, and she sent me to live with my grandfather, who wasn't physically able to care for me. So I pretty much raised myself.
The little girl loved to spend time with her family and friends. She also likes coloring and chasing butterflies.
When I was 11, my uncle molested my best friend, and then he tried to come for me. I basically fought for my life.
One day, the little girl packed a picnic lunch for 2 and went on her way to grandmother's house.
All right, ready, set. What am I supposed to say? Hey everyone, it's Buddy from Cedar Rescue Mission, and we're into it, man. We only have how much time left? 4 hours. 4 hours. Been on the bench now for 20 hours in the rain and everything else going on. And I just want to introduce to you Drew. And Drew's been with Community of Hope. I don't know how long. I've known Drew a long time. And Drew, just share a little bit about yourself, some about your ministry, and then we'll get some discussion. Okay, man?
Well, I'm Drew, and Drew Warren, Community of Hope, and I'm been with Community of Hope for about 9 years. But I tell you, I'm so thankful that you're going to spend the entire rest of the 4 hours just with me. I thank you very much for that. What an honor.
Certainly, man, certainly.
Yeah, Community of Hope's been doing affordable housing for families since 2004. So about over 20 years now, and I came along in 2016, 2017, but I'd been a board member since 2012. So really, even more years than 9. So that's 13 years altogether. Started off because I saw families that I was working with where children were going to school and were homeless and were getting bullied by their peers. They were going to school dirty. They were not going to school ready to learn, and they were not successful. And that was just heartbreaking to me, and I refuse to be part of that anymore. So,
Amen. So tell us a little bit what y'all actually do there at Community of Hope. I know y'all are really involved a lot, transitional housing, getting in permanent housing and all that and everything, and y'all are doing a wonderful job, doing a great job in our community. So tell us a little bit exactly what y'all are doing.
So when we started out, all we had was transitional housing, and that was, like I said, 2004. Started with one house and one family that we served. But over the years, we developed into having a shelter program, having transitional housing, having permanent housing, rental housing, and now getting into home ownership. So we kind of do the entire range, meeting the family where they're at. And we went from serving that one family in 2004 to serving over 500 last year.
Wow, 500. My goodness, that's something else. Can you tell me a little bit about going into your ownership of housing? How does that work?
Yeah, we have what's called a community land trust, and that is designed to allow people who are in the cycle of rental to get into home ownership and affordable home ownership. So it takes a typical home that's a $350,000 home, and because of the way you structure the deal, you're able to sell it to people for $225,000 or less. Plus, they get first-time home buyer assistance, so they can suddenly afford a home for less than they're paying for rental, and it gives them equity and gives them a chance to build generational wealth.
Is there something that you've been involved with helping the homeless population? I call them our homeless neighbors for a long time now. And is there something that you see that maybe we want to have some strong and some good conversations, but is there something that we're missing in our communities that we could do a better job at to try to solve this? Have a solution to helping our homeless neighbors.
Absolutely. I think the biggest thing we need to do and can do is stop thinking in silos. Start thinking in terms of the individual who's homeless. What made this individual homeless? What have they struggled with? Who is that person as an individual? And addressing those needs. And I think we have a tendency to think one solution is going to solve the problem for all homelessness when it isn't. You can't solve the problem of addiction with just a house. You can't solve the problem of domestic violence with just a house.
That's true.
You have to have the other services, and you also have to have a bigger purpose. You have to have something bigger than just a program. You have to have purpose.
Have purpose. Purpose is all about it. Communities, all about it. And collaborations, all about it. And it doesn't matter whether it's our faith partners, doesn't matter what partner it is, as long as we're working together. And we've had a little bit of conversation over there talking about different areas. And one of the things that really intrigued me was the asset mapping that started, I guess, up in Cocoa and in the Titusville area, and how that brought different organizations together. And so tell us a little bit, are you part of that?
Yeah, so we've been participating in the Titusville asset mapping, and that kind of grew out of what they started in Cocoa, and Family Promise did a great job, along with the Homeless Coalition and others, in kind of initiating that in Cocoa. But it expanded up to Titusville, and we have a lot of our housing units are now in Titusville. So we've participated in that, and we're also participating in the Melbourne in Palm Bay when Palm Bay gets started with the asset mapping as well.
So do you think Palm Bay is close to getting started? I know that we have a meeting at our Helen's House facility next month for the start of the Christy heading that up, doing a great job there, understand. And it takes everybody collaborating together and getting involved to do this. I know that. But where's Palm Bay at?
So I'm not sure with Palm Bay. I know that we started with Melbourne. Christy and I have spoken a little bit about trying to get something started in Palm Bay as well. And I think it's as the ideal would be to merge all of those maps into one kind of resource that anybody working in the homeless field would have access to. So Palm Bay definitely needs to get started on that process as well.
And what I found from listening to others talk about it the past 20 hours or so is that it really brought collaboration together from many organizations and finding out. And we were talking about a meeting we were in a small meeting. One of our council members, a pastor, brought some of us together, and probably the best meeting I've been in a long time, where as I've said, he started off said, we don't have an agenda. I have no agenda at all. We want to see how we can help you, and we want to see how you can help us. And with Daily Bread having to shut down over there and everything, it brought some of the homeless neighbors to his area there, and he was wanting to be able to serve them and being able to help them. And so I found out things about our other organizations that I never knew, and I've known the organizations for a long time. I'd like to see us have some more meetings like that. How about you?
Absolutely, and we need more meetings without agendas.
There you go.
With just let's go in and the only agenda is here's the problem, let's solve it.
Let's solve it.
Amen, brother.
And that's what that's the reason we did this 24 hours on the benches. We were really looking for people to come with some solutions, and it was a little bit, I hate to use the word lame. We just we weren't getting that information, and it just seems like today it's kicked in, and we're having people share things. And Christy was here on the bench a little while ago, and she's saying, hey, I've got some people that are ready to build a low barrier shelter and put it in and run it and all that kind of stuff. We just have to get one of our cities to accept it.
Yeah, and it's not just the cities that have to accept it. It's the people in those cities, and that's the difficulty that we have is that I'm going to give a little truth here, to get elected, you have to have the support of the people.
There you go.
And so I think a lot of folks go into politics thinking it's a lifelong thing they want to continue doing, and so, which is fine. But if you go into it thinking, I need to make this decision to make sure that I have a future in politics, sometimes you don't make the decision that's right for the very people you serve.
Exactly.
And that isn't, and again, I don't happen to be in politics, so it's easy for me to sit back and say that. Boy, I don't envy having to be in that dais.
I grew up in a politician's house, so I don't want any part of it. But anyway, I'm glad we do have some men and women out there that are serving. But you're exactly right about that. When it comes down to the bottom line, they have to make their constituents happy if they're going to want to be reelected. And most of them, they do want to be reelected. And so I do find that we fall a little bit short there, or either they want us to put something that's so far out, the resources aren't there and the people can't get there or get to the resources they need to be at. So, we'd like to build an overnight shelter on our property downtown, and we've got to have a special use permit, and hopefully, we can get that and get it faster than what it looks like we will be able to. But anyway, there's a lot going on. Give us some other things you think we can do better if we collaborate together.
Well, I think it all, as we're talking about the political end of things, it all comes down to good policy. And I think good policy comes along when you, again, look at the entire elephant instead of the pieces, and come up with solutions that can solve the problem with everyone's input. And I think we can get there. But things like, where to put an overnight shelter. Clearly, Brevard doesn't have adequate shelter. And the consequence thereof is that people are out in rain like this, unhealthy and unhoused, and aren't able to find places to shelter other than places where they're not welcome. I'm sorry to say, they're just not welcome. And so if we want to have that problem addressed, we have to have shelter. So ultimately, there's a way to build a policy that works for everybody. I know there is.
Well, one of the things too, we're dealing with a lot of mental health issues, and back in the late 70s and 80s, the federal government, our state government, started cutting the mental health expenses, and it's not there, and that's something that we deal with quite a bit. We've got 2 minutes, so share a little bit about what you're dealing with in the mental health issue, and how y'all are handling that. And I think we're going to go to a live feed.
So we're about to do a series for our staff, trainings for on mental health, because even though our staff has that background, it's something we always need to keep in the forefront, because a lot of people experiencing homelessness are experiencing mental health issues that contribute to that.
Yes.
So I think one of the things that we need to do is look at why historically the closing of the mental health institutions happened, which was a good thing, but then where that has come and what has replaced that. And I don't think we've got adequate replacements. Again, let's talk policy.
Yeah, not close. And so I think we've got to come together, and we've really got to start beating on our legislators a little bit, statewide and federal-wide, and start going for that. We got 1 minute left. You got any closing thoughts that you want to share before you get out of here?
No, other than let's just all work together. I love working with you guys. Buddy, you've been wonderful. But we have so many great agencies in the area. If we all just work together, we can solve this.
And I've been a little bit, I haven't been in the picture where they should have. I'll be the first to admit that. And I'm going to get involved more. And I want to see us collaborate together, and let's really work toward taking care of the issue that we have here. I appreciate you coming out in the rain, getting soaking wet. Love what you're doing. Y'all are doing a great job. You're doing a wonderful job. Got a great team there. Y'all just keep up the good work, man. Okay?
Thank you very much,
right,
buddy.
brother.
This is great. I
Lord bless
appreciate
you, man.
it.
Thank you.
God bless
Thank
you.
you. Lord bless
Take
you.
care.
All right, and we continuously roll, so you guys.
All righty.
There you go.
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing
Everyone's
fine.
yours. I'm going to take yours.
Right.
Hi.
Thank you,
It's right
Tag.
on the back there.
It's all good.
We're in. I'm in. Tag.
I can't believe you got him over here. Let me see his teeth. You want first thing you said, I don't answer that, but I'm serious. And then he starts telling us his story on, well, they call me and we got stuff we got to do.
Well, couldn't get him off the bench.
I'll look over here and you bring
We're telling secrets over here.
That's all right.
Yay.
Secrets are good. Secrets are good.
Yeah, well, we have a super special guest on the bench with us today. We have Miss Melbourne. She's going to share her story. Chelsea, tell everybody about you.
Yeah, so I'm actually a transplant. I'm originally from Ohio. I've been in Melbourne now for about 3 years. And I just want to thank you for what you're doing, and New Life Mission and CETA and everybody that's been participating. I've been able to watch. I frequent in Ohio, actually. I travel quite a bit, and had a real opportunity to sit here and listen to some of the moms yesterday that I've already previously met.
While you
and
were
it's been-
driving.
While I was driving, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, I wanted to know what's going on, because I feel a heavy responsibility. I walk around with a sash that says Miss Melbourne, but even myself, I don't know enough about what's going on here.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know more,
Right.
and I want to know, where can I help? you know, I wear this with pride because, like I said, I'm from Ohio, and I moved down here for a relationship that inevitably failed. And I found myself right there where so many people are right now on that. I'm homeless. I don't have anywhere to go. Where do I go? I have no family. I have no connections here. I was on my butt.
3 years ago.
That 3 years ago.
3
Yes.
years ago.
Yeah.
Well,
and
tell us, if you're comfortable,
Oh, yeah,
share
yeah,
more
yeah.
about your story.
Yeah. So, got in a relationship, thought it was all butterflies and rainbows, and quickly realized it was not. And I left my hometown in Ohio to be here with for this relationship. I saw a brighter future. I was having a lot of struggles in Ohio, and my time there was done. So when I got here, I honestly, what happened, I just started driving around one day, and I was looking for centers or a Y or somewhere to go to just, I don't know, play pickleball or something, find something to do. And I ran across the Women's Center of Brevard. And I was like, oh man, maybe I can go there and do yoga or something, like meet other women. I don't know.
Yeah.
Quickly found out. So I went home and I Googled it and I found out that it was a women's center, domestic violence shelter. Little did I know I was going to end up needing them. And so it was just by the grace of God that I was like, wow. I found myself one night in my bathroom terrified for my life. And I said, holy cow, I cannot live like this. I can't, whatever I'm doing right now, I can't do this. And so at the time, being in my van out on the streets was a heck of a lot better than where I was. So I did. I said, you know what? I had my son with me at the time, and I was gracious, and I had friends that were lucky, you know, for me, that they came down and they picked him up and they took him back to Ohio so I could make the necessary moves that I need to make.
Yeah.
And so I packed my bag and I left, and I walked in the doors of the Women's Center, and I really didn't even know what I needed. Yeah. I didn't know what I needed. I knew that I needed help, but I didn't know what that looked like.
Right.
I had no job. I had no money. I had a car, but there were all these things that were just flooding
Cars
me.
cost money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
insurance
and I had like $20 in my bank account. So I was like, I can't even go get gas to get away. You know what I
Right.
mean? I was so frustrated. And I walked into the Women's Center and they were like, oof. And I remember there's one of the ladies there. I filled out the intake form, and you know, every word you write and you're like, oh my God, this is very real. Like,
is
oh
this
God,
really happening?
Should I do this? Like, am I making a big mistake, or am I saving my own life? I don't know, but I'm gonna trust. I just gotta trust God. God led me here. Of all the buildings in Titusville, I ended up at the Women's Center thinking that I was gonna find yoga, which was similarly, yeah, I found peace there. And so they said, they said, we got you. And I was like, wow, okay. So, but then what's next? You know? So I knew I had a few days to like figure it out, but I can't go get a job in 2 days. I have no work history. I've been a stay-at-home mom. What am I going to do? I can clean toilets and I can cook breakfast. You know, I don't know.
Hired.
Yeah. Okay. Please, somebody take me.
Yeah.
And so then, they put me in a hotel, which was incredible, and I had the chance to breathe and grief and just grieve, like fall apart and then release all of that.
Yeah.
And then be like, okay, now what?
Yeah.
Okay, now what do you do? So then I was going back to the Women's Center, and they were helping me with therapy. I just had somebody to talk to. I had someone to share information, share resources with me. Yay! Come on over.
Party!
You know? And then, so then they put me up here in Melbourne. So that's how I ended up here in Melbourne.
Wow.
Yeah, and so I have this huge respect and gratitude for Melbourne, this city. I have found so many incredible people and so many beautiful stories of life, love, and all the in-betweens. And sometimes I feel stuck. Like, what can I do?
Right.
You know, like that eager, like, okay. So sometimes I come out here and I get a lot of crap for it because I I know it's the fear. We're here to talk about homelessness, and we're here to talk about how can we come up with solutions. And we may not know all the answers, but I do know the one thing that I could do was that I could get out here on a Friday night, and instead of walking into the bar, I could walk to where I know there's a specific group of homeless guys that hang out. And they catcall me when I walk down the, sidewalk, and I was like, all right, guys. So one day I just decided I'm gonna talk. What's going on?
Yeah.
Hey, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I'm a mom. I've got 4 kids, and I got a grandbaby. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not the kind
You
of
do
woman.
not have a grandbaby.
I do. I do.
Okay,
She's a year and a half. She'll be 2 in January. She's incredible. She is my 18-year-old, and his girlfriend. That's their baby. And I actually, how I met Stacy was, I was at Women of the Space Coast event, and I was actually seeking help for my, I call her my daughter-in-law, but they're not married, but I feel responsible for her. I was actually reached out to Stacy because I needed help for her.
Oh, okay.
And so it's incredible, when you start breaking down those walls of fear. You say, I'm not scared. I'm just gonna say what I need to say, because somebody around you might have that answer.
Yeah.
And so that's how I, got connected here with New Life. But
And
so
I've known you all of 10 minutes now.
Yeah.
And the fact that you will be so open and so vulnerable, I think that gives other people permission. That gives them a safe space to say, hey, gosh, I'm having a hard time too.
Girl, yeah.
And if people will do that more, then we can get it all out
I
there.
have a goosebumped everywhere, because that is it.
Yeah.
That's what I was just telling these girls here is, my gosh, sometimes, we are so poked and prodded by society and what we're supposed to do and what you should have figured out. And if you don't have that figured out, then there's a certain look you get. There's a certain energy that's thrown at you, but you didn't do anything wrong. You just didn't have the support that you needed. Right. It's very simple. It's very simple to just stop by and say, hey, to these homeless guys, hey, listen, let's just be friends. All right, you don't need catcall me as I'm walking down, but tell me your story. What's going on? How did you get here? Can you share with me? Yeah. But I want to listen to understand you. I don't want to listen just to say that I asked the questions and I did what was societally accepted or appreciated.
Yeah.
I want to know, because there might be somewhere out there. This guy had, he was from up north. He ended up here, oddly enough, in a situation similar to mine. He got in a relationship, decided to come down. It all went to heck, and here he is. He's got skills. He's hireable. Who's out there talking to him? Where are our service industries that are saying, hey, you know what? I may not be able to solve homelessness, and I may not be able to have all the answers or all the resources, but I can start you out at a part-time job. You can't tell me that you don't have people calling off all the time.
Right.
You can't tell me that there's not just one position around your facility that on paper then he can say that he's employed.
Yeah.
And he can start taking those next steps. We have to be doing what you're doing right here, right now. Right. We need to be having those conversations. And I personally have, man, it's been struggle upon struggle. And so I understand.
Yeah, you do understand.
When I was 19, I was a senior in high school, and I got pregnant. My dad was an evangelist, and my mom was a stay-at-home mom most of my life. And I learned through my dad that it didn't matter what people told you were supposed to do. It mattered what you did do.
Right.
And what was right, what was in your heart. Because God's calling you to do something. And it's probably going to look different than what somebody out here is telling you to go do. It's probably going to be a little weird, and people are going to be worried about what you're doing because it's not the norm.
Yeah.
So what you're doing is you're fighting that battle, but you're doing it because you feel called.
Right.
And so it's just these conversations, man, and it's breaking down that fear, saying, what do I have to lose?
Yeah. Or maybe also that it's somebody else's problem. to deal with.
Yes.
You know, this doesn't affect me. I mean, or I don't have any gifts. There's nothing I can do to help.
Right.
How do you respond to people who are like, you know what, I'm just one person. I
Yeah.
just go to work, I come home, I stay out of the way. That's
Yeah.
my contribution
Yeah.
to society.
Yeah. Well, for me, I've had several people like that in my life that have walked away because I'm doing what's not normal. And to me, but your path is different than mine. And I have nothing to lose. I know who I belong to. I know whether, and this is the frustrating thing that I hear so much of this. I like to be a silent person because I like to listen. I like to read the room. I like to know what's going on. I want to see people's energy. I want people to show me their true colors.
Yeah.
And then I want to take it back to God. What can I say? What kind of love can I share but guide me there? And sometimes it's just as simple as, have you ever just sat down and prayed with somebody because you didn't know? You don't know. There might be nothing that you could do. Maybe you that day can't even afford that $5 beef stew from Meg O'Malley's to give to the homeless. But maybe you can sit there and you can at least lead them back to God. And you can say, you do belong, or you would not be here.
I see you.
Belong. I see you. And you have a great set of skills. You were able to sit here and have a conversation with me and look me in the eye and share your story. You belong here. And sometimes it's like, I'm that night I was out here walking around and I met these guys and they told me where their camp was, and I was like, okay. I said, if I get the chance to come out, I'll always look for you here. Yeah, always look for you here. And if we cross paths again, that will give you the hope and the faith that you might need right now to know that there is a God. This is a big city. We may never cross paths again, but we may cross paths again.
Yeah.
And let's have a conversation again. Now you know my name. Now you know who I am. You know what I stand for. You ever see me, come find me. Come say hi. Approach me. Let's talk.
Yeah.
If it's only conversation I can give you, let's do that.
And that's priceless.
It is. I was trying to figure out everything with nothing. Yeah.
We're going to be best friends.
I hope so. I'm looking for those.
What's next for you?
Oh, what's next for me? Well, I just started a business.
Tell us about your business.
Yeah, it's called Golden Hearts Network. So originally we started with the intention of supporting our 55 plus community. A lot of them don't have family around here, and some of them don't really need medical care. So we're not trying to be, an assisted living or anything like that. It's all non-medical, but a lot of times people are just lonely.
Yes.
But now it's also branching, and I've got young families that are approaching me. They just need help with their kids, and sometimes it's just, I had a client that I was working with. The little boy was 8 years old and hates school, wants nothing to do with school, but extremely intelligent. He's probably just bored. Over the top, incredible, and so it's, to me, my goal with Golden Hearts Network is I want to be your family member that you don't have.
Yes.
I want to be that sister, that niece, that granddaughter, that daughter that can just step in when things are getting a little heavy and you don't really have all the hands you need to juggle the things. You just need that support. Sometimes we just wish we could pick up the phone and call our mom and she would be there to help us out, or
Right.
call a sister, whatever it is, but we don't always have that. And I feel like Florida's been a place of transplants. So, a lot of times their families are up north like mine.
Yeah.
And it's about filling that gap. How do we fill the gap here? We've got loneliness, we've got homelessness, we've got depression, we've got anxiety. By the way, happy World Mental Health Day.
Yes.
Isn't this incredible day to be doing all of this?
Yeah. World Homeless Day, World Mental Health Day.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible. This is
Bringing about awareness.
Yeah. Having the hard
Talking about the hard things.
conversations.
Yeah,
This
we
is
lean
powerful.
in.
Yeah. And lean into it. Somebody was telling me the other day, you know, how a bull will run towards the storm.
Oh, I told that story not long ago.
Did
Not to you. But
Yes.
let's tell people if they haven't heard it.
Yeah, so a bull is going to run towards the storm. And why?
Well, rather than away from it, because they can get through it faster than if it's chasing them and chasing them and
And you're going to tire out.
Yeah.
You're going to get tired. You're going to hit burnout. So, and I relate to a bull. I'm a little bullheaded sometimes, you know.
Aren't we all?
Yeah.
Aren't we all?
Yeah. So, the one thing that I had learned viciously through the Women's Center and my experience was that it's, even when you don't want to do it, you better chase that storm head on.
Yep.
Might as well.
Yeah. You
Might
can't
as
go
well.
around it.
You can't. Can't jump over. You can't go. There's nothing you can do, babe.
And take a team with you if you've got them.
Find your team.
Find your tribe.
Go find your tribe. They're out there.
Yeah.
And I wholeheartedly believe that I'm finding mine by you guys doing this today. I've been watching, you know, all day yesterday when I was in the car, and I couldn't believe, like, it was just every person you had on and every conversation you were having, you're like, I was like, yeah, I want to talk to them. I want to meet them. Hey, what can I, hey, you know, and so like the wheels in my head are spinning. And you know, my mission with being Miss Melbourne is I wear an incredible proud for this city, and I know that this city has so many incredible people who understand the importance of community.
Yeah.
Let's get them together. Let's start talking like this. This is where we start.
This is.
And this is how we all start learning what our needs are and what are our resources that we can just, it's like a big pot, right? If we all just take a little bit of what we've got to toss it in this pot, it's going to start filling up.
Yeah.
And then we have people come along. It's like that treasure chest, right? And now we've got all these people that are like, okay, I need help. Okay, here's
I
here's
know
the
this
treasure
person.
chest.
I know this person.
Yeah.
We're all so interconnected.
Yeah. And now I'm like, here, take your pick.
Yep.
How can we help? Choose any of them because they're all willing. They wouldn't have hopped in this treasure chest if they weren't.
Yeah.
So give them a call, or let me take you to them.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that's where the real beauty is. But it's here.
It is.
It's just we need to start knowing where it's at.
Conversations are just getting started.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you so much for coming. Is there anything else that you want to tell our community?
Man. Yeah, you know, I'm going to tell you this. When I first got here, I made a friend. There was a guy that I met that was battling a lot of mental health issues, but he had a great vision for the homeless, and he loved his homeless community. And once again, one of these things that I do where I put myself in danger, but I don't have that fear. It's odd. I don't have that. I just know that everything is divine timing. If it is what it is, right? But somebody's got to do that weird work that nobody wants to do. So he would drive me around and he would show me different homeless communities that he knows of. And he'd grab whatever he had in his truck. He'd grab it, waters, snacks, whatever it was. He knew he was going. And he just did this out of his heart. He just did this because he wanted to. And he had this big vision for these buildings, these empty buildings that are just sitting around empty, that are corporately owned or privately owned or whatever, you know. And he'd be like, I'm going to meet the owner of that. I'm going to meet the owner of them. I'm going to meet the owner of this. And we're going to get these homeless people housed. He's like, listen, I ain't trying to do anything fancy. He's like, but I'm trying to put a safe space over their head so they can sleep at night without, you know, because a lot, how do you,
well, safety.
How much sleep did you get last night?
2 hours.
All right.
2 hours.
How you feeling right now?
Well, ask me in about 12 hours because I'm okay. I'm
Right
running
now
on fumes
you're on
right
adrenaline
now,
and you're doing
and I'm like,
things.
oh, we're coming in, we're coming
Right,
in.
but you know, like that exhaustion, like when the body
yeah.
is exhausted, your brain isn't even doing anything for you, but burning you out a little bit further.
Yep.
Right. So imagine if it's just a bed. Hey, safe house, building, bed, safe.
Yeah.
So you can sleep. And then let's get up. And now, what are your goals?
Right. Let's talk about
Let's start
resources.
that. You know, we have all these great programs that offer all this, but like, Can we let these people get a good night of rest? Can we let their brains start working for them instead of against them? Can we throw some people in there that understand this mental thing it is spiritual, it is physical, it is a combination of all the stuff. But we have no help. We have nobody willing to reach out our hand because it might be a little dirty. It might be. But does that make me less than you? It doesn't. So we can just start stripping back that, you know, we're all children of God here, and we're all here for a reason.
Right.
And
Equal.
I don't care.
Like on this bench,
right here.
everyone's equal.
Yeah. And so grab my hand. Let me grab your hand. I don't care if it hasn't showered in 2 weeks. I don't care. Let me grab your hand and just walk with me for a minute. If that's all I can do. And it's about knowing, you know, you don't have to have it all figured out. You don't have to have all the answers, but you can do that one simple thing.
Yeah.
And it can change the entire trajectory of that person's day.
Well, they talk about just offering a smile to someone, what that can do.
Yes.
And if you walk through your day thinking that every single person you're encountering is, you know, think about us personally, what we know we carry.
Yeah.
Everyone else is carrying something too.
Yeah. Yes.
And a lot.
A lot. And it's heavy. And if we can just start picking, I can't take a lot. I love you. You are loved. God loves you. You have a purpose. But can I take a little piece for you today? Can I take a little bit off of that back for you?
Maybe give you a little bit of hope.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for this time.
Yeah. No, thank you. I truly feel honored to be here and to be a part of this. This is, it's like the dream coming true, because I always talk about, I'm not always great at having these hard conversations because it hurts.
Yeah.
And then you get vulnerable. And then I start crying. I cry
And
about
then we
everything.
cry. Then we cry.
We cry.
But that's not, you know what,
And-
that's one of my favorite things when people start crying.
Yeah.
Because you're cracked open now.
Yeah. And I think the best parts are where we get cracked open.
Yep.
But
Absolutely.
that doesn't mean that the cracking doesn't hurt. Let's not lie about it, right? The cracking does hurt a little bit. But what's in there, what starts to just blossom out of it is just so much more powerful. You have so much more to share.
Yeah.
And we don't even realize our own potential sometimes. You know, we get in our heads and we think that we're not enough, but we are.
Well, we hear all the voices of what people have told us.
Yeah. Yes.
So.
And we hold on to it.
Yeah.
So be kind to each other.
Yes.
Send messages of love. Lift each other up. Check in on each other. Even when, and that's the other thing, you know, when you have that thought, I wonder how so-and-so's doing. I don't know, but you better reach out.
Yep.
You better reach out.
Grab it, do something, action.
Do some kind of action.
Yeah.
There's something. There's always something.
Thank you for
Thank
being
you.
with us.
Thank you. Thank
All
you.
right.
I appreciate you so much.
You're watching Conversations on a Bench, a 24 hours live stream raising awareness about homelessness, while sharing real conversations about homelessness, addiction, and mental health. We're also collecting tangible items to help those in need to support families at New Life Mission and residents at Cedar Rescue Mission. Visit our bench in downtown Melbourne anytime, from October 9th at 3 p.m. to Friday 10th at 3 p.m. across from 407 East New Haven Avenue.
All right, it's Buddy. I'm back on the bench again. And we have Derek here with us for Chumley's Restaurant. And Derek, thank you for coming out.
Marcus.
Marcus, I'm sorry.
My
I don't know
last
why I said
name's
that.
Darnell. Yeah.
I'm sorry, man. Marcus, forgive me, my brother.
You've been here for a while.
I've been here. I've been up since 4:45 yesterday morning. So anyway, good to have you come out, walk down in the rain it looked like and everything, and come out in this bad weather. We appreciate it. And really, we did this 24 hours on a bench just to try to get some dialogue, to find some solutions to the problem that we have downtown. And as I was telling you just a little bit earlier, tell us a little bit about yourself, about your restaurant and all, and then I'd like to ask you a couple of questions, okay?
All right. Well, my name is Marcus Darnell. I am the owner and head chef at Chumley's Depot in downtown Melbourne. We are pretty much on the exact opposite side of downtown where we're sitting right now. We've been at this location for 12 years. but Chumley's proper opened in 1999 down on Babcock University. So we've been open for 25 years. So we've been a fixture in this town, and we've seen this town grow and evolve. So that's really my story, and it's what I do here. And I have the best chicken wings on the planet.
All right, man. All right. That's saying a lot. Chicken wings are very popular. That's saying a lot, man. But anyway, we were talking a little bit when you first came up, and we were talking about changes because we that are some of the providers for the homeless, folks here in our area, we hear that, downtown's gotten worse with the homeless population. We hear that it's gotten better from some people. Tell us what your experience has been in maybe the last few years.
So my experience is that it hasn't gotten better or worse. It has simply changed. It has evolved as the times have evolved. I see that a lot of the homeless problem, a lot of the homeless people fall into a few categories. You have the mentally ill, and we have failed them.
Yes, sure have.
You have people who have made bad decisions and can't get out of their spot, and they need some help. And then you have the people who continuously make bad decisions, and they seem to be beyond us.
Yes.
The problem is that it's very hard to distinguish between these groups of people when you see them.
Yeah, agree with you.
I will say this, I have seen probably less homeless people, and they cause less problems, but when they do cause a problem, it tends to be a bigger problem.
Major.
And that's what the people see, and when they see isolated incidents that cause a big problem, it is human nature to think that, well, if this is what I see, then the problem must be so much larger. How many things am I not seeing?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And that's just generally not the case.
And you were sharing that, and you said, that some of the crime and stuff that's gone on, and I'm not talking about with the homeless, but it's not as bad as it used to be, but when it happens, it's something major, and it just gets blasted all over the place. I don't know whether social media's brought that on better or more, I don't know, but it just seems like it gets blown out, and it makes it sound like it's happening every day and everywhere around here.
It is true, but I think that's the nature of media today as it is. We have a tendency to sensationalize everything just because it gets more likes, it gets more exposure, as long as it's big, and really it could just be something simple, and we've just made it into something much more than it is. And it draws attention, and people want attention no matter if it's positive or negative. And negative attention is so easy to get, and they just chase it, and I don't like it at all.
Are you a big Facebook person?
I have to be, because I own a business. If it wasn't for that, I would not be on social media at all.
Ever.
I would go off the grid faster than anybody you've ever seen.
I hear you, man. I don't even like to text. So anyway, you're talking. I tell people, if you want me, call me. Don't text me, because it might be 2 or 3 days before I look at it. But anyway, we're looking for some ideas. We're looking for maybe some solutions. And is there anything that you could give us that where we could better serve, or maybe that our elected officials, our city could get better involved? Or are there some things out there you could share with us that would help us take care of the situation we're having downtown?
Well, I think that we are going in the right direction. I'll tell you, one of the things I didn't like is the fact that downtown took out all the benches. We're talking about benches just like this in downtown. They took out the benches so the homeless people wouldn't hang out on the benches. So what it's done is made the homeless people hang out on the front steps of your business, because they don't care if they'll lay on the concrete. But all of the people who wanted to come to downtown and wanted to walk around don't have a place outside to sit anymore. So I've seen a decline in business, especially with the older community in downtown, because they can't walk. And what did that do? It created a parking crisis, because now if you can't drive and park exactly where you want to go, a lot of people say, nah, I'll just go to EGAD. There's parking up there, which there actually isn't. But that's been a lot of the problem. 10 years ago, you could walk from here to Chumley's, just like I did today, and be perfectly fine. And if you wanted to stop a couple of times, you could. Now you can't. But other than that, the things we have done well, I think the programs that we have in place now are working. Honestly, because I see less. I see less homeless people. I see less people who are absolutely derelict than I did before. These people seem to have a place, but just not a permanent place.
That's it.
If we could make a permanent place for them, and more than that, make them want to have a permanent place.
There's some out there, they don't want to get off. They're happy being homeless. I know that's hard to believe.
It's not hard to believe. I've met them.
Oh, you met them, so you
Yeah.
know what I'm talking about there. And there's people out there, this day and time, money's so tight that we have good families that we see that, maybe losing a job for 2 weeks or 4 weeks. I mean, it puts them out of their house very quickly.
We have a lot of society that's living paycheck to paycheck.
That's it.
And
That's it.
that is just the economic crisis in this country. You can't really do anything about that.
You can't.
But I do believe what you said, you hit the nail on the head. It is the desire. And I think that's mainly what we have down here now is people who don't have any ambition to not be homeless. The ones who we could help, we've probably helped.
Okay.
I've seen a lot of people who were homeless years ago and they just gone away. Now, I don't know if they got a bus to Tallahassee or if they've found some help in this area, but they've gone away.
There's more programs that are helping, and we're missing areas. We really are. Spoke with a lady from Cav Church out in Vieira earlier this morning, and they had a 64-year-old lady that had mental health issues, and they finally found a place for her to go. She could hardly walk. Found a place for her to go over in Orlando, but she was scared to go over there. And so she ends up in a tent out at Wickham Park. They help. That's the only thing they could do for
But
her.
that's what you're comfortable with. You want to stay close to home. You want to get that help where you think you have your support system, and
There's
that's
always
what you
excuses.
do. Right.
Always excuses. And so, it made me go back. We started Helen's House, our women and children's shelter, and we saw the need of women and children that were literally on the streets, and they didn't quite meet the criteria of some of the programs that we had here. We have great programs here, great people doing wonderful things with women and children, but there was that group that was falling through. And we thought that was going to be our main objective in helping those. And you know what we found out? There was a lot of single women that had no place to go. And so, here we are, we've got both single women, we got mothers with children, and we said we weren't going to take any babies.
Right.
We weren't going to take any babies. And here we opened in August finally, of last year. And here my wife, one of our board of directors, they come in on Christmas Day. We do a feeding on Christmas Day, and they come in with a mother with a baby, I think a 3-month-old baby, and she has no place to go. So we started taking babies. And then we had a lady that came in Saturday. She's 3 months pregnant, with already one child.
But that's just it. Until you get yourself in the culture, until you get yourself out there in the community, you actually don't know what the need is.
That's it.
And that's why I'm so blessed to be in my position where I am at my restaurant, because I see it. I've been here for over a decade. I've seen the community and what it needs. And I try to speak out to our leaders and try to speak out to other people and tell them what the needs are. But until they get out here and they see it for themselves, it's very easy to be blind to it. It's very easy to adopt a method that is a generalized method that they think is going to help everybody, but everybody's different.
That's it. It's got to be a one-on-one situation. Got to figure out what the need is. Got to figure out where they're at. And one of the things you said a little earlier was talking about the mental health crisis that we have in our area. And back in the late 70s and the 80s, the federal government stopped supplying those dollars for mental health hospitals and mental health beds. And so we're down to just a few. And now that they're sending some of the mental health workers, the emergency workers out with the police department, we're seeing less Baker Acts. We're seeing less have to go into the emergency shelter type situation, being Baker acted or whoever it may be. And then, but a friend of mine with Circles of Care, he said to me, he said, you only have 150 people, and I got one opening for a permanent bed or for a long-term bed.
Exactly. And you speak to the larger issue and the fact that it's been going on for so long. Mental health is not a generalized field. It's a specific, individual thing. Exactly. And until we're able to give these people the individual help that they need, we're not going to solve the crisis. You cannot treat one patient the same way you treat another patient, even if their mental affliction is the same.
That's it. And one of the things that I see and I believe in my heart is that we, the organizations like the providers around here, business people like you, local residents, that are in our community, we really have to start going after, and I don't mean attacking them, but we really have to start beating up on a little bit, starting in our local elected officials, our state elected officials, our federal. We have got to get some more mental health dollars coming in.
We definitely do. The problem, though, is that we've let the problem get so large that the elected officials don't know the scope of the problem. And when they don't know, and they see a dollar figure, and they're just like, oh, we can't do that. And they feel like they've lowballed it. So they're just like, well, we can't give X amount, so we definitely can't give X plus Y. So if we give X amount and don't solve the problem, then if we threw more money at it, we're definitely not going to solve the problem, which is a falsehood.
Yeah. And I'm sure that you've been involved in the council meetings as long as you've been in town.
I don't generally go until I really have to, because of reasons. There's a lot of people who say a lot of words and they don't mean a lot.
I grew up in a politician's house, so I understand what you're talking about. But if you had the opportunity to speak to our elected officials right now, what would you try to convey to them their need to be out there on the streets to see it firsthand, or what would you say?
No,
to them?
absolutely. To our elected officials, I have to say, I see this in corporate America. I see this in America in general. The higher you get up, the further detached you get from society. And that is our problem. Because when you're not boots on the ground, when you don't see it firsthand, it's easy to emotionally detach yourself, and you get presented on paper with a general problem and you try to find a general solution. That is not how heroes are made. That is not what the society needs. The society needs leaders who are in the trenches with us. What happens when you don't do that is you aren't effective as leaders, and your troops don't respect you. Because if you're not down there, they can just say, well, I don't even know who this person is. I know the mayor's name, but I've never seen him. He's just a figurehead. They're not doing anything for us. But if you get out there and you actually interact with people, see what their needs are, and they feel heard, and you actually work for results, something's going to happen.
And I was in a meeting just several weeks ago with one of our council members that's trying to work on the homeless situation here. We had council member Marcus, Smith here with us last night, and both of these guys I believe they really have a desire to get in the trenches, and Marcus is doing that. I see him there. I see Dan doing it too, but it's going to take all of them.
The problem is I see that especially in our younger representatives and politicians, but somehow something happens to all of them when they get older, and I don't want to say they lose their soul, but they become bureaucrats. They become bureaucrats, and that is not what we need. If we had somebody who could keep that heart, who could keep that desire, that passion to help people, then I think it would be a whole lot better.
Well, we've got just about a minute left there, John. Just giving you the last chance to share some words and maybe throw a solution out there.
You're watching Conversations on a Bench, a 24 hours live stream raising awareness about homelessness, while sharing real conversations about homelessness, addiction, and mental health. We're also collecting tangible items to help those in need to support families at New Life Mission and residents at Cedar Rescue Mission. Visit our bench in downtown Melbourne anytime, from October 9th at 3 p.m. to Friday 10th at 3 p.m. across from 407 East New Haven Avenue.
I don't mind going to Washington, D.C., but we got to start somewhere, and we need some others to join.
Well,
join along
I'll
with
tell
us.
you what, if you want to bring them into Chumley's and get them some wings for lunch, I'll sit in on your conference.
Okay, man. Thank you, bud. All right, are we ready to go to the other feed?
All right, guys.
We'll see you in a little while.
All right.
You're watching Conversations on a Bench, a 24 hours live stream raising awareness about homelessness, while sharing real conversations about homelessness, addiction, and mental health. We're also collecting tangible items to help those in need to support families at New Life Mission and residents at Cedar Rescue Mission. Visit our bench in downtown Melbourne anytime, from October 9th at 3 p.m. to Friday 10th at 3 p.m. across from 407 East New Haven Avenue. You're watching Conversations on a Bench, a 24 hours live stream raising awareness about homelessness.
What I want you to do is just share, who you are,
Okay.
a little bit about your ministry, and then we'll get some conversation, okay?
Okay, great.
What do we have, about 10 minutes? All right, we're back again. We have Scott. Scott with Matthew's Hope here sitting on the bench with us. Thank you for coming out in the bad weather, man.
It's beautiful out here,
It's
buddy. I mean,
beautiful.
we should get everybody out here
That's
with
it,
us.
man. I think we're going to get some sun here
God's
in a minute.
sunshine.
There you go, brother. Let's go. This is Florida. You don't know whether it's going to be sunshining or raining.
You know,
But,
for the most part, the hard part is we know who's out there today. And unfortunately, we got folks out there that are going to be in wet clothing.
Yes, sir.
With the winds that we've had, if they're fortunate enough to still have a camp, it's probably wiped out at this point.
Yep.
It's going to be a very expensive week for our ministries over the next week trying to replace all this stuff. And the sad part is over the weekend, they're going to be soaked.
Yeah, it is. And we were talking, we were griping a little bit about the weather.
Yeah.
I mean, we were soaking wet yesterday.
Yeah.
And I just looked up and I said, we have a canopy over our head. We're going to go home
Yeah.
today to a bed, be able to take a warm shower.
Take a warm shower, yeah.
And we're blessed.
Yeah, we really are. I think that's way too often people just forget how blessed, and we take for granted just how nice it is that we get to turn the temperature wherever we want it at our house, take a hot shower and what have you. So
Tell a little bit about yourself and about the ministry over there, and then we'll get in some dialogue, okay?
So yeah. So Matthew's Hope was formed in Orange County 15 years ago. I moved over to Brevard County about 6 years ago, and my better half talked us into, when I wanted to slow down in life, talked us into opening a second location. We're currently serving, touching 1,000 people a week, which I find crazy, and that's growing literally by the day. Our focus is mental health, medical care. We have transitional housing. We have a Montessori preschool. We have a hair salon, food, clothing, hygiene pantry. I can continue going on. And, we just found that the need continues to grow. Where we planted ourselves in cocoa, we didn't feel like we were stepping on anybody's toes. But we're finding that as a whole, Central Florida as a whole still lacks in a lot of the really basic needs outside of clothing and food in many areas. And so we're trying to find folks that can partner with us in other areas. Our latest initiative, as you know, is our sleeper buses, which are pretty cool. We've converted, we have one finished, we have two more in production, sleep 20 people, and they'll move around the county based on a reservation to stay. And it's pretty exciting. It makes me tired thinking about it, but it's pretty exciting.
Well, tell me exactly what happens with the bus. Explain, because a lot of people don't even realize what's going on.
Yeah, well, and I think it's important people do understand
Yeah.
that when this bus comes to an area, it does not sit and park for days on end. The idea behind it is we have reservations, and we'll be at an undisclosed location for people to sleep at. We're not looking for, imagine a group of zombie homeless people making their way to some place and then being told they can't be there, right?
Yeah.
We don't want to do that to them. So we'll have a couple pickup locations for the various buses, and then we will take them at dusk. We will take them to a specific location where they will be there overnight. They're there to sleep. They're not there to hang out, play cards, have fun. It's rest. Folks need rest.
Oh, yeah.
And then every day, those buses will return to our campus in Cocoa to be disinfected, sheets changed, all that kind of thing, and then they'll go back out again. And we will leave as the sun's coming up. So quite honestly, most people would probably never know we were there. And that's part of satisfying the NIMBYs not in my backyard.
There you go, brother.
Which I find fascinating, and I have to say this, and I think you're going to let me get by with it. This whole NIMBY thing was when we used to know where all the sexual offenders were,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And now no one has a clue where they are because they literally scattered. This new law 1365 scattered sexual predators throughout our community. So when people say not my backyard, well, guess what, folks? They literally are now in your backyard. The good news, most of them are harmless. The bad news, there's a few bad guys out there, and there are some folks that are offenders that we should be concerned about.
Certainly. Well, I know you're looking for a place maybe in this part of the county to park your bus overnight. Is that
Yeah,
what
we
I'm
are.
understanding?
We're hoping to find a partner in the Melbourne area. We have so far most of the folks that are partnering with us are north of Cocoa and north. So we are looking. We know there's a need down here. My hope is to partner with organizations. CETA wouldn't be a bad one.
Wow.
Okay, that can help us connect them to other services, because the night's sleep is really to do this. I'm sure you've noticed this, the level of anxiety with the homeless right now is off the charts.
Certainly.
And a lot of it's based on lack of proper rest.
Rest.
Now you take those people that have mental health issues and you deprive them of proper rest. You are creating the perfect storm. And all of a sudden you got a guy, officer who's just doing his job. Okay, people get mad at the cops. The truth is they're doing my daughter's a police officer. She's doing what she's supposed to do.
Yes.
Unfortunately, that's the mandate. However, you flash a guy in the face at 2:00 in the morning, he comes up swinging. Now he's got an assault charge against him. That was not his intent at all. He was simply, you woke me up. I'm lack of rest. I was probably in a deep sleep.
Yeah.
So these are things we're seeing that are making me very uncomfortable, because it further disables those that are simply just been rocked by life circumstances.
And it doesn't change when they go to jail.
No, it doesn't change.
There's no the resources aren't there to help there, even with the mental health. I don't believe. I could be wrong on that.
Well,
but
and,
that's my
and we
feelings
both know it's cheaper than to give them the services with mental health and house them than it is to incarcerate them.
And I've been harping on this a lot in the last 24 hours. So we're not quite at 24 hours yet, but we have got to start, and I use the word loosely. We've got to start beating up on our local, our state, and our federal lawmakers, and get some of these dollars flowing back in for the mental health work. Now that they're sending out some of the emergency case managers, or whatever you want to call them, with the police department and all,
right?
There's less people that are being Baker acted. The emergency shelter is not, Circle Care is not filling up like it was. But ask them about a long-term bed, or put them in a program somewhere. And I got 150 people. And I got one slot coming open.
Yeah. Well, and again, I like the idea. There's some parts about it that I don't like, but there's parts about the idea I like, of having that person with the officer. The other side of that does not take care of the problem.
No, it doesn't.
That just takes care of the initial issue.
I agree.
And there are folks out there, quite honestly, that I've connected with our mental health care team, that we have got them on non-opioid based medications that are functioning better than you and I are right now. Couple of
that
them
doesn't take a lot, brother.
it doesn't, I know that, and I knew you'd say that. It's but the truth is, and some of those are now on my staff.
Yeah.
That came through our program.
Certainly.
That we were able to get properly medicated, and they are turning out to be some of the best employees I've ever had.
I tell people all the time, our best counselors are those that came through our program and are helping others.
Amen.
That's our best counselors. And
Yeah.
I've got some that have come with great degrees and got all the paperwork and all that kind of stuff. And some of these guys that are helping us at the men's shelter, degree, they don't even know how to spell degree hardly, but
but they know what they're
great.
doing.
Yeah, they know what they're
There's
doing.
something
They've been
about
there.
walking through that fire.
That's it.
I think that a lot of my personal experiences being homeless has played into how I've developed Matthew's Hope. But I'll give you an example. We have my Orange County director came through our program as a heroin addict that had lost her children to DCF, had lost her health, looked like she came out of concentration camp.
Wow.
And as she was getting ready to graduate from the program, I said, "What do you want to do when you grow up?" And she said, "Pastor Scott, I feel led to do this kind of work." And I said, "Well, unfortunately, because of your felony, most places are not going to hire you. But I don't play by those rules." So I had 3 people to choose from, 2 that had significant credentials. And we had Shannon. And the gal who's our president, Shelly and I are looking at, she's in my office. And I said, "I got this crazy idea." And she goes, I do too. What's yours?" And bottom line is, it was Shannon. Shannon's now been running Orange County, and she's a rock star.
Praise the Lord.
But who's more believable, somebody who lived through it or someone who read about it in a book?
That's it, man. That's it.
Yeah.
The book doesn't explain it.
It doesn't.
You don't live it.
There's something about actually bleeding
That's it, brother.
that makes you
That's it.
talk about the wound completely differently.
That's it. You know, we had a chaplain, and he's passed away now. Did a great job being a chaplain and all that, but he never even drank alcohol, and here he's dealing with alcoholics. And you know, I mean, I had my drug problem, had my alcohol problem. Finally found Christ, and he took that desire away from me. But you know, he really could never get through to the guys because he didn't even know what they were really feeling. Man, I'm just being honest with you.
No, it's true. I will tell you that, you know, my homelessness had nothing to do with my drug addiction. I was a commodities trader in South Florida in the early 80s. However, having gone through that addiction, when I share that with our guests, you'll see their shoulders kind of drop and they suddenly feel safe.
Yeah.
They know I'm not going to preach at them.
Yeah.
You know, hey, I mean, I've told guys, you know, that come in, all I ask is that you come in, look, if you got to take a little bump before you come in just to function, I understand that. Just don't be sloppy, drunk, or belligerent when you come in, or so drugged up you can't function.
Mm-hmm.
And I know a lot of people in ministry go, "Oh my God, you said that?" And I go, "Yes, because I'd rather have them there, so that we have an opportunity to start feeding into their lives and build that trust factor." You know, sometimes you got to be Jesus to them before you introduce them to the Jesus.
That's it, man. That's it. So, how many are y'all taking care of on the campus over here in Brevard County?
Right now, we're doing about 600 visits a week.
Wow.
We have 2 days of outreach, and then we have that our buses actually pick people up in the municipalities that we serve in and bring them in, and then we take them back. To the chagrin of some people, we bring them right back to where we got them. And then the other 2 days, we send out mobile teams for those that will not, could not, should not come in. That can be a predator, because we do a background check on every single person that comes in.
You do?
So if we find that they're a predator, we will pull them aside and say, "Look, we can't let you continue to be here. However, we will serve you in the field. You just got to let us know where you're at." Or it could be someone like a soldier who's suffering from PTSD, and we got to build that relationship with him in the field before he'll get on our bus and come in for services.
Certainly. Yeah.
So that's been a huge asset to what we do, but it's also very expensive to do.
Well, it's
none of the stuff is
expensive-
free.
You know, it's expensive to do what we're all doing. To be
It
honest
is.
with you,
You-
to stay in
you just-
time,
yeah.
You know? People don't understand it when I tell them how much our insurance bill is every year.
Insurance is crazy. I mean, if people, you know, we were talking to one of your folks earlier, and just tell them, you know, we go through we're large enough, we have to do an independent audit every year, and it's painful. It is painful. They do everything but a cavity check, and I can't even for sure tell you that. But when you're spending 25, 30 grand, that I think of 25, 30,000, I could do so many things with. And that's not even, I haven't yet paid for my regular CPAs yet. That's just the guys that are saying I can
hear
stay
you, man.
legal.
I hear you, man.
So, you know, people don't realize there's a lot of accountability for what we do. They think they know things, but the reality of it is we're under a lot of accountability, most importantly to God. But we do have to play the game with the federal government
Certainly.
and state institutions and what have you.
Certainly. Well, you know, we've got what do we have? About 2 minutes left, something like that, my brother. Okay. So, as we're wrapping this up, and you know, we've been looking for some solutions. I've been asking people, you know, where are we missing it at? And I'll give you an example. A lot of people aren't willing to change. They're not willing to change in
That's
their
fair.
ministry. And one of the things that you know, we started our Helen's House program, Women and Children's Shelter off Aurora Road, and we're not duplicating. You know, New Life has a wonderful program, but they don't. Our ladies would meet that criteria to come in.
Right.
And so, you know, they were falling through the cracks. And so we started Helen's House. And we had all this big plan. I mean, man, we've got it drawn up. And I think people have to be willing and ready to change, because we said we're not going to take any babies.
Yeah.
And here it is, you know, we opened in August. And having to mess with the government. You don't even get me started on that right there.
Yeah.
You know, God
We'd be
bless
here
you,
all
brother.
day.
God bless you. But anyway, we need to start this building project. But anyway, you know, here it is, Christmas Day. We feed on Christmas Day, and my wife and board director, they come walking in with a lady that's got a 3-month-old baby.
Right.
Guess what? We changed our program that day, and
Well-
we changed and we changed and we changed. You know, but we just had our first baby born there.
It's,
just last
isn't that
week.
cra- yeah, and, you know, it's what people don't understand is, you know, we God gives us a vision, we push that vision out, and then we have to be willing to morph constantly. We're constantly reinventing ourselves as changes in funding, as changes in need. I mean, right now, over 35% of every first-time homeless person walking in my door is a baby boomer right now.
Wow.
That number's growing incredibly, and we're a catch and release program. So how do you release a baby boomer out into the world, expect that they're going to get a job and survive? And we're having to find new ways.
Oh, yeah.
Same thing with children. We're seeing more children than ever right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
And one of the things that we didn't realize, you know, we're a women and children's shelter.
Yeah.
But we found out in our area, there's a lot of single women.
Oh.
There's not programs for them. So,
No.
You know, and it cut down, you know, the availability of beds. We're not helping as many as we could be, because you can't put 4 women in one bedroom.
No.
You know?
No. And yeah, I've been down that path.
Yeah,
There's things that you just don't work, and if they don't work in the real world, they're not going to work in our world, right? So
I think he's fixing to tell us we're about through. So just in this last 20 seconds or so, share maybe a need that you have or how you can be helped, or close it out, or whatever you want to say.
let me
It's
simplify
yours.
this. I encourage everyone, especially my Christian brothers and sisters out there, read Matthew 25, 35 through 46. Just read that. And then when you want to bring the argument to us, you'll be fully loaded and we'll be here to listen. Sound fair?
All right, man. How are we doing on time? We good?
You're watching Conversations on a Bench, a 24 hours live stream raising awareness about homelessness, while sharing real conversations about homelessness, addiction, and mental health. We're also collecting tangible items to help those in need, to support families at New Life Mission and residents at Cedar Rescue Mission. Visit our bench in downtown Melbourne anytime, from October 9th at 3 p.m. to Friday 10th at 3 p.m. across from 407 East New Haven Avenue.
Gotcha. Hey everybody, we're back on the bench. Downtown Melbourne. We've got some great new friends here. Downtown Melbourne business owners. Paveco. Tell us about Paveco. We've got Chris and Mike.
Right. Pavco's been around since 1986.
Pavco, not Paveco, Amy.
Yeah, Pavco.
Pavco. Got it.
And we've been basically a commercial general contractor doing public and private work since that time.
Okay. Have you been located in downtown?
Well, we're actually
Melbourne?
licensed in 5 states. So we work all over Florida and all over the southeast United States.
Okay. Okay. So what have you seen? So we're out here, we're talking about homelessness, we're talking about poverty, we're talking about how the community can come together. We've been out for just over 21 hours.
And lovely weather too.
It's been beautiful, and having conversations with, I mean, you name it. We've had the Brevard County Sheriff out here, Sheriff's Office out here, businesses, concerned citizens, individuals experiencing homelessness, and now we have you. So what can you what can you share about
Sure.
your thoughts on all of this?
Yeah, I actually one of the things I've always had a challenge with, specifically when it comes to the problems with homelessness, which is incredibly important to tackle. But when you create a safety net for individuals where they understand that, okay, this problem is fixed and I now can come handle this problem every day. You're not attacking the root of the issue. You're simply just providing a fix for the problem that's occurred. Oh, I apologize. I talk very softly or too loud, never in the middle.
Well, I'm loud enough for all of us.
Perfect.
No.
But I just feel that for me, it's so hard to find a way to stop the revolving door and actually come up with solutions. And when I just even the last week started to hear about what you all are doing, that it's actually creating steps and like things that you must accomplish, you know?
Accountability.
Accountability. That to me was like this is it. Like if you throw money at a problem without fixing the problem itself, that's like adding drywall or hardwood to a ceiling that's leaking from the roof.
Yeah,
without
that's a great analogy.
in any way fixing the roof.
Right.
Yeah. And I love what y'all are doing. I think it's incredible.
So how did you hear about us? I love this story.
Well, my understanding is you just walked in our door.
We just walked
About
in
a week
your
ago.
door. We have a tendency
Yeah.
to do that. We'll just walk in your door and say,
Yeah.
hey, we're New Life Mission. That's what our development team did. They were out downtown Melbourne. We wanted to make sure there was not one business down here that didn't know we were going to be having this conversation. And so our team members walked in your door, and what did they say to you?
They just said, hey, we're New Life, and next week we're going to be having conversations on a bench.
Yeah.
And that just,
We'd love to
what
have
do
you
you
there.
mean? Yeah, absolutely. And we just started talking, and it was incredible.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
it comes on the heels of a meeting. We had an office meeting where we challenged our team to get involved in some local activities where we can make a difference.
So the timing.
So the timing, someone said, just divine intervention. It was just perfect timing.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So what is important to you about giving back? That conversation you were having.
Well, the important is that it makes a difference. That either the money or the efforts go actually to the needy, not to administration fees, not to. I have no desire to go to a dinner or get an award. I want to see things happen that help people. I live downtown too, so downtown obviously has had a homeless issues for a long time, and there's definitely a need to help these people.
Yeah. What are you seeing? So downtown Melbourne?
Yes.
What do you see yourself as businesses too?
Well, we've been fortunate. We have not had any problems. We've had some people. We've got a little courtyard. We've had people go in there during the thing, and whenever we've encountered them, we have never had a negative encounter.
That's
They're very-
great to hear.
They're very pleasant. There's just people who just need some help. There's some direction. That's all.
Absolutely. Well, that's great. Well, what do you want the public to know about you? How they can get out and help? I mean, we may not wander into their office. We may not wander into their door, but
Well,
why?
we really don't want anybody to know anything about us. I mean, this is not about Pavco or about Chris Kennedy or any of our team members. We know that we have a commitment from our entire team to work on this. So that's not the issue, but the more that we can see done positively, there are a lot of great business people downtown Melbourne.
Yeah.
I know a lot of them, and a lot of them, if they're just asked or pointed in the right direction, will help.
Yeah. What do you feel like as individuals or as an organization that you have to offer nonprofits and other people?
Well, it's getting involved and finding out what the needs are. Like Chris said, money's not always the answer, but it's certainly you need money to move forward with things. But there are other things. You have events going on. You have fundraising events that we can help with.
Yeah.
A lot of things we're willing to commit some of our time to.
Yeah, we have a lot of buildings. Our organization has, you heard about all of our buildings?
Oh, I didn't hear about all your buildings, but I do know when I went to drop off just a small donation of clothes. I have 2 young boys.
Okay.
I've been holding on to their clothes as they get older, knowing that at some point something would come along
Yeah.
where they was ready for, and I think this was the event.
Yeah.
But I walked into that one building, the one off Croton. I don't want to give away
New
too much.
Life Village, yep.
Perfect. And I as our senior project manager and pre-construction that I run our estimating, I was a little
We
surprised.
have some construction going
Yeah.
on there.
Yeah.
The fire inspector is having us do some work.
Completely
and
understand.
getting a little bit delayed.
But to me, I was telling Mike that from our perspective and the projects we do, there's nothing about that project that shouldn't just take a couple weeks.
Yeah.
And I've already talked to a couple of trades locally who would be needed for such a thing. But I think that's the kind of thing that with Pavka's skill sets and all the people he knows in the area, and just there's so many incredible small business owners around here that really love helping. Sometimes it's hard to find like the right goal. And I will tell you, as someone who's done significant amounts of fundraising my entire life, Children's Miracle Network, dance marathons, confronting landless poverty was a big thing for me. Trunk or treats all over. I'm excited about the 30th.
Yep.
I'll be there.
All right.
I'll be there.
All right.
But you can get a feel pretty quickly for what an organization is worth throwing resources at, and I'm beyond excited to have discovered New Life.
Oh, thank you.
And I don't know. People sometimes have a slight intense personality, but I will be telling you it will be being used direct towards the goals y'all have. So I don't really have a goal, but you can tell me what you want done.
Yeah.
And if it's something that we can help out with, that's what we want to do.
What do you
How can we
think is
contribute?
the best way for us as someone who's done fundraising and also as a business owner? What do you think is the best way for us to reach the business community?
It's a tough one.
I think the way you did it,
Mhm.
walking in the door, introducing yourselves, saying hello, catching people at the right time. A lot of, the bigger businesses are a little harder to get to the decision makers because they're so busy.
Yeah.
But a lot of these small guys just have open door businesses. The owners are behind the counter. The owners are serving your food. The owners are walking the area.
Yeah.
And I think that they want to hear what's going on because, quite frankly, we all get hit all the time for donations.
Mm.
And there's only so much money to go around for all of us.
Yep.
And we have to make good decisions. And that's kind of what I challenged our team to do. Let's do some research and let's make good decisions.
Yeah. Why is that important to you?
I live in this community. I've been here since 1979. Seen a lot of growth, a lot of changes, and it's just time to do stuff like that. We should always be doing it. I mean, I've always sat on a board here or there and tried to give back to the community.
Yeah. So you can help encourage fellow business owners to become aware. There's a lot of service providers out there. There's a lot of people tackling the homeless issue and mental health and opioid abuse and addiction and all of these things. And what we really ask is that, the public leave it to the professionals, not try to solve the problems on their own, because you want training, you want trauma-informed care, and that's something that we can provide.
You also have a tremendous sheriff and a great mayor in the city of Melbourne right now who are very supportive and involved in this issue.
Yeah.
And I see the mayor once a month at a board meeting. We sit on together, and you always get to ask him a couple questions of what's going on, and you can tell he's very passionate about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we look forward to seeing some of those conversations continuing and solutions. How can we all work together? Because it's the only way we're going to be able to do it.
That's right.
Yep.
That's right.
Well, anything else you guys want to share? I'm so grateful to you for coming out and making this connection.
We're glad to be here.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
I promise you this will not even close to the last time you hear from us. So
What was that?
this will not even be close to the last time you hear from
Oh,
us. So,
great.
yeah.
Thank you so
It was
much.
truly a pleasure.
All right.
You're watching Conversations on a Bench, a 24 hours live stream raising awareness about homelessness, while sharing real conversations about homelessness, addiction, and mental health. We're also collecting tangible items to help those in need to support families at New Life Mission and residents at Cedar Rescue Mission. Visit our bench in downtown Melbourne anytime, from October 9th at 3 p.m. to Friday 10th at 3 p.m., across from 407 East New Haven Avenue.
Thank you.
All yours.
Guess who? Amy Lyon, New Life Mission. We're 20 hours in, 21 hours in.
You're almost
who's
there.
who's
Almost there.
counting,
Oh my
right?
gosh, yeah.
Who's counting?
How many cups of coffee have you had?
So far today, only one. I did get about 2 hours of sleep, maybe. So I'm ready to go. But we've got a lot of people hanging out here right now. People who are really passionate about homelessness and what we can do as a community. And one of those people is Patty Shaffio. She is a board member for New Life Mission. And tell us a little bit about, where do we start? Well, okay, let's start with, why are you passionate about homelessness and being on a board?
Yeah, well, my background is I've pretty much been a child advocate, family advocate most of my my whole life. most of my background in education and volunteerism has been around children and families, and so it just was a really lovely fit for me. When I was asked to come on board, it just felt exactly right and where I needed to be. So I'm just grateful to be part of such a great community and so many great people. And
How long have you been in this community?
well, I've lived in Brevard County now for about 20 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've seen some changes. You've seen some growth.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of changes since I've been here, for sure. Yeah.
So there are people who think, there's nothing so great about my background. What kind of voice do I have? What kind of change can I make? And I don't even know how to be on a board. What would you say to people like that?
I would say that if you're passionate about anything, pursue it. And then I've been sort of a fan of New Life Mission for a very long time and supporter, but I've also been to some of your fundraisers, and it's just always been so inspiring. And so, I thought, well, I do have a passion and love for children and families, and so this would be great. I think it's important to remember that mental health is a huge issue, and that's part of my background. So I think that also drew me to you all.
Yeah. And so now you've had a little bit of a behind the scenes look. You knew New Life Mission as a supporter, and now you're behind the scenes supporting me in all the day-to-day activities. We'll have Penny here later talking about the kind of board we have. We have a policy board. So they set the policies for me, and then they really just support me in running the day-to-day operations. But can you share anything from behind the scenes that you're seeing?
Well, a shout out and a praise for you.
Aww.
Because honestly, and all the New Life Mission employees and everyone that's behind the scenes and working so hard, it's just really inspiring to see you all and what you do every day and the passion you have. So, that's been really fun for me to see from a board perspective. Grateful. But it's as far as a board, like what I see, I just see a lot of really hardworking, dedicated, passionate people who are very busy, but just seem to make time and find time to, to make a difference.
Yeah.
That's really what it's about.
And who come together. And one of the things about our mission is we don't utilize government funding. And so we're looking for those creative ways to fundraise, and our board is a part of that, helping support our fundraisers. We actually have 2 major fundraisers each year. We have one coming up on October 23rd, Opening Doors for Women,
I'm excited
and
for that.
that's at the American Muscle Car Museum. So that's
It's gonna be a great event.
Everybody can get dressed up, come on out, learn more about the mission, see some cars, hang out. We'll have jazz music, so it's going to be a good time.
I'm excited, and it's community, right? It's all about community,
right?
So I love that, and I was going to share with you. A friend had sent me an Instagram post, but these aren't my words. I'm kind of paraphrasing, but it was about palm trees, and it made me think of New Life Mission and what you all do and what we do. But we're in Florida. We have palm trees, and we have hurricanes, and during a hurricane, palm trees typically don't snap. They bend, they get low, they go horizontal, but they don't usually snap. And so it's really about their roots. So it's not about their flexibility, it's about their roots. And they're quietly underground, interconnecting with other roots to become more stable and secure. And it was just a really, really interesting analogy, because it's really about community and connecting and rooting and grounding with others. And that's how you change lives, and that's how you do what you do.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, I like that analogy.
And that flexibility, you're talking about the palm tree, and by being flexible,
right,
it doesn't break. And
doesn't break.
Economic conditions change, and
Absolutely.
affordable housing, and political climate,
all of it. Yeah.
And so you just kind of have to sway with it. It's like
And stay
keeping
rooted,
those roots.
Stay rooted with your community. Yeah, it takes a village.
It
for
takes
sure.
a village.
It
It
does.
sure
I'm happy to be
does.
part of it. Thank you.
Well, Patty brought us lunch today. I mean, the best way to our hearts is with some
That's
food.
The least I could do.
Well, thank you for joining us. Thank you for
having
coming
me.
on.
Love you all.
Oh,
Great
thank
day.
you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
Patty, thank you.
You're watching Conversations on a Bench, a 24 hours live stream raising awareness about homelessness, while sharing real conversations about homelessness, addiction, and mental health. We're also collecting tangible items to help those in need to support families at New Life Mission and residents at Cedar Rescue Mission. Visit our bench in downtown Melbourne anytime, from October 9th at 3 p.m. to Friday 10th at 3 p.m., across from 407 East New Haven Avenue.
I couldn't really think about the future at all, like further than what we're going to eat for dinner.
I didn't really see a future before I got here.
Join us on October 23rd at the American Muscle Car Museum for Opening Doors for Women, a red carpet fundraiser dedicated to helping homeless women with children find stability and hope. Hosted by New Life Mission, this event raises critical funds to help families move from dependency to self-sufficiency, all in a Christ-centered environment. It's a night of inspiring stories and meaningful connections. As an attendee, you'll be part of a caring community committed to making a difference. Together, we can open the doors that transform homeless families for generations.
If I tell you the many doors that it has opened, we'll be here all day. It's the village that we need. If you're facing homelessness, if you're facing abusiveness, whatever you're facing, it's hope. And you're going to find it here at New Life Mission.
At Retreat Restrooms, we believe everyone deserves a clean and healthy environment, no matter where they are. As a Marine veteran, I built this company on the values of excellence, reliability, and care, bringing high standards and comfortable restrooms to every mission, event, and emergency.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful girl who lived in a castle.
I was a heroin addict and was living on the couches of people that I would do drugs with.
The little girl lived with her mom and dad, who loved her very much.
So I was 7 when my parents had divorced. The cops came and arrested my dad, and my mom went to a women's shelter, and she sent me to live with my grandfather, who wasn't physically able to care for me. So I pretty much raised myself.
The little girl loved to spend time with her family and friends. She also likes coloring and chasing butterflies.
When I was 11, my uncle molested my best friend, and then he tried to come for me. I basically fought for my life.
One day, the little girl packed a picnic lunch for 2 and went on her way to grandmother's house.
As a young girl, I battled eating disorders, and I was very unhealthy. I just didn't know how to make good choices for myself.
As the little girl made her way to grandmother's house, she came across a lonely giant. He looked sad, so she stopped to see if he needed help.
So I met my husband when I was 19 at a party. He sold drugs as a side job, and that's how my addiction started. By the age of, I'd say about 23, I was pregnant with my daughter. I stayed clean during that time, started to live a normal life. The first time I used with my father, I was 22.
The little girl noticed that the giant was injured and hungry, so she shared her lunch with him and helped him find his way home.
My husband basically was ready to get sober, and I was not. So he left me at that time, and I was left homeless. I was in and out of jail.
After the little girl said goodbye to the giant, she continued to grandmother's house, but soon realized she'd strayed off the path along the way.
Eventually, I met someone that was a nurse, and he wanted to take care of me and help me with my daughter, and we got married shortly after. He never wanted me to work or leave the house. I noticed as time went on. He seemed very helpful, but I was pretty confused. I knew he loved me, but I knew something wasn't right about it. He sabotaged friendships, and he tried to get in the way of some of my family relationships.
Looking around the woods, she tried to find something that looked familiar to help her remember her way back. Every which way she turned, she felt more lost than before.
I was pregnant with my son and gave birth. At that time, my daughter was still living with her dad, part-time, and my ex-husband relapsed. So this was a turning point for me. I saw myself in my daughter, and I remembered my childhood when I was her age. That's when I knew something had to change, and I needed to get her out of that situation.
When the little girl realized she was lost, she felt scared and alone.
So I was able to get full custody of my daughter, but things got worse from there. He was mentally abusive to my daughter. I think he was jealous of my children spending time with me and wanted me all to himself. So after being married for him for 10 plus years, I finally decided to leave. He died suddenly of a heart attack. So, even though our life together was very unhealthy, I was somewhat stable and clean with him. I was clean and stable. And so he helped me do all that. And then he was gone.
The lost girl heard her grandmother's voice in her head, saying, "Courage isn't the absence of fear, but the action you take despite feeling afraid." So the little girl chose courage.
After my husband passed, we had nowhere to go. It was a very scary time for me, and I was a widow, and I was basically going into homelessness, and that's when I called New Life Mission.
The little girl picked up a long, sturdy stick she found on the ground and suddenly remembered a friend of her grandmother's who lived nearby. He was a carpenter, and she knew he would be able to show her the way home.
For the first time,
3, 2, and action, ladies. Hey everybody, Stacy Donovan, Director of Development. Back to you on Conversations and a Bench and a Chair. This is a few of our team members here. I'd like to introduce Karam, Charlotte, Anna, and Jessica. So let's start over here. Tell us who you are.
Hello, everyone. My name is Karam Sapp, and I am the Donor Relations Officer for New Life Mission.
My name is Charlotte Carroll, and I am the Communications Coordinator for New Life Mission.
Hello, I'm Anna Manus. I'm the Executive Assistant for New Life Mission.
And I'm Jessica Slater, the Volunteer and Event Coordinator for New Life Mission.
I just want to give a big shout out to the team who have been here supporting behind the scenes with just administrative support, mental health support, physical support with food, and just being here with us. We're just so grateful for you guys and everything that you do for the mission. Talk to me a little bit, I don't know. we're running out of time here. I'm running out of brain capacity and I need some ideas. So if you could just say something to the public about the mission or how to get involved.
Yeah, I love that because me and my family have been involved in so many ways. New Life Mission came to us about over 12 years ago. It was a small mission, what we thought was a small mission from our church, right? And we wanted to connect and volunteer. Little did I know that God had a bigger plan, and that by coming on the Casa Carol campus, which was new to us, now since that time we have Casa Carol, Joy's Place, we have Life Transformation Center, and the Village. So I have the beauty of how God places something in your heart, and sometimes you don't get to see the seeds grow and come to fruition, but He's allowed that in my life and in my family's life. So we came to serve, and through our church, and that became something that God said, yeah, it's not just going to be a one-time thing. It's going to be a continuous thing. And from volunteering, we became donors, and from donors, we became a family that serves. And I love to share with others that just you never know what God's plan is. And for us, through New Life Mission, it even became a personal thing. We had a friend of ours that we never expected would give us a call and say, hey, there's been some stuff going on in the background of our family. And it didn't get serious until she said, it's gotten to my son, and he was 2 years old, And so I had to go and pick her at the Vieira courthouse because she was there filing the paperwork. And we only had a couple of days to see what God would do and to get her to a safe place. And that ended up being New Life Mission. And so had we not come by and volunteered, and had we not listened to others share about New Life Mission, it wouldn't have opened doors to the life that she leads today. And since then, it's been more than one family that have said, we need the help. And so as now the role of donation relations officer, I see the need, and I see that through giving. And sometimes we don't have the time to volunteer, and sometimes we don't have the time to connect in other ways, but just having a faithful, open heart, because God calls us to be the hands and feet of Jesus, but also to give with a servant heart, with an open heart. So I guess I would say my call to action is if you're even considering, or if you've looked in the community to how to give or how to serve, New Life Mission, CETA Mission, so many other organizations, but to us, we see the impact. We've seen the growth. And I would just say that if you haven't come, or if you haven't heard of us, come and tour, listen to our feeds on New Life Mission Facebook, and I know that there's so many other ways that these ladies want to share about.
Yeah, so a huge part of my role here is social media, which I know a lot of people may have a love-hate relationship with social media, but really, as much as there is, a lot of negativity on there, there is so much opportunity for beautiful stories to be shared and for people to connect from all over. I mean, right now, that's how we're connecting with 70 other nonprofits around the nation right now, is because of social media. So our goal with our social media is really to connect with people in our community, and to be able to tell the stories of transformation that are happening here, not just with the moms in our program or the kids, but also telling the stories of how our staff got involved, how volunteers are involved, because really, I think a testimony that a lot of people have in working here is that it's not just the moms that are being transformed, but like by being involved in helping others and in a ministry, like you also receive that kind of transformation, and God is working in us as much as He's working in them. And we've gotten so much, I mean, Jessica can share more about this, but we have gotten so much great feedback from even our volunteers of how they found purpose and community in being part of this. And so my role here is I get to share those stories, and it's such an honor to be able to do that. And so I guess something that we always encourage people with is if you're not able to give financially, one of the easiest things you can do is just follow us on social media and share those stories. And we really want to be agents of hope. We want to be able to share hope in our community and show people that, there's people doing stuff to help these issues that people go on social media to complain about all the time. So I think, I think my call to action would be then to connect with us online and to watch our content, to share our content with a friend who may need encouragement or someone you think who might love to be involved in what we're doing. Follow us, share our content, all that good stuff. We'd love to connect with you because really we're trying to build a community of people here to share hope in Brevard. So
I'm just going to piggyback on that.
Okay.
Because that's such a huge part of the mission is seeing people who come to serve at the mission wind up being served by the mission.
Yeah.
And today
For
we
sure.
had a beautiful example. We had Miss Melbourne here, Chelsea, who was so brave to share her own story. And I was so happy that the moms were here to hear it. But what you didn't see off camera was that Chelsea sat down and the moms prayed over her. And it was a really emotional moment. I mean, it was really beautiful to see our moms pray for her.
Yeah.
I mean, she was here to share her story, to encourage our moms, and she did. She did a great job. But she walked out of here in tears because she was so moved by the moms taking that time to pray for her. And that happens so much here. Thank you for reminding us of that.
I will mention just one more thing as well. A lot of women who find resources in our community are also finding them on Google, on social media. So one of the ways that we ask for people to help as well is to go on Google and give us a review. Like if you've toured New Life Mission, if you've volunteered, if you know people who are involved, like we would love for you to leave a review. And also, like social media as sharing and stuff, like sharing our content and things, like that's going to reach women who need help and children who need help from us. And so that's a great way too that you can be involved in helping the families who need assistance.
Yeah, please go online and leave us a Google review. If you know about us, if you're watching right now, if you've taken a tour, it's really important to get that 5-star review on there to let people know, because moms go there and if they see a review on there that may be from someone who didn't get into the program, that stops them from going and putting in an application. So those 5-star reviews, we're not like a business that usually pays attention to our reviews, but we're seeing that it stops people from applying to the program, which is why it's so important for people to give us a review online. So thank you for that reminder, Charlotte. This is why she is our social media and marketing girl.
We love her.
Yeah. Hi, Anna.
Hello. Okay, well, I guess I'll share a little bit about how I came to New Life Mission. 2 months ago, I did not live in Florida, but earlier this year, my husband and I realized that we would no longer be living in Texas for his job. He was going to be having to move to Florida, and I was really resistant to that change. All of our friends and family were in Texas. I had never lived anywhere else. And so I just felt like that we would be needing to move. And I felt like God would be showing what that reason was to me. So I started applying. I had to leave my dream job, which was really hard. But I found a new dream job here, working with you all. And he showed me the path, of what I would need to be doing in Florida. And I really feel like this is why I'm here. A big part of why we moved is for me to be here. So even if, I'm just one person, I'm just one position, but I'm excited to help bring about change to the mission. So yeah, I'm Amy's assistant and I'll be, doing some grant writing. So I'm excited to use those skills to help the moms and kids who we serve. So if you've been watching online this morning, last night, whenever, and you're interested in learning more, we invite you to come to a Come and See. You can come take a tour of our campus. It's November 6th. Is there a time? 4 to 6 p.m. November 6th. It's coming up.
So we're so grateful to have Anna her experience with grant writing. We didn't have a grant writer before. Our grant writer was Amy Lyon, our CEO. And it takes a lot of time to really research grants. We are not government funded. We're 100% funded by the community. So it's important that everybody get involved, and it's really important to be able to, get in front of grants that are available that we can apply for. So I can't wait to see what comes out of that. And we're really glad that you're here. And I think we're all from somewhere else.
Yeah.
And I think we all have our own story of how God brought us to the mission. And we're glad that you're here.
Yeah, I'm glad that I'm here too. Thanks.
So Karen mentioned being able to support us financially, which is definitely a huge need because we don't accept government funding. And then both Karen and Charlotte also mentioned volunteering, and that is what I do. So if either you can't support us financially, or you do and you also want to be involved personally, to have that direct connection with our moms and children, definitely go to our website. The top right hand corner, there's a button that says volunteer, and that's our volunteer application. That comes direct to my email, and I will get back to you within 24 to 48 hours. And we'll set up a call. I will get to know you, and we will talk about what area you might like to be involved in, to use your talents, your gifts to help support our moms and children. And yeah, it's really amazing to see how other people get blessed just by visiting us. We held a volunteer open house recently for our Transform shop, and there was an older lady there. Her name is Barbara, and she brought me to tears. She was there not because she necessarily had a gift for sewing, but she wanted connection. She wanted to be able to work with our children, but physically it wasn't the right spot for her. And she just wanted a way to connect. And so her being there and hearing about the different parts of what we do and the different ways to be involved, and Barbara and I stood there as she bought, I don't even know how many, 20 bookmarks, 5 journals from our Transform shop, and we just stood there and we cried. And she just touched my heart, and I don't have a grandma anymore, and I feel like I'm gonna adopt her. She's gonna be my new grandma, and yeah, I'm excited to have her involved, and I think we're all excited to have you all involved too.
Yeah, Jessica, before we head out and pass over the mic to our next guest, are there any volunteer opportunities right now that you can let everybody know that we have?
Absolutely. If you have event experience, we have our Opening Doors for Women event coming up on Thursday, October 23rd, and we could use all hands on deck to help us identify bidders for our live auction items. We definitely need experienced sewers in our Transform shop. We always have facilities projects. So I know Amy had mentioned earlier about different community groups and different businesses putting together groups to come out and handle some larger projects. And we always have that stuff as well. So lots of places to get involved.
Speaking of volunteers, I hear that we have a little bit of a rock star in the tent.
I see her.
So we are going to pave the way for Miss Joy. And
Miss Joy's here. No one got a reception like this.
Oh, you.
Yeah. Funny. You're here.
We're rolling with life.
Oh, yeah. I know.
I guess we're staying.
But I guess you're going to stay. Oh, yeah. Here we are. I don't know. So it's volunteer time now.
Everybody say hello to Miss Joy.
Well, you're welcome. I stopped by to say hi.
Yes.
Yes.
So Joy is a volunteer. For how many years have you been volunteering?
Believe I started March of 21.
Wow, so she's been there a long time.
think it was 21 or 22. I can't remember exactly, but some years, yes.
And did you always work with the children?
Yes, I have always been a volunteer for the Kids Club. And then any other special events that you all need when I can fill those needs.
So we recently shared a story about you in one of our children.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember reading it?
Yep, I do. With
What
special little boy?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, can you share a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. So, because I work with Kids Club, and that's what I have done since the beginning, Tuesdays are my time to kind of just reconnect and just be able to have fun and enjoy the kids.
What's the age group that you work with?
The age groups, so I work with the older age group, kindergarten and above. So we had this one little boy who is super fun, super talented, and but he sometimes has difficulty focusing when he's in big groups. So there was a time when he and I would go alone, and he and I just had Kids Club together, and so we would sit and talk about anything, his day. We would draw. He would tell me about YouTube videos and Minecraft and all the stuff that he's interested in. So that was my Tuesday night for a little while, and now he's just back in with all the other kids and doing so well. So well.
There was a time that you weren't there, I think, and he referred to you. He said, "Where is my joy?"
That's so nice. He's such a good kid.
He calls her my joy.
Yes, he does, still today. When I see him.
So
He's
we
so
put
good.
out a story about that because you can be somebody's joy. You can be somebody's joy.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about, these kids it's hard.
Yeah, yes, it is. But when I see them, which is why I love New Life Mission so much, because they are comfortable. They feel like they're in a safe space, and you can see that in the kids. Like when I get new kids all the time, and you just sit down and introduce, and who are you, and happy you're here, and let's go play some basketball.
Yeah.
Just take off the stress and just let's be a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the way that we see some of these children who have been homeless, some of them have lived outside, some of them have just couch surfed, some of them have been living in the cars, some of them, but all of them, they don't, in their little bodies, don't know how to process trauma. So a lot of the ways that homelessness will manifest in a child is through their behavior.
Right.
And they're developmentally delayed.
Yep.
In the way that they haven't figured out how to communicate, what to do with the trauma. Mom is just trying to figure out where her next meal is, so she's not necessarily trying to figure out when she's going to get her son to the doctor, or to get an eye exam, or to get an assessment that costs $1,800. So when the kids come to us, the first thing is really just to give them safety. But then they're met with our loving volunteers in childcare, because we do provide free childcare for the moms in our program. But this is probably our biggest challenge right now, is really working with the children, because the moms can do all the things in the program, but if her children are not moving forward in the program, it's going to be really hard for mom to sustain a job.
Right.
If her children are acting out and they are unable to stay in school or childcare. So we just want to say thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Well, I've been there long enough to have kids that have gone through the entire 2 years, and how much of a change, like Sadie, for example. It's my mama that just graduated, and we saw her, and when I saw her at the Christmas gathering, and the reception I got, and the hug, and she had said, and I couldn't even believe it, she had said, "I have missed you, you left me." And I said, "No, I didn't leave you, you graduated, and you are in a better place." It was But oh my gosh, I remember her 2 years ago, and she was sad and just in herself, and now I mean, just a different child, and I couldn't have been happier to see her. Oh my gosh, it was so great. So seeing, and there's been other kids like that I have seen years later, and they're just different kids than when I saw them when they started, and what an impact. Fabulous. It's what a great mission. I love it. I love the
Well,
program.
we're Lily just so thankful for your support.
Yes.
Jessica and I and our whole team, we're just so grateful for you. And so this is your invitation to be someone's joy.
Yeah.
So volunteer at
Please.
Mission. We're gonna take a quick break, and we have a very special guest coming out. So you need to come back and tune in. See you guys.
I couldn't really think about the future at all, like further than what we're going to eat for dinner.
I didn't really see a future before I got here.
Join us on October 23rd at the American Muscle Car Museum for Opening Doors for Women, a red carpet fundraiser dedicated to helping homeless women with children find stability and hope. Hosted by New Life Mission, this event raises critical funds to help families move from dependency to self-sufficiency, all in a Christ-centered environment. It's a night of inspiring stories and meaningful connections. As an attendee, you'll be part of a caring community committed to making a difference. Together, we can open the doors that transform homeless families for generations.
If I tell you the many doors that it has opened, we'll be here all day. It's the village that we need. If you're facing homelessness, if you're facing abusiveness, whatever you're facing, it's hope. And you're going to find it here at New Life Mission.
At Retreat Restrooms, we believe everyone deserves a clean and healthy environment no matter where they are. As a Marine veteran, I built this company on the values of excellence, reliability, and care, bringing high standards and comfortable restrooms to every mission, event, and emergency.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful girl who lived in a castle.
I was a heroin addict and was living on the couches of people that I would do drugs with.
The little girl lived with her mom and dad, who loved her very much.
So I was 7 when my parents had divorced. The cops came and arrested my dad, and my mom went to a women's shelter, and she sent me to live with my grandfather, who wasn't physically able to care for me. So I pretty much raised myself.
The little girl loved to spend time with her family and friends. She also likes coloring and chasing butterflies.
When I was 11, my uncle molested my best friend, and then he tried to come for me. I basically fought for my life.
One day, the little girl packed a picnic lunch for 2 and went on her way to grandmother's house.
As a young girl, I battled eating disorders, and I was very unhealthy. I just didn't know how to make good choices for myself.
As the little girl made her way to grandmother's house, she came across a lonely giant. He looked sad, so she stopped to see if he needed help.
So I met my husband when I was 19 at a party. He sold drugs as a side job, and that's how my addiction started. By the age of, I'd say about 23, I was pregnant with my daughter. I stayed clean during that time, started to live a normal life. The first time I used with my father, I was 22.
The little girl noticed that the giant was injured and hungry, so she shared her lunch with him and helped him find his way home.
My husband basically was ready to get sober, and I was not. So he left me at that time, and I was left homeless. I was in and out of jail.
After the little girl said goodbye to the giant, she continued to grandmother's house, but soon realized she'd strayed off the path along the way.
Eventually, I met someone that was a nurse, and he wanted to take care of me and help me with my daughter, and we got married shortly after. He never wanted me to work or leave the house. I noticed as time went on. He seemed very helpful, but I was pretty confused. I knew he loved me, but I knew something wasn't right about it. He sabotaged friendships, and he tried to get in the way of some of my family relationships.
Looking around the woods, she tried to find something that looked familiar to help her remember her way back. Every which way she turned, she felt more lost than before.
I was pregnant with my son and gave birth. At that time, my daughter was still living with her dad, part-time, and my ex-husband relapsed. So this was a turning point for me. I saw myself in my daughter, and I remembered my childhood when I was her age. That's when I knew something had to change, and I needed to get her out of that situation.
When the little girl realized she was lost, she felt scared and alone.
So I was able to get full custody of my daughter, but things got worse from there. He was mentally abusive, my daughter. I think he was jealous of my children spending time with me and wanted me all to himself. So after being married for him for 10 plus years, I finally decided to leave. He died suddenly of a heart attack. So, even though our life together was very unhealthy, I was somewhat stable and clean with him. I was clean and stable. And so he helped me do all that. And then he was gone.
The lost girl heard her grandmother's voice in her head, saying, "Courage isn't the absence of fear, but the action you take despite feeling afraid." So the little girl chose courage.
After my husband passed, we had nowhere to go. It was a very scary time for me, and I was a widow, and I was basically going into homelessness, and that's when I called New Life Mission.
The little girl picked up a long, sturdy stick she found on the ground and suddenly remembered a friend of her grandmother's who lived nearby. He was a carpenter, and she knew he would be able to show her the way home.
For the first time in that time frame, I just knew I wasn't alone. I had someone to walk with me and help me figure this out.
The little girl was able to find the carpenter, and he was able to put her back on the right path.
I knew that I couldn't fix me. I knew that people couldn't fix me. I had to give it all to God and let Him fix this situation and walk with me through this journey. He is the only one that could have walked beside me. In some turmoil, we had just lost my husband, and my kids weren't doing well when I had first come to New Life. They were broken. We were all broken. And God just walked alongside me and healed me through that journey. My daughter was, going through some mental health crisis of her own at that time, and I was given advice and resources in the community that helped me so much. And I just had support. I really just needed someone to walk with me alongside. God, they helped me so much. So much. And she lived
happily ever after.
Unfortunately, due to some financial challenges, we're going to have to lay you off.
Your application's been rejected. You're going to have to raise your rent.
We're going to have to evict you.
I want you out of here in 10 days.
You can't bring your son here tomorrow unless your card is declined. I'm so
I want
sorry.
you out of here. You can't park here in days.
Hey, this is New Life Mission. I have good news. I'm calling to let you know we have a place for you.
For 15 years, New Life Mission has been opening its doors to homeless single mothers and their children. We equip homeless mothers to transform their families for generations. Through education, accountability, and goal advancement, our program equips and empowers them to self-sufficiency. We believe accountability is the key to achieving long-term success. We walk alongside our families and are committed to compassionately providing educational opportunities, job training, and life skills necessary for success. Above all, we believe in the transformative power of a relationship with Jesus Christ and are committed to sharing this message of hope to all of the people we serve. We know the program works, but we need your help. We're asking our community to help us open doors for more families. You're invited to join us for a fundraiser hosted by the American Muscle Car Museum. Learn more about New Life Mission and how you can help us open doors for homeless mothers and their children. You'll also get to view the private collection of over 400 muscle cars, enjoy heavy hors d'oeuvres and drinks, and participate in a live and
Hey everybody, Amy Lyon from New Life Mission.
And Buddy Barrow from CETA, Christ is the Answer Mission.
All right, we have a very special guest with
Yes, she
us
is.
today. She is probably one of my favorite people on the planet.
Oh,
This
wow.
is Penny Kievet, and she is from Jacksonville. She formerly City Rescue Mission in Jacksonville, and now she is part of Citygate Network, 300 plus rescue missions across the country. I mean, we're talking someone who has seen a lot of things. And so Penny, you always know what to say. And so I'm just going to hand this to you and let you say what comes to your heart.
You did notice I just grabbed that right from
Look
you.
at, I
Amy.
was like, I'm not even going to try to hold on.
I tried
Buddy,
to give
would
you
you-
mine before you started.
Well, let me first say that I love both of
We
you.
love you too.
And I guess the best part about what I do for Citygate Network now is I just get to love on all of you all and help you any way that I can. Even driving in torrential rain from Jacksonville this morning, I did that with a smile on my face because I knew where I was coming.
You're always smiling.
So
I've never
I
seen
am.
you not smiling.
I am. That's what happens when you get old.
Buddy doesn't smile a lot.
I wasn't referring
Oh,
to Bud.
oh.
You,
It's
you
getting
can
bad
tell
now.
you've
It's
been
getting
how many
bad.
hours?
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
I'm through after this interview.
Oh. So anyway, thank you all for inviting me to come and sit on your bench today. I'm very excited. I'm excited that you are a part of Citygate Network. I am excited that you've been able to hear all of the topics that were of interest in the community in the last 21 hours. I actually want to ask you guys the question and say, what have you learned? What have you learned about the community and their concern about homelessness, mental health, addiction, and CEDA and New Life?
Well, I have to ask her before I can answer anything.
Permission to speak, buddy.
I'm going to give you the mic.
Okay, thanks. You
just
spend
having a
this
good time.
much time together and you start to get a little squirrely.
There you go.
I love it.
It's getting close.
It's getting
getting close.
So what have we learned, buddy?
I've learned that I have learned that we need to do a better job of being a community together with all of our providers. And we need a new chapter of the way that we meet and the way we discuss things and have no agenda meetings where we really get to know each other and we're able to help each other facilitate, not overstep, not try to do something duplicate something somebody's doing. And we have some great nonprofits in our area. We have some great providers in our area. And this asset mapping is something that I really believe is going to bring us together. But I think one of the things that I've learned is that everybody wants to talk about mental health.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of the number one topic that
Kind of the number one topic that we've talked about. And I think it's time that we really start, and I use this word very loosely, but it's time we start hammering even from our local legislators, our local council, to our state and our federal representatives. And let's get some monies back in the coffer for mental health.
Mental health, yeah.
I mean, they have cut it down to nil since the 80s, or, the early 80s. And I think it's time we start spending some of that money and helping those that are suffering from the mental illness crisis that we have. Some of our homeless crisis is because of the mental illness.
I think a big piece of it. We had the Space Coast Health Foundation out here sharing results from the community health needs assessment, and just the number of people who feel depressed and who feel like they don't have hope and they're living paycheck to paycheck. And that's not even necessarily our people experiencing homelessness. So then we have, these are just our people who are working and who have shelter and they're feeling this way. And so you can imagine even the experience of being homeless. I mean, how traumatic, and the mental health things that come out of that.
What are some other things that have caught your attention?
So I was so happy to have Commander Fishbach from the Brevard County Sheriff's Office come out, because we have struggled to get law enforcement out here to have the conversations, and we really wanted that piece for the public to hear. They don't want to arrest people, and they want to find the services and the help, and so for them it's important to know what providers are doing. We had some city officials. I learned that city officials can dance around hard topics. Ooh. That's something I learned today and last night. I think it's such a big topic that it's hard to tackle, and I didn't have an expectation that in 10 minutes they would sit down and say, well, Amy, here you go, I have it all figured out. But I did have an expectation that they would want to keep the conversations going, and I think we saw that. I think we saw that a lot today and last night. What day is it?
It doesn't matter, but what matters is that you have city interest in keeping the conversations going. Even if this was just the door opener to say, wow, people really want to talk about this, because you do. Because you are the ones that are working with these folks that need help. And sometimes the city looks at it from up here, but you've got the boots on the ground, and they would be wise to listen to the stories that you have that you can share and what your needs are and wants, both.
And we've seen, and we've talked about it more times. I'm tired of talking about it, to be honest with you, about the number of overnight shelter beds that are handled by the faith-based organizations. And I see where our city officials, business owners, things like that, they look to us to really try to solve the homeless problem. And I think we're doing the best that we can. But I think we have to have everybody involved. I think it's going to take our government agencies to be involved. It's going to take the businesses, the churches being involved. We've been a little bit lacking on churches getting involved with our meeting. We were dumbfounded a little bit with some of the response that we got, to be honest with you.
Or lack of response.
Yeah, or lack of response. I'm sorry.
Did you have churches show up that wanted to talk?
We had a few.
We had a couple.
Yeah, I had a couple of them. But I think, and we've talked about this, and they did dance around the question a lot with our politicians that were here, and I love them both. They're great men of God. But I think they're looking for us to even bring the cities and the municipalities together. Mm-hmm. They really, I mean, I point blank asked the question that way, or is it left up to us as providers to get our cities to where they're even working together? I think in north part of our county, I think we have a better involvement of the city government and maybe the county government up there a little bit. But I think it's going to be left up to us providers to actually get that motion going also. Mm-hmm. Not only are we taking care of the homeless population, but we got to get them to get involved with us.
Well,
I don't know that that's our responsibility, but we're going to try and we're going to do it. I mean, we've sat out here for 24 hours.
There you go. There's another open door, right?
Yeah.
I think that's exciting.
Yeah.
Exciting.
Well,
will they come if you invite? That's the question.
That's what we're going to find out.
Now. We invited here.
Now, and we didn't get the response.
Yeah.
So it's going to take some. It's going to take some push, I believe, and maybe.
I know you two pretty daggone well, and my guess is that there is no push that's too big for the two of you to handle. And actually, I'm kind of excited to see what happens. So promise that you'll keep me in that loop, will you?
Well, with Amy, it's either going to be a push or aggravating, one or the other. I'm gonna sick. I'm gonna.
Yeah, here's Amy's cell phone number.
There you go. There you go. She's done a great job.
How many times have you given that out?
What, Amy's number? All night long.
What a deal. What a deal. I love it. I love it. I love it.
We've had a good time. Really
yeah,
have. We've had a good
have.
time. I think this is something great that we've done together.
Yes, it
really
is.
Have.
I love the fact that the two of you are together and doing this for this community.
Yeah.
I mean, my goodness, there's not just, in Jacksonville we have 5. We have 5 Citygate members in Jacksonville.
Right.
It's a powerhouse when all 5 show up.
Certainly.
You know, and we get to do it God's way.
And we're showing the community, we're showing the cities, this is how 2 independent missions can collaborate and come together for the same purpose. So cities, you can come together for the same purpose. I think it was Kenny Johnson that said one of my favorite things. He said,
Who's Kenny Johnson?
He is Palm Bay City Council.
Okay.
And he just said, there's egos. There's a lot of egos involved. So if we can set the egos aside, I mean, that's life though, right?
It is.
There's a lot of...
And it's never too late to do that.
Yeah.
Set them aside. Let's deal with the issue. There's not one conversation that this county, city, municipality can focus on that doesn't bring up homelessness. It is an issue in every community. And if they're not going to deal with it, then let's you all form whatever that is that brings them into that. What about your COC here?
So let's see. Amber was here.
She left just a little while ago.
Yeah, and she was great. Brevard Homeless Coalition.
Good.
She brought another organization down. She came last night. She brought us veggies.
Well, that's great.
Yes, keeping us healthy, and she's she's seeing a lot of the same things. And now we don't utilize government funding, and so the COCs, a lot of her role is pulling in that government funding.
Yeah.
Yep, and so they have their own challenges right now with funding.
Yeah.
So we've had so many good. I mean, I think. I know we had 40 people scheduled. So we had drop-ins too. So we're close to 50 people.
That is, you know what? Even if it's just those 50, and forget, I've been watching you all. You've had a lot of viewers. I know that much.
That's great.
And those are people that might not have been aware and understand exactly what it is you do and how you have that important role in this awesome community.
Yeah.
So whoever it is that heard it for the first time, that's a blessing, right?
Right.
There you go.
Absolutely.
How many of the missions in the Jacksonville area were involved? I know you said city.
Just one.
Just one.
Uh-huh.
Just one.
The
I'm
Just City Rescue
surprised.
Mission.
Yeah, that would have been something great for them to collaborate together with.
And I think that there was conversation around that, and I don't know, I'm not that engaged in that group, but for whatever reason, it was Just City Rescue Mission.
Yeah. And we sort of immediately went to each other. And so I believe the Lord planted that and orchestrated this. And we both had the same idea with it. You know, we didn't want to do two different places. And we didn't do it as a fundraiser. We did it just to try to find some of those solutions. Try to get some input. How can we do our job better? And what can we do better?
And what does the community need?
What does the community need?
What does a community need?
What have you heard about that? What if they turned it over to the two of you and said, here you go, you create the plan, what would that be?
I would do whatever she told me to do.
I knew you were going to say that.
Oh gosh, I think this is the start. This is the start of what we're doing, and God's going to give us rest after this, and then He's going to play back those conversations, and He's going to plant the seeds in us because He's equipping us, right? Buddy and I individually, who are we, right? We're just people caring about other people.
Other people.
And so, I mean, He gets all the glory in this, and He's going to make it happen. He's going to make something happen in the community.
So, when you look at all of the people that you've talked with,
yeah,
what seems to be the three greatest needs that others are identifying with respect to homelessness, mental health, addiction, that they would love to see go away as a result of your efforts?
Well, I think that they would like for us to take care of all the homeless problem. You know, I mean, I'm just being straight with you. Get them all off the street, which is not going to happen. You know, we have our chronic homeless, and they're happy where they're at. And when you say that to people, they don't believe it.
That's right.
Matter of fact, I say all the time, when you see them on the corner, don't stop and give them money. You know, hand them a bag, or, you know, with a cracker or cookie or water or something like that in it, and not get involved that way. And because, you know, the city doing a survey found out that a little over 50% of the people that are on the corners, they're not even homeless. And we're outreach. You know, we're out there on the corners. We know what's going on.
Wouldn't it be great if they gave out cards with phone numbers to CEDA and to New Life to these people that they see on a street corner and see how quick they drop that? That's another way to verify that they probably aren't homeless after all.
I love it when we stop on the corner and say, hey, man, you know, the mission's right down here. Be glad to take you down here and feed you. We'll even give you a warm bed and all that kind of stuff. And you don't know how many times they said, oh, the guy that runs that place won't let me go there. And I said, is that right?
That guy.
I love that.
That guy.
Yeah.
I said, I know him. Come on, I can take care of it. And, oh, no, man. But anyway, I think they want us to take care of that. There was a lot of talk about the mental health crisis, and I think that's going to have to be legislated some. I really believe that. But I think maybe the biggest thing that I've come out of this, and I've told several people this, Penny, I went to a meeting, the large feeding ministry that we had here called Daily Bread, they were finally closed down. And they're going to build an apartment, and the city's giving them like $3 million to go toward that. And it's a good thing. It really is. I'm not being critical at all. But we have a little church over there, and the pastor called us in, some of the providers, city council member, and we got together, and it was the best meeting I've been in a long time.
Wow.
Because the pastor looked at us and said, I don't have an agenda. And I've told a lot of people this, and I know it sounds, you know, redundant, but he said, I don't have an agenda, so we just want to see how we can help you guys. And he shared the problems that he was having because he's close to that area, and they're hanging out at the church and things like that and everything. See what y'all can do for us, see what we can do for you. And we just began to talk as providers. And I found out information that some of the providers are doing that I had no idea, but I've known them. I've known about their programs. I didn't know enough about their programs. And so I think that that's one of the things that I think that we have a lot of providers that want to get that started here.
Do
I really
something-
do.
something that's
and
new.
we get down and we find out what's really going on, you know?
Absolutely, absolutely. And what better way than to take that grassroots group that are still learning about each other and say, okay, so now that we know, what can we do and still do what we do every day in how we care for folks? That could be your biggest stepping stone in the whole community. How
And
exciting is that? I'm
it's
excited by
exciting.
that.
It's really exciting. And let me say this about Amy. Amy had an idea several months ago and invited our ministry over to sit down with them and talk to them and try to get maybe a faith-based incentive going, you know, with the faith-based organizations that, you know, truly were Christ-centered and, you know, and depended on the Lord to do the transformation and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, just not throwing somebody in housing without helping them recover or you know, get treatment wherever they needed for whatever they needed for. And one of the things that Councilman Kenny said, and I call him Brother Kenny, he loves the Lord. He said, man, sooner or later we got to put feet in our prayers. You know, sooner or later we got to start marching. Sooner or later we got to start getting the job done. And that really resonated with me the other night. And I think we need to get back to that. And I talked to a few of the providers that were here, and I think they're feeling the same way. So I think that's something that Amy's done a good job with getting that vision. And I think it's something that we need to carry on. And all of us need to get involved, not just depend on Amy, but all of us get involved.
Let me just say one thing about that. And part of that has happened as a result of the conversations that you've been engaged in for these 24 hours, almost 24 hours.
It's getting close.
But that's exciting in and of itself. If you have to say, what was the result of this? Besides your wet towel, buddy.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And the rain that we don't control. That's the result, is that the conversations that have started doesn't mean that they're finished, right? Here we go. Here we go.
People showed up, and
Yeah.
and I'm just being straight with you. You know, I'm a straight shooter.
I know that.
I was disappointed because I just didn't feel like we were getting any really much input. I think we had some running around to do. We had some great conversations, but I've seen today unfold some of the things, just like what you're saying right there. We don't know what's going to come from this. There's been some great things, and I love your wisdom. I love your wisdom.
I think, buddy, what do you think?
I love her wisdom.
Oh, the wisdom.
And I wasn't talking about Amy.
No, but Penny loves my wisdom. Oh, she is soaking wet.
Yeah.
You are soaking wet.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I think there was a moment last night. I don't know if you felt it, but I felt a little discouraged. I had to go walk around the block, and I just felt like some people might be coming here with their own agendas and, like, you know, not allowing the questions to unfold, just already knowing what they were going to say. And that was a hard moment, but today something
Just it rocked
shifted
today. It really did. It just total pendulum swift.
Maybe that had to
And I was
happen
you.
so that today
It
could
did.
happen,
Yeah.
right?
I was really discouraged. I really was. Man, I'm sitting here wet.
Yeah.
And I still have 14 hours to go.
14. Oh, last night.
Yeah, last
okay.
night.
Yeah.
Is it worth it? Is it worth it? That's what I was saying to myself. You know, is it worth it? And
I
we
said
find
to
out today it's
myself,
worth it.
am I even doing anything?
Yes.
Am I even making a difference?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I ask the questions because I think it's important. You all are tired. And I'm surprised that you still have your voices. I think that's wonderful. But the best part is, listen, he's speaking. He is speaking right now. The best part is that you are excited today about what is yet to come. This is the beginning, and yes, you're tired and you need the time to rest. But oh my goodness, if you take the wealth of information that you've gained in these soon to be 24 hours and start putting that on paper, a plan will become so clear, and it's going to be his plan.
Oh, yeah. And it has to be his plan.
Oh,
It has to be his plan.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
I've tried to do too much stuff on my own. And 5 minutes?
We are getting a signal
5 minutes or
from
5 seconds?
Stacy. 50 seconds, John, or 15? So, Penny, if you can take, we've got a few minutes left. If you could share a little bit about your role with Citygate Network and what Citygate does and why it's important.
Oh my goodness. Where do I start? Citygate is a membership-based movement. Let's get rescue missions involved, or like-minded people that are doing a ministry involved, so that together, and that's the whole idea, that's why it's a movement, together we can do things like Conversation on a Bench. And by the way, there are over 70 missions across the country that are doing exactly what you all are doing. That brings power to the voice of the homeless and what we need to be doing to help get people off the street and back on their feet again. Right. So that's the beauty of what Citygate does. Citygate is headquartered in Colorado Springs, the nonprofit capital of the world, I think. But it is a wonderful organization. The CEO is Tom DeVries, and he is such a visionary. You know, in the very short period of time, a couple of years actually, the things that he has designed and developed, the leadership programs for our leaders that are out there, the Conversation on a Bench, all of it impacts nationwide, actually including Canada, what we're doing and how we're doing it. The government issues, you know, it's Citygate that's going to Washington, D.C. to argue on our behalf as a mission out here, and it makes a difference. Sure. Some of the legislation that's going to be coming down and already has is going to impact the fact that we are a religious organization that still can qualify for monies and be true to who we are all at the same time. So
Amen.
Those are great things that are going to happen.
Yeah.
That's part of the movement that's happening, and it's exciting to watch it happen. My role, I am a regional coordinator.
Cheerleader.
I am a cheerleader. I am a cheerleader. I try hard to visit as many missions as I can, at least once a year. And at the same point in time, I try to send notes out saying, good job, tell me more, or did you all hear about what's happening in Melbourne? So that is my job. My job is to be Citygate feet, to be out and let people know that you are loved, you're appreciated for your membership. What can we do for you that we're not doing? And I'm so excited to be that. I have 72 missions that I get to cheer for and be happy for, and it's just exciting work. It's part of my purpose after I retired. I didn't know it at the time, but God is so good. He is so good, and I just love being here with the two of you.
Where do you find the energy?
That's what my husband says. He said, how can you do this? I said, because I love it.
Yeah.
And because I know it comes from the Lord. I mean, that's the whole
energy enough.
Yeah. How can you not be excited about that?
Yeah.
You can be excited about it.
So 1 minute, what we did earlier when we had 1 minute is we brought out the tambourine and we had a sing-along with Buddy. So I don't think it would be a bad idea for us to have a bit of a sing-along with our friend Penny here.
Does that mean I have to sing?
Yeah.
Okay.
You hold the microphone.
And Buddy's gonna lead it off. What do you think?
What song?
I don't have a microphone. They need
We
to
sang.
hear
Make
it.
sure it's an
we
old
sang
one so I know all the
Kumbaya.
words.
Well, here you
Okay.
go then. We sang Kumbaya. We sang. What do you
Well,
think?
you already did that, so we're not going to do
Jesus
that one
Loves
again.
Me?
What one, buddy? What one do you know on that tambourine?
I don't know anything on the tambourine.
Okay. Penny, find us a song.
What about Jesus Loves You?
I love Jesus Loves Me. Yes, or you. Ready?
Ready.
Jesus loves me, this I know, for the Bible tells me so.
You're watching Conversations on a Bench, a 24 hours live stream raising awareness about homelessness, while sharing real conversations about homelessness, addiction, and mental health. We're also collecting tangible items to help those in need to support families at New Life Mission and residents at Cedar Rescue Mission. Visit our bench in downtown Melbourne anytime from October 9th at 3 p.m. to Friday 10th at 3 p.m. across from 407 East New Haven Avenue.
I couldn't really think about the future at all, like further than what we're gonna eat for dinner.
I didn't really see a future before I got here.
Join us on October 23rd at the American Muscle Car Museum for Opening Doors for Women, a red carpet fundraiser dedicated to helping homeless women with children find stability and hope. Hosted by New Life Mission, this event raises critical funds to help families move from dependency to self-sufficiency, all in a Christ-centered environment. It's a night of inspiring stories and meaningful connections. As an attendee, you'll be part of a caring community committed to making a difference. Together, we can open the doors that transform homeless families for generations.
If I tell you the many doors that it has opened, we'll be here all day. It's the village that we needed. If you're facing homelessness, if you're facing abusiveness, whatever you're facing, it's hope. And you're going to find it here at New Life Mission.
At Retreat Restrooms, we believe everyone deserves a clean and healthy environment, no matter where they are. As a Marine veteran, I built this company on the values of excellence, reliability, and care, bringing high standards and comfortable restrooms to every mission, event, and emergency.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful girl who lived in a castle.
I was a heroin addict and was living on the couches of people that I would do drugs with.
The little girl lived with her mom and dad, who loved her very much.
So I was 7 when my parents had divorced. The cops came and arrested my dad, and my mom went to a women's shelter, and she sent me to live with my grandfather, who wasn't physically able to care for me. So I pretty much raised myself.
The little girl loved to spend time with her family and friends. She also likes coloring and chasing butterflies.
When I was 11, my uncle molested my best friend, and then he tried to come for me. I basically fought for my life.
One day, the little girl packed a picnic lunch for 2 and went on her way to grandmother's house.
As a young girl, I battled eating disorders, and I was very unhealthy. I just didn't know how to make good choices for myself.
As the little girl made her way to grandmother's house, she came across a lonely giant. He looked sad, so she stopped to see if he needed help.
So I met my husband when I was 19 at a party. He sold drugs as a side job, and that's how my addiction started. By the age of, I'd say about 23, I was pregnant with my daughter. I stayed clean during that time, started to live a normal life. The first time I used with my father, I was 22.
The little girl noticed that the giant was injured and hungry, so she shared her lunch with him and helped him find his way home.
My husband basically was ready to get sober, and I was not. So he left me at that time, and I was left homeless. I was in and out of jail.
After the little girl said goodbye to the giant, she continued to grandmother's house, but soon realized she'd strayed off the path along the way.
Eventually, I met someone that was a nurse, and he wanted to take care of me and help me with my daughter, and we got married shortly after. He never wanted me to work or leave the house. I noticed as time went on, He seemed very helpful, but I was pretty confused. I knew he loved me, but I knew something wasn't right about it. He sabotaged friendships and he tried to get in the way of some of my family relationships.
Looking around the woods, she tried to find something that looked familiar to help her remember her way back. Every which way she turned, she felt more lost than before.
I was pregnant with my son and gave birth. At that time, my daughter was still living with her dad, part-time, and my ex-husband relapsed. So this was a turning point for me. I saw myself in my daughter, and I remembered my childhood when I was her age. That's when I knew something had to change, and I needed to get her out of that situation.
When the little girl realized she was lost, she felt scared and alone.
So I was able to get full custody of my daughter, but things got worse from there. He was mentally abusive to my daughter. I think he was jealous of my children spending time with me and wanted me all to himself. So after being married for him for 10 plus years, I finally decided to leave. He died suddenly of a heart attack. So, even though our life together was very unhealthy, I was somewhat stable and clean with him. I was clean and stable. And so he helped me do all that. And then he was gone.
The lost girl heard her grandmother's voice in her head, saying, "Courage isn't the absence of fear, but the action you take despite feeling afraid." So the little girl chose courage.
After my husband passed, we had nowhere to go. It was a very scary time for me, and I was a widow, and I was basically going into homelessness. And that's when I called New Life Mission.
The little girl picked up a long, sturdy stick she found on the ground and suddenly remembered a friend of her grandmother's who lived nearby. He was a carpenter, and she knew he would be able to show her the way home.
For the first time in that time frame, I just knew I wasn't alone. I had someone to walk with me and help me figure this out.
The little girl was able to find the carpenter, and he was able to put her back on the right path.
I knew that I couldn't fix me. I knew that people couldn't fix me. I had to give it all to God and let Him fix this situation and walk with me through this journey. He is the only one that could have walked beside me. In some turmoil, we had just lost my husband, and my kids weren't doing well when I had first come to New Life. They were broken. We were all broken. And God just walked alongside me and healed me through that journey. My daughter was, going through some mental health crisis of her own at that time, and I was given advice and resources in the community that helped me so much, and I just had support. I really just needed someone to walk with me alongside. God, they helped me so much, so much. And she lived
happily ever after.
Unfortunately, due to some financial challenges, we're going to have to lay you off.
Your application's been rejected. You're going to have to raise your rent.
We're going to have to evict you.
I want you out of here in 10 days.
You can't bring your son here tomorrow unless your card has been declined. I'm so
I want
sorry.
you out of here. You can't park here in 10 days.
Hey, this is New Life Mission. I have good news. I'm calling to let you know we have a place for you.
For 15 years, New Life Mission has been opening its doors to homeless single mothers and their children. We equip homeless mothers to transform their families for generations. Through education, accountability, and goal advancement, our program equips and empowers them to self-sufficiency. We believe accountability is the key to achieving long-term success. We walk alongside our families and are committed to compassionately providing educational opportunities, job training, and life skills necessary for success. Above all, we believe in the transformative power of a relationship with Jesus Christ and are committed to sharing this message of hope to all of the people we serve. We know the program works, but we need your help. We're asking our community to help us open doors for more families. You're invited to join us for a fundraiser hosted by the American Muscle Car Museum. Learn more about New Life Mission and how you can help us open doors for homeless mothers and their children. You'll also get to view the private collection of over 400 muscle cars, enjoy heavy hors d'oeuvres and drinks, and participate in a live
Hello, everybody. I almost said Brevard Rescue Mission. That's our old name, New Life Mission. We're out here, we're on the bench, downtown Melbourne, and we have had such a good response from our providers coming out, and everybody has the same thoughts, spirit of collaboration. How can we not duplicate services? Well, we have two wonderful ladies here from Ways for Life. Why don't you introduce yourselves?
All right. I'm Pam Bress, and I'm the Executive Director of Ways for Life, which stands for Wrap Around Youth Services. And we work with youth that were experiencing homelessness and youth who are aging out of foster care. We're a drop-in center in Melbourne, Florida.
Hi, my name is Victoria Taylor. I am the Housing Director for Ways for Life. And we, as Pam said, we work to wrap around the youth aged 15 to 24. And we're here today with Amy, trying to figure out how we can keep this going and working to help get youth off the streets and get them some services.
Perfect. All right, guys. Now for the hard questions. Well, let's start with an easier one. What are you seeing in the community? Pam, how long have you been out and about in nonprofit work?
Well, I'm an attorney, 36 years, and I was exposed to children aging out of foster care when I worked for Brevard County Legal Aid for about 10 years as their senior counsel on a children's project, and also children with special needs who are in foster care. So those are on psychotropic medications and they don't want to be. Some recommended for a lockdown psychiatric center. These are children under 18. Those that are in skilled nursing, those with intellectual developmental delay, and those that are human trafficked. So that was my steady diet at Legal Aid for almost 10 years. And it broke my heart. And especially when they turned 18, they were being asked, where are you going to live? And you can imagine, a lot of them didn't finish school, they dropped out of school, they have some disabilities and not knowing what their options are. And I started to go to prison. And there's a coined phrase of pipeline to prison. Yes, foster care involvement and unaccompanied youth who should be in foster care but aren't, or were in and out. It is a fact that it is a pipeline to prison. And we wanted to be an alternative to that, a detour at a critical age when you turn 18. We want to bring them from, rather than poverty to prosperity, rather than jail to jobs, and rather than homelessness to housing. And it starts with housing.
Ooh, starts with housing. So for the kids, okay. And then, so you're with the housing program?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take this from it. We're going to do this. So Housing Plus, right?
Yeah.
Starts with housing.
Mm-hmm.
Talk a little bit about that.
So one of the things that we noticed was if they're on the street, if they're living in the woods, if they're on a park bench, finding a job, getting their birth certificate getting any kind of service is impossible. They need a place to shower, they need safety, they need stability, they need security. Getting them housed and then providing the wraparound services while they're housed is what the key to their self-sufficiency and independence has become. So we wrap around them while we are working to get them housed. We work with them in case management, financial help, and education. We work with them on counseling, social emotional skills. We work with them on learning parental skills and navigating just those things in life that we all kind of take for granted that they are coming out of the gate not having. How to make a meal, how to grocery shop, how to navigate trauma, how to stay in a job when you don't know how to conflict resolute very well. So we found that once we were able to stabilize them in housing, we could work with them on getting those other pieces together because they were safe, they were off the street, and they were able to engage and ready to engage. And so that has been just a critical piece at this time.
Okay. Pam, what are you seeing in the community? Like how has homelessness changed for youth? Is it increasing? Is it decreasing? And I'm sure you have a lot to say.
Well, that is a big question, and it is a national problem. There's a term that's disconnected youth, and these are youth that are not connected to school, training, or work, and they're between the ages of 16 and 24. Across the nation, there are 4.8 million disconnected youth, and the high risk factors that contribute to disconnected youth are foster care involvement, parents incarcerated, parents drug addicts, parents that have died. And I know from personal firsthand experience at our drop-in center where the youth can literally walk off the street, come in Monday through Thursday, 10 to 4, and say, I need help. I'm homeless, I'm at risk of homelessness, I'm in an unsafe place, I don't have a job. But there's 6,000 disconnected youth in Brevard County. In the Central Florida area of Seminole, Osceola, Orange, and I'm thinking Brevard. What am I thinking? There are 30,000 disconnected youth. This is a crisis because where's our workforce coming from? And we are very focused on housing and employment and education. We have a GED fast track. All our services are under one roof at a drop-in center in Melbourne.
What's the address?
It's 1401 Guava Avenue. We take up the whole second floor of the Housing Authority of Brevard County, another huge partner of ours and supporter. And then we're about to expand to 8,000 square feet, and we're taking over the first floor. Why? Because we have a wait list for our GED Fast Track program. We have 45 graduates. These were youth that dropped out of school for many different reasons, had the courage to come back, and we have a therapeutic program. We pay for everything. It's all free. And we drive them if they need transportation. We get them mental health. We pay for the testing. We feed them breakfast and lunch. We work on their housing. We get them mentors and job coaches. And that's why we have 45 graduates in a wait list. They want to work. It's very hard to get a job. Everybody thinks it's so easy. Go on and whatever, I don't want to say any, Indeed or whatever. Oh, you'll get a job. We have kids that have applied 20, 25 times. They don't even get a call back or anything. So we have kids that have never had a job and they're 20 years old. So people need to have some reality check of how a lot of people live in this world. And I will say, as a legal aid attorney, we see the people that are in poverty, and it's real. And we need to address it. And it's not pull yourself up by your bootstraps. They don't even have boots. I'm sure you've all heard that. So we're trying to give them or help them. We don't give them the fish. We teach them to fish. We walk alongside them, guidance and basic resources.
Wow. Amen.
Yeah.
Amen. So it sounds like one thing that could help is maybe businesses connecting with you. And if they have entry-level jobs.
Yes.
And
I'm excited about that because we're working on it. Yeah.
She's working on it. Here's more.
Thanks to my co-pilot at Ways for Life, Katie Stewart. Props to you. Her passion is the GED Fast Track. She brought it to our center January 1st, 2020. Says, I got a program for your center. And she's also really, workforce is her passion. We have multiple. She has a whole training program for WAYS coaches They're retired, everything from military, engineers, financial planners. They meet with all of our youth they just sign up one-on-one and help them with a career path. So we have multiple companies working with us already, and we've worked with the EDC, Economic Development Commission, on pre-apprentice manufacturing scholarships, CNA scholarships. But we want to do we want to get together with everybody here and come up with a trade school so that the trades, they can be introduced to the trades.
I love that. That's great. Well, when we've been out here, we've just been hearing different ideas from businesses and residents and ways that we can come together. And like I said before, we have had such a good response from the providers. So there is a willingness, there's a desire for us all to work together. So I'll let you guys each comment individually if you'd like. How do we get our providers together, and how do we not duplicate services?
Well, we're working right now with New Life Mission and Cedar Rescue Mission and Genesis House and Community of Hope. If somebody has housing and we needed housing, somebody needs a GED, we have a GED fast track, somebody needs mental health. We're all working together. We're Wings of Grace Ministry just got a CO on 24 one-bedroom apartments that are opening up this week. And they heard about the housing crisis and the need for housing for youth who aged out of foster care, and they stepped up 3 years ago and built a 24 one-bedroom apartment complex in Melbourne. Now we need businesses to wrap around them, show them the trades, show them different job opportunities. And we're a half a mile away at our drop-in center. So they're going to be at our drop-in center, and Wings of Grace Ministry has their mission house across the street from this beautiful 24 one-bedroom brand new complex. So we're all working together. To quote Dwight Bell of Wings of Grace Ministry, there's no competition in the kingdom. We're all working together.
One of the great things that we also have is a transition housing program. So youth will come in off the streets. They are literally living in the car, the woods. They aren't able to get a housing voucher just yet. They require a tremendous amount of service. But again, it comes back to, I can't get a job, I can't go to school, I don't have a place. So our transitional housing program, we have a men's house that we've just partnered with Nana's House. And so we have a house over there, and we're working with them. It's pretty fantastic. They work with children who are in foster care. When they age out of foster care, they come right over across the street to us. Fantastic opportunity for everybody to work together on the same task. And in our transitional housing program, we provide more intensive wraparound services for them, which often will equate to mental health help, stabilization, security, working again to come to that center. And we have a lot of partnerships in the area because there are so many people in the area who need help. And so that replication of service isn't so much we're all doing the same thing, it's we are all serving the same populations. And they all require such high level needs. There's just not enough organizational power to commit to everybody. And that's where that partnership comes in, Amy. That's where we all lock hands and we say, you know what? We have this and this and this. Let's all come together. Let's figure out how to change the narrative. Let's figure out how to serve our community. Let's figure out how to take this one step further so that they are not just self-sufficient, they are self-sustaining, they are healthy, they are breaking the cycle of generations of poverty, mental health difficulties. And it's just an amazing opportunity whenever you can come together with another partner, another organization, and that link becomes stronger that wraps around them. It's a fantastic time.
It is. What do you think our community needs right now? And because we talked about this a little bit earlier, I'll give you an opportunity to share, if you'd like to, what is the role of the city?
Well, the role of the city is to acknowledge that there is a problem, and then to work on solutions. And I will say that the City of Melbourne has been very supportive of Ways for Life with our housing program, transitional housing with community development block grants. So has the Brevard Homeless Coalition. It's not the city, but it is a coalition. We got grants to start our 2 transitional houses. So I think they're realizing it's not going away. Poor people have been around since humans started on this planet, and we all need to take care of each other, right? Love conquers all. And to just say that people ask for it or they deserve it or whatever, people's lives can change in a minute. And tragedy strikes everybody, doesn't matter what your income is. And then all of a sudden, maybe you may understand when it's hitting you. Well, let's just try to empathize, right? Imagine that it could be you. It could be somebody in your family. We all need to work together, and that's the thing. And I'm hoping that this is a movement, right?
Yeah.
A revival of the community spirit.
That's our hope too. And that every person out there is somebody's son, somebody's daughter. We're getting the wrap up signal.
Okay.
Anything else you want to say, Victoria? Thank you so much for coming out.
We're just so happy to be here. We're happy to have organizations reach out and understand that there is a universal need. There is the population of homeless are growing daily. The population of those in need for service who can't get service is increasing. So to have the opportunity to come here today and again partner with New Life Mission to understand and recognize that it takes a village of organizations for these individuals to get a chance to be able to survive, not just survive, but thrive.
Yep.
And the more the merrier. The more we can all come together and serve, we're going to see those outcomes. We're going to see the tide change. We're going to see things shift. And that is an exciting time to be here.
Woohoo! Go. Where's the tambourine? All right, go to break.
You're watching Conversations on a Bench, a 24 hours live stream raising awareness about homelessness, while sharing real conversations about homelessness, addiction, and mental health. We're also collecting tangible items to help those in need to support families at New Life Mission and residents at Cedar Rescue Mission. Visit our bench in downtown Melbourne anytime, from October 9th at 3 p.m. to Friday 10th at 3 p.m., across from 407 East New Haven Avenue.
All right. Hello, everybody. We are out here downtown Melbourne on the bench. And this is an area that you're very familiar with.
Yes.
Kristen, Genesis House,
Yes.
is with us on the bench, provider. Why don't you tell our people what Genesis House does and how long you've been in the community?
All right. Genesis House is a homeless shelter serving women and children and senior women and pregnant women since 1977. So we're coming up on our 48th year just in about a week. And it was founded by a woman named Mary Allen who became aware of 3 homeless pregnant women and rented them an apartment. And here we are, almost 50 years later. We have 3 homes in downtown Melbourne. One is a stone's throw from us. And we house them and help them obtain childcare, jobs, so that our end goal is permanent supportive housing. When I started probably 13 or 14 years ago, they stayed with us on an average 6 weeks to 2 months. And we're looking at 7-8 months to a year.
What do you think has changed?
Affordable housing.
Okay, there we have it.
Non-affordable.
Non-affordable.
Non-existence of affordable housing.
Okay.
Yes.
What is happening during that time to help prepare them? Are you helping them increase their incomes? Or?
Yes, we try to work with them to find the most optimal job for. It's difficult with their schedules without having cars, as you know, juggling a job and getting home in time to meet kids and that sort of thing. And we have parenting classes, and we have mental health counseling and case managers that we meet with them on a weekly basis or more if needed. And we just try to get them to the highest income that they can get to so they can afford an apartment. We also have a program that is for transitional housing, I would say we call it, for women that want to go to college. So that's something that we really support. We have 2 women right now that will be graduating, I believe, in the spring of next year. And that will just change completely what they'll be able to afford.
Absolutely. So they can stay with you longer.
They stay with us. They
Okay.
they move out of the shelter program and into what we call transitional housing.
Right.
So they settle in.
Well, that's fantastic.
It is.
You have a boutique.
We have a beautiful boutique. It's a high-end thrift and consignment. So we welcome you to come shop, but we also welcome you to consign. It's a 50-50 split. And it's really darling. It's just up the street a block or
been
2
there.
at 541 East New Haven Avenue. So that has been great to give us a revenue stream that adds to our regular donors, and we're having a gala next week. So the fundraising part of it, we do get some grant money from the BHC. And another pregnancy grant from the state that
Okay.
helps us counsel women that are pregnant that are with us.
Gotcha.
And it goes real well. I mean, we have our challenges.
Of
We
course
all
you
do.
We all do.
But we're just there to love and support them
Yeah.
and analyze what they need so that we can lift them up so they can move on. And sometimes we get to partner with you all.
Yes.
It
you
doesn't
sure
happen
do.
a lot,
Yeah.
but the women, you know, as a shelter, we're just looking for their next step.
Yep.
So
Yeah. What do you think, being in the community, doing this work for 13 years, you've seen the changes with affordable housing, and what do you think we need from a provider standpoint? Is there a piece that you think is missing?
Well, this is probably not the right answer. I mean, the answer you're looking for, but we need more shelter.
Yeah.
And
I'm not looking for a specific answer. I'm
we
looking
need
for
more
ideas.
shelter, and we are hoping to expand our services to all populations. We're in the very beginning stages of raising money to see if we could maybe find a small apartment complex so that when we get a call, it won't matter if they fit the demographics of being a woman. They could be a man, a senior man, a single woman.
Right.
We often don't take single women without any children that are older but not senior. And this would allow us to just say yes to almost anyone that's calling, because we have a real strong need for shelter for other than women.
So when you say shelter, do you mean emergency shelter?
Right.
Do you, okay.
Genesis House is considered emergency
Yep.
shelter.
Yeah.
So it would be the same. We would just work our program with whoever is living at this shelter, and hopefully be able to house the men and the senior men and men with children, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Not a huge complex. Start small, but we really know there's just not enough shelter to end serving all populations.
Yeah.
So.
Wow. Thank you so much for
Thank
coming
you.
on. Anything else you want to share? You know, you're right in downtown
We
Melbourne.
are, and we are, but we're even though we've been here almost 50 years, so many people don't even know we're here.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
and which
Yeah,
is
I
a
think
good,
that's a case
it's
for all of us.
It's a great thing. We're good neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
And we, you know, our women aren't out causing any issues with the neighborhood, so we just fit in nicely.
Yeah. Yeah, you do.
So.
Well, thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for coming
Nice
out.
meeting
and
you.
just
I enjoyed
being-
watching you all. I woke up a few times in the night and turned on turned it on and watched, and this is pretty fascinating.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's helping to bring people together. It's, you know, start of a conversation. We
Yes.
may be an hour from being done with our 24 hours, but we are just beginning
That's
the
right.
conversation.
That's right.
So thank you so much for coming out.
And thank you for having me.
All right. Yep, go ahead.
You're watching Conversations on a Bench, a 24 hours live stream raising awareness about homelessness, while sharing real conversations about homelessness, addiction, and mental health. We're also collecting tangible items to help those in need to support families at New Life Mission and residents at Cedar Rescue Mission. Visit our bench in downtown Melbourne anytime, from October 9th at 3 p.m. to Friday 10th at 3 p.m. across from 407 East New Haven Avenue.
Real quick, okay, sit toward the front. All right, it's Buddy. I'm back, and we're getting into that last little while here. Been around almost 24 hours now, and it has been wet most of that time. But praise the Lord, we have a canopy up above us, and I have here with us Mr. Twisted Biscuit himself. And Josh, what I want you to do is I want you to just introduce yourself and talk about your fabulous restaurant. They actually provided breakfast for us this morning.
So my name is Joshua Hewlings. Me and my wife are the owners of Twisted Biscuit in Palm Bay. We've been around for 3 years now, and we are a for-business, profitable restaurant. We're open from 6:30 to 1:30, 7 days a week. We're just there to provide a service and a hot meal for our community and help out wherever we can. And being a part of this community, we knew if we wanted to be successful, we had to partner with the community, which is why we've chosen New Life as our partner. And for the last 3 years, we have been able to donate meals, donate dollars, and just try to meet the needs of the people where they're at.
You know, it takes the community like you, it takes the businesses like you to keep great programs like New Life going. And
absolutely. One thing I find frustrating is there's so many businesses out there that beg for the community's support, but what are they doing for our community?
Boy, that's a good point. You very seldom hear that from a business owner. You really do. Thank you, Josh. So tell us about the menu.
Yeah, so we do everything from chicken and waffles to breakfast sandwiches. We're obviously known for our different flavors of biscuits. We have a jalapeno and cheddar biscuit that's world renowned at this point. And then along with our cinnamon bun biscuit, right now we have a pumpkin biscuit.
Ooh,
we do pancakes that are literally bigger than the plates we serve them on. We do nothing small at Twisted Biscuit.
And it's good. It's good. We had that great opportunity this morning. How, you know, the area y'all at, are y'all experiencing any problems with the homeless population there?
Absolutely. I'll say there's a huge opportunity for our community to help these people in need. There's not a morning that goes by where we don't see them walk by or asking for something. And our neighboring businesses have gotten together, and you know, we keep clothing racks for people in need at Nocturne Tea. And, you know, we try to do what we can to meet the needs.
Well, thank you for doing that, because it does take the community to meet these needs. And I don't know whether y'all experience it. One of the things we experience in our ministries is a lot of mental health issues with some of these folks.
Absolutely. And, you know, I think the more we talk about it, the more we recognize it. I think it's always been an issue or always been an opportunity, but we really don't always see those moments.
Yes, and 2 minutes. Okay, they're giving us the thing, 2 minutes. You know, the providers, the community, without us having community, we're unable to take care of what's going on. And we do have a crisis, not only here in our community, but we have a crisis in the homeless population, and I call them homeless neighbors, because they're our neighbors. And they may live in the woods or something like that and everything. And is there something that, you know, you've probably got about a minute left. Is there something you could share with us that maybe we could change or we could do better in trying to help the homeless population?
Well, just kind of a call to our community. You know, everybody wonders, what can I do? And maybe, you know, you can't start a homeless ministry, but we are so blessed because we have so many strong nonprofits in this community. We have New Life Mission that does amazing things for women and children. We have CETA missions to help with men and homelessness, along with just, you know, a school full of other ministries. Like, you may not be the person to go out and talk, but why can't we support these ministries?
Well, thank you, Josh. And like I said, I've said it more times than people realize. It takes the community doing it. It takes our businesses, takes our churches, it takes our organizations, you know, just coming together. And if it wasn't for businesses like you supporting New Life, I wonder where some of these ladies would be. You know, we were complaining about the weather a little bit, you know, and all of a sudden we looked up and we said, hey, man, we got a canopy over our head. There's people out there tonight, you know, last night that were out there laying in the woods with maybe just a blanket over them or something like that. we don't realize how blessed we are, and everybody can be involved somehow.
Absolutely.
And I tell people, every nonprofit there is looking for volunteers.
Absolutely.
And you may only have a couple hours or something like that, but you can always find some little niche to where you can help out. Y'all do it by providing money. Y'all do it by providing food. And so I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for the way that y'all are involved in our community, helping the situation that we're trying to find answers to out here today. Got any last words? Anything you'd like to plug for the restaurant?
No, sir. I think that's it. But I appreciate you guys' time. Really appreciate everything you do for our community.
Well, we thank you, brother. We couldn't do it without you, okay? Lord
Thanks,
bless you,
sir.
man. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate y'all. Just go ahead.
Thank you so much for
We got one more conversation in a couple minutes, and we're gonna switch to the room. You can do the invite. I'll do it in a second.
Whew. Oh, man. Oh.
We're on. Hey, this buddy, I'm back with you, and we're getting ready to go and start ending this thing up with our national feed here in just a few minutes. And I want to introduce you to CETA Rescue Mission's Director of Operation. This is Brandon Branham, and Brandon's been with us for a while. I don't know what he wants to say to you, but Brandon, you share whatever the Lord's laid on your heart today.
Hey, just so glad for the opportunity to share with you guys. Like you said, my name is Brandon. We're out here with CETA Rescue Mission and New Life Mission, as you guys know. Been with the mission for coming up on 5 years now. My main focus is the men's program and overseeing that. I guess really one of the main things I'll talk about is kind of what I get to see on a daily basis down here
Talk
in
about
Melbourne.
it.
We oversee a men's program with 54 beds, and I guess I'll share a little bit of testimony too, a little bit of backstory about me. I didn't actually come to the mission as an employee. I didn't come here with the job application seeking employment. I actually came to the program as a client, as a homeless individual seeking help. This was back in early 2019, and I was living out of my truck. I was addicted to drugs, and I had nowhere to turn. But God had so much more than that for me, and it all began at a place where Christ is the answer. I was able to spend 6 months almost in the program, go through their recovery process there, and meet Jesus for who he is. And he rescued me. He saved my life. He set me in a high place. He has opened so many doors for me. He set me free from addiction, and he's given me a family and, again, opportunity to minister. Like I said, I've been here at the mission with Buddy for almost 5 years now, as an employee, as a staff, getting to work with guys who are quite literally just like me, on the same walk that I once walked, and just, again, experiencing that homeless, that heartache, that pain that we've been talking about for the past 24 hours.
And it's a great pain. And can I say this? I know he says, well, I'm working with the men, but this is a young man that goes out, he hits the camps, he hits the highways and the roads and all that. He's always out there outreaching. I'll mention someone as we drive down the road, and he already knows their name. He knows what's going on with them. We were driving the other day and saw someone, and he called him by name, and I said, oh, wow, that's great. But he's got a lot on his shoulders. But I watched God do a work in his life. And one thing I say, Brandon, a lot of our people have come through our program that are part of our team today. And there's no better counselors than those people that experienced what you've experienced and being able to reach these guys. I appreciate Brandon, and Brandon hopefully one day will be sitting in this chair right here, and I'd like for it to be a lot sooner than maybe what it's going to be. But anyway, he's taken on a great responsibility. God's given him a great family, great children, and I'd ask that you pray for him because of his wife's sister, older sister, unexpectedly passing away with a cardiac arrest. He and his wife took on her 2 children, one with special needs, and they adopted them. And it was just amazing to see how God worked in that, wasn't it, son? Absolutely. And I'm proud to say that he's actually my son-in-law, and I still like him, amen? But I love him. So how much time do we have, John? He's not listening. The only time he listens when I'm giving you when I'm not doing right.
That means we just get to go as long as
That's
we
it.
want
We
to.
get to go as long as we want to. How
I
much
guess-
time we have, John? Are we going to have a problem again with that feed coming out of? Come on. Yeah, you got it. Let me close him out. You good?
Absolutely.
All righty. Okay, come on in. Grab the microphone.
All right, we're going to transition back to Amy.
Both of them. All right,
Okay,
all right.
all right.
Well, what I'm going to do is we've got a whole bunch of New Life Mission staff. And so I'm just going to say, if you work for New Life Mission, I repeat, if you work for New Life Mission, join me on the bench. Come on up, everybody. All of us. Guys, because it's really about a team. Yeah, bring some chairs. We have, you have seen a whole lot of me. You have seen a whole lot of Buddy, but it really does take a village. And this is just a portion of us out here. And I'm just going to kind of pass this along, and you guys share what your hopes were for today. And share something cool, share whatever comes to you about what we're doing out here and what we're almost done doing, but the conversation is just getting started. Stacy's so tired. We're a big happy family.
We're very close.
And to everyone who's not here, we love you, and you've done so much to make this happen.
I want to say that I'm so proud of y'all. Truly, like, I'm so proud of you all. I mean, 24 hours nonstop with a smile. This one is like half sick, half making it through. I'm so proud of who we serve, and I guess my hope would be that God continue to place his protection, his love, and his vision for the families we serve, and as a team continue to strengthen us like he does, abundantly more than we can imagine.
Yeah.
So that's my hope, and that we can continue to serve the community the way we do.
Yes.
I want to give a shout out to the man behind the camera, Mr.
Yay!
John Hodges. He is not a member of our staff, but he is a member of our family.
Amen.
Familia.
He has been, Amy and I got to walk away for, about an hour and a half to get a little bit of a nap, but he stayed up all night long. And not only that, but we had such a wonderful professional feed. We hope that you all loved and enjoyed listening to it and looking at it. And we are just so grateful, John. Thank you.
Real Kingdom Media. Shout out. Shout out.
God bless.
And to Brian, thank you for being just support all night long. Thank you. To Buddy and his team. And then I would just say that if you logged in at any point in the 24 hours, and if you were inspired by anything that you heard, that it would inspire you to action. We've told you how to get involved. We've given you the website. We've told you where to go. And we're excited and with hopeful anticipation of how many people are going to be reaching out to find out how to get involved.
Oh, am I saying something?
Yes, this is Charlotte, everybody.
Yes.
If you like our social media, if you like the stories that are being put out there, that's our wonderful Charlotte.
Can we talk about Charlotte's award? It's a team effort.
Charlotte did receive an award. She received a social media award through Citygate Network. So for her excellent skills.
Yay!
Yay!
Yay! Woo! It really is a team effort, though, because I am one person, and I think
it's safe to say that there's a lot that goes on at New Life Mission. There's a lot that our families are going through, a lot that we're going through, and it takes a lot to run this. So like I couldn't do it without, you know, people sending me stories all the time and being like, hey, this really cool thing happened, and getting to be able to like put that into like a video or a blog post or an email. Like it's just so great to be able to like share good things that are happening in the world. So
Yep. Melody, how are you?
I'm good. Sure. I'll just share that something that I watched that I was really moved by was Anne Marie and Anne Marie talking with Amy. They really made it a point to share a little bit about how it takes a village, and Brevard County and the organizations that we all do, and we all like are reaching out and showing the, you know, the love of Christ and that to young women and their children and other people. I think that was really reflected, and I'm definitely blessed by that. So I wanted to share that. And I did a lot of the paperwork behind the scenes. So contributed to that, to our team. So I'm very, very thankful for that opportunity, but love you guys. And I could not have done the 24-hour thing. So I commend you for that. You're doing God's work.
Thank you. Anything over here? Anybody want to say? This is our quiet side. Anything you guys want to say? Oh, Anna. Woohoo.
I just had one last thing that I wanted to say. I hope people have felt empowered and moved by what we've done here today over the last day. So if you are watching and you feel like you want to make a difference or help our mission, if you have time, consider volunteering. If you have money, consider donating. And if you have neither, just please pray for us. So I just wanted to end with that.
Amen. Amen. Okay, Kimberly.
I'm just very thankful to be here with everyone, and just to be able to be a part of this team has just been such a blessing. And I just hope that our message got brought out, and that if you all want to volunteer or be a part, just come and see us. It's a great team, and we're just all very thankful to be a part of it.
We're planting seeds.
Yes, we are.
All right.
Every day.
Are you ready, John, or do we have like 2 minutes? You just let me know.
Yeah, we keep going.
Okay.
We're waiting for a cue. They've been switching different
Oh, okay.
They've been switching different mentions around the nation. So when they get to us, I'll let you know so that you know that they're watching.
All right. Well, we're going to have Lori say a little something. Lori has been with the mission for, Lori, tell us how long.
I've been with the mission back when I was Brevard Rescue Mission. I'm officially the oldest. Well, I might be the oldest, but also I've been around the longest, coming up to 15 years, and I've seen so much change in 15 years. But this is the first time that anything like this has happened, where, you know, CEDA has partnered with us, where we're talking to other providers in the community. So I'm just hopeful this is going to be the start of a lot more collaboration to fix the problem, mental health problem, homelessness problem. It's huge, and it's going to take all of us. Jessica?
Oh. I think I'm most grateful in this whole experience for getting to spend some quality moments with our moms, like off to the side, behind the camera. And I just got to have some really special conversations that I don't get to have on a daily basis. And that was really special.
All right. Well, we are going to, let's see what time it is. We're going to take a quick break, and we've got, help me do the math on that, 39, 49, 59, no, some minutes left, 40 minutes left. We're doing great. I'm the CEO of the organization, and I do great math. I do great math. So I want to ask everybody to definitely join us at 3:45, because we are
2:45.
What did I say?
3:45. We're not going to be here.
3:45. I'm gonna be on the way home. But, we are going to have a time of prayer, and it's not just us here. There are 70 rescue missions across the country that are doing this, part of Citygate Network. This is really just a massive national church service, and we would love you to join in with us. But right now, we're going to go to a commercial break. Yes, please.
Everybody say bye.
Bye.
I couldn't really think about the future at all, like further than what we're gonna eat for dinner.
I didn't really see a future before I got here.
Join us on October 23rd at the American Muscle Car Museum for Opening Doors for Women, a red carpet fundraiser dedicated to helping homeless women with children find stability and hope. Hosted by New Life Mission, this event raises critical funds to help families move from dependency to self-sufficiency, all in a Christ-centered environment. It's a night of inspiring stories and meaningful connections. As an attendee, you'll be part of a caring community committed to making a difference. Together, we can open the doors that transform homeless families for generations.
If I tell you the many doors that it has opened, we'll be here all day. It's the village that we need. If you're facing homelessness, if you're facing abusiveness, whatever you're facing, it's hope. And you're going to find it here at New Life Mission.
At Retreat Restrooms, we believe everyone deserves a clean and healthy environment, no matter where they are. As a Marine veteran, I built this company on the values of excellence, reliability, and care, bringing high standards and comfortable restrooms to every mission, event, and emergency.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful girl who lived in a castle.
I was a heroin addict and was living on the couches of people that I would do drugs with.
The little girl lived with her mom and dad, who loved her very much.
So I was 7 when my parents had divorced. The cops came and arrested my dad, and my mom went to a women's shelter, and she sent me to live with my grandfather, who wasn't physically able to care for me. So I pretty much raised myself.
The little girl loved to spend time with her family and friends. She also likes coloring and chasing butterflies.
When I was 11, my uncle molested my best friend, and then he tried to come for me. I basically fought for my life.
One day, the little girl packed a picnic lunch for 2 and went on her way to grandmother's house.
As a young girl, I battled eating disorders, and I was very unhealthy. I just didn't know how to make good choices for myself.
As the little girl made her way to grandmother's house, she came across a lonely giant. He looked sad, so she stopped to see if he needed help.
So I met my husband when I was 19 at a party. He sold drugs as a side job, and that's how my addiction started. By the age of, I'd say about 23, I was pregnant with my daughter. I stayed clean during that time, started to live a normal life. The first time I used with my father, I was 22.
The little girl noticed that the giant was injured and hungry, so she shared her lunch with him and helped him find his way home.
My husband basically was ready to get sober, and I was not. So he left me at that time, and I was left homeless. I was in and out of jail.
After the little girl said goodbye to the giant, she continued to grandmother's house, but soon realized she'd strayed off the path along the way.
Eventually, I met someone that was a nurse, and he wanted to take care of me and help me with my daughter, and we got married shortly after. He never wanted me to work or leave the house. I noticed as time went on. He seemed very helpful, but I was pretty confused. I knew he loved me, but I knew something wasn't right about it. He sabotaged friendships, and he tried to get in the way of some of my family relationships.
Looking around the woods, she tried to find something that looked familiar to help her remember her way back. Every which way she turned, she felt more lost than before.
I was pregnant with my son and gave birth. At that time, my daughter was still living with her dad, part-time, and my ex-husband relapsed. So this was a turning point for me. I saw myself in my daughter, and I remembered my childhood when I was her age. That's when I knew something had to change, and I needed to get her out of that situation.
When the little girl realized she was lost, she felt scared and alone.
So I was able to get full custody of my daughter, but things got worse from there. He was mentally abusive to my daughter. I think he was jealous of my children spending time with me and wanted me all to himself. So after being married for him for 10 plus years, I finally decided to leave. He died suddenly of a heart attack. So, even though our life together was very unhealthy, I was somewhat stable and clean with him. I was clean and stable. And so he helped me do all that. And then he was gone.
The lost girl heard her grandmother's voice in her head, saying, "Courage isn't the absence of fear, but the action you take despite feeling afraid." So the little girl chose courage.
After my husband passed, we had nowhere to go. It was a very scary time for me, and I was a widow, and I was basically going into homelessness, and that's when I called New Life Mission.
The little girl picked up a long, sturdy stick she found on the ground and suddenly remembered a friend of her grandmother's who lived nearby. He was a carpenter, and she knew he would be able to show her the way home.
For the first time in that time frame, I just knew I wasn't alone. I had someone to walk with me and help me figure this out.
The little girl was able to find the carpenter, and he was able to put her back on the right path.
I knew that I couldn't fix me. I knew that people couldn't fix me. I had to give it all to God and let Him fix this situation and walk with me through this journey. He is the only one that could have walked beside me. In some turmoil, we had just lost my husband, and my kids weren't doing well when I had first come to New Life. They were broken. We were all broken. And God just walked alongside me and healed me through that journey. My daughter was, going through some mental health crisis of her own at that time, and I was given advice and resources in the community that helped me so much, and I just had support. I really just needed someone to walk with me alongside. God, they helped me so much, so much. And she lived
Happily ever after.
Unfortunately, due to some financial challenges, we're going to have to lay you off.
Your application's been rejected.
Ma'am, this card is declined.
You're going to have to raise your rent.
We're going to have to evict you.
I want you out of here in 10 days.
You can't bring your son here tomorrow unless your card is been declined. I'm so
I want
sorry.
you out of here. You can't park here in 10 days.
Hey, this is New Life Mission. I have good news. I'm calling to let you know we have a place for you.
For 15 years, New Life Mission has been opening its doors to homeless single mothers and their children. We equip homeless mothers to transform their families for generations. Through education, accountability, and goal advancement, our program equips and empowers them to self-sufficiency. We believe accountability is the key to achieving long-term success. We walk alongside our families and are committed to compassionately providing educational opportunities, job training, and life skills necessary for success. Above all, we believe in the transformative power of a relationship with Jesus Christ and are committed to sharing this message of hope to all of the people we serve. We know the program works, but we need your help. We're asking our community to help us open doors for more families. You're invited to join us for a fundraiser hosted by the American Muscle Car Museum. Learn more about New Life Mission and how you can help us open doors for homeless mothers and their children. You'll also get to
Everybody here. Come on, buddy. Sit down,
Miss Penny. Sit down, Penny.
Everybody who's here.
Everybody who's here. Brian, get in here.
Stand up on your thing, son.
Buddy, sit on the bench.
No, ma'am.
Where's
no, ma'am.
Buddy?
You ladies sit
Buddy.
down. Let the lady sit down. I'm a gentleman. I run a children's home.
I just want to stand. Can't see us?
Y'all been telling me what to do all 24 hours.
You want to sit?
Buddy has your butterfly. I think that's kind of cute.
Yeah, do that. I pull the other stuff off.
Oh my gosh. Are you singing? Oh, are we singing? Yeah.
What are we singing?
Tell.
Hey, wait, where's the tambourine?
I don't think it's a tambourine.
Well, we don't really need a tambourine for this song.
What are we singing?
Goodness of God.
Y'all sing loud.
We're just singing the chorus, you guys. You don't have to like.
Hey guys, if you guys want to do the song time, some worship in there with some fun or some extra words, we have about 8 minutes to do so.
Oh. Do what now? Well, you should tell you two words.
Maybe for your live, they're not listening to you yet. So this is for yours, your social medias and stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you for watching.
Here.
Hi, are we live? Is this thing on? Hey everybody, Amy Lyon here from New Life Mission with Buddy Morrow, Cedar Rescue Mission, and we are winding down. 24 minutes left out here, conversations on a bench. You may not know, this is our final crew. We've had all of our staff at some point out helping us out. the people behind the scenes, and it really has taken a community to do this, to be out here for 24 hours. And we have some songbirds on our staff, and so we're going to ask you, if you know this song, sing along with us from home. And I'm not going to lead it, just so you know. And that's what I'm going to do for you, is not lead the song.
All right, we're going to sing Goodness of God, so join in. All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so, so good. And every breath that I am able, I will sing of the goodness of God. 'Cause your goodness is running after me. Your goodness is running after me. With my life laid down, I surrender now. I give you everything. Your goodness is running after me. And we go to the chorus. All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so, so good. Every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. Here we go again. I will sing of the goodness of God. Oh, I'm gonna sing of the goodness of God. Hallelujah. Amen.
Another one.
Are you going to sing another song? I already went out. Well, we're coming back in.
We have more time. These are the last minutes.
I want this in the. Do your thing. There you go. Wait until Stacy gets the.
I look over here really quick. Y'all look amazing. Stop by. Big smile, big smile. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. That's the area code here. But stay like that really quick. I'll do one here. Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Wow. Like 3, 2, 1. Stand by. There you go. That's the smile I was looking for. All right. Whoa. Beautiful.
Hey, let's give John a big hand.
John, Real Kingdom Media.
Hey, it was my pleasure, guys. From the bottom of my heart, it was my pleasure. And thank you for the, the camaraderie, the taking care of us. The people that brought food and coffee. That, hey, God bless your fire.
Oh.
Hey, John, you know what this is?
God bless you, Ma.
God bless you.
And he even fixed Fresno last night twice.
Oh, no, he didn't.
I hope Fresno heard that.
All right, guys. So we're all to start joining in the prayer. We can say bye to the Facebook people. I'm gonna switch to their screen.
Okay. Well, we just want to thank everybody who's spent time with us. Even if you logged in for 1 minute, if you were at home praying for us, thank you. And don't stop. Please don't stop. We are just getting the conversation started. Seeds have been planted. And what I would like to see is that Brevard County gets on the front end of homelessness and becomes the place that people look to for solutions. They're looking here to the Space Coast for launching rockets into space. So if we can do that, we can do anything. We can do great things. We're better together.
Better together. I learned anything the last 24 hours, that we are better together.
Amen.
Thank you so much. Thank you, New Life, for helping make this possible. You're the ones that made this possible the last 24 hours. I thank you for your dedication, your love for the Lord Jesus Christ, and the hard work you put in to make this happen. From the bottom of my heart, I thank each one of you.
Amen.
And thank you, Miss Penny, from driving all the way down in the rain.
All the way from Jacksonville. Penny.
When I read your email, I said, that crazy lady really is coming.
Crazy fabulous, he means.
There you go.
Right. Crazy
There you go.
fabulous.
I love her. I'm just joking with her. We've got a great relationship. We've known each other for years.
So, Amy, now that you've finished Conversations on a Bench, what are you going to do?
I'm not going to go to Disney World. I'm probably going to take a luxurious bath and maybe sleep for 27 hours straight. That's what I'm going to do. How about you?
I'm going to go take a nap.
Just a little one before you get ready for bed. Yep. All right. Well, stay tuned, everybody. We're going to have prayer across the country with Citygate Network. Woo-hoo-hoo!
I love the prayer across the country. I love that.
Helpful, challenging, informative, and more. And it points us to some really beautiful realities for mission. Now, if you're a Christian, if you're a follower of Jesus, you're sent on mission by Jesus. In John chapter 20, verse 21, it says, "As the Father has sent me," these are Jesus' words, "as the Father has sent me, even I am sending you." Now, if you're not a Christian, by the way, all these and all the leadership here, we'd love you to receive by grace and through faith the good news of the gospel. But if you are a Christian, then you're sent on mission by Jesus. And we've seen the mission expressed beautifully in the last 24 hours. You see, when Jesus came, he said throughout the Gospel of John more than 40 times that God the Father had sent him. "I've been sent by the Father, for the Father sent me for this." And then at the end of the Gospel of John, he utters those words that I quoted, "As the Father has sent me, even so I am sending you." So that's to all Christians. All Christians are sent on mission by Jesus to join Jesus on his mission in the world. So what did Jesus come doing? Well, we can actually see, like just in the Gospel of Luke, it's in Luke chapter 4, verses 18 and following. Jesus says the Spirit, he reads from a scroll, which is a whole backstory there about what's going on, but he says, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me. He's anointed me to preach good news. And then he talks about the poor and the captive. And, well, Jesus came proclaiming the gospel. Jesus came serving the hurting. We see this. Jesus came serving the hurting. Well, that's what we've been seeing this conversation about the last 24 hours, right? I imagine those CEOs sitting on the bench, they're hurting themselves. But what a ministry to these Citygate Network, these missions around the country. They're serving the hurting in Jesus' name. And if you're a partner, if you're a follower of Jesus who's not yet a partner, man, one of the ways we get to do that is to, in the way of Jesus, serve those who are without. Those who are struggling, those who need some help, a path to be walked together with somebody, right? So Jesus came serving the hurting. Now, what you see throughout these last 24 hours, too, is Jesus came, same Jesus in Luke chapter 4, who's talking about the poor and serving the hurting. He came serving. Jesus also came saving the lost. One of the reasons that I love, when Tom DeVries, who's a good friend and leads the Citygate Network, when he asked me to do this, and even though I got to step away from a conference where I'm speaking, I'm like, of course I want to do this. Because the Citygate Network has modeled for us this, sharing of the good news of the gospel, right? So Jesus came serving the hurting. He came saving the lost. That's not my words. That's Jesus' words, Luke 19:10. The Son of Man came to seek and save the lost. So if you're a follower of Jesus and you're sent on mission, well, sometimes you do. We're all called to live sent. Sometimes these CEOs are doing it on a bench. They're living out God's call for them and inviting you to join with them. Now, we can join in different ways, right? Some of us give, some of us volunteer and serve, some of us staff. And by the way, let me also say, too, this has been a significant burden on staff across these missions in the Citygate Networks. But all that to say is that if we have this call of Jesus, as the Father has sent me, even so send I you, then we want to partner with Jesus in his mission. Now, you can't do everything. Now, you personally, I'm going to say, Christian, you personally, you're sent on mission. That's what Jesus said, right? This is not just the apostles or some group of pastors. You're sent on mission. And you're sent on mission to your friends, to your family, to your coworkers, to your neighbors. And so I want you to respond like Isaiah did to God's holiness. He said, "Here I am, Lord, send me." And so there's lots of ways you can do that related to the Citygate Network, right? So and let me just tell you, as like an outsider, I'm not like on the staff or anything of that sort. I really believe in these men and women and the leadership that they're providing. I'm guessing you do as well, or else you wouldn't have been watching this conversation all across the. In fact, if you don't mind, kind of we're getting near the end. There's still time for you to like and share, because when you like and share, it actually draws other people's attention to this. And I'd love for them to hear, and I hope you'd love for them to hear the good work of the Citygate Network. Just take a moment and like and share. It's one way that you can actually participate. But again, back to this theme. So if you're sent on mission by Jesus into the world, then that mission we've already seen is serving the hurting. We call that gospel demonstration. It's saving the lost. We call that gospel proclamation. So that's part of your responsibility as a Christian, right? So you're looking for opportunities for gospel demonstration, doing good in the name of Jesus. They might see our good works and give glory to our Father who's in heaven. We can do that in, through, and beyond our church. We can do that through partnering with Citygate Network Missions. We can also do that through giving. I mean, generosity is a beautiful picture of that as well. So Jesus came, right? We're joining him on mission. But I want you to hear, if there's one thing I want you to take away in my just concluding remarks, and we'll hear again from Tom in just a moment, but I want you to hear that Jesus has sent his people on mission. And there are a few places that are as clearly articulated in the pages of Scripture as things that like Citygate Network Missions do, right? And there are others, but this is a beautiful picture. So, but again, and the thing that brings me confidence is Citygate Network for decades upon decades upon decades have one mission with two big expressions to that mission: gospel proclamation and gospel demonstration. Gospel demonstration and gospel proclamation. And those shouldn't be separate things. Those are together under one mission. So my exhortation to you is simple. First,